Brazil, and just showing everyone showing up and everyone around, and also like the old players who through the time has been playing for Brazil and from other countries in Europe, in US, everywhere. They're here to enjoy the experience, to see what happens, like if you just believe in something that it was called CS.
Yeah, truly making history here today with Brazil's first ever major. I do love that we got to see some of your winning moments from majors past, just there glaring off on the screen there, Get Right. What is it like now coming to such a huge, vast arena when, you know, originally majors were played in such smaller stadiums?
I mean, it's just mind-blowing. It's same there. Another story. I was talking to Carmack when I arrived here, one of the guys, the head guys of ESL, and he's been there as well with me through the years. And I said to him, when I walked out on the stage in Katowice the first time, the first major, I was scared. I was standing on top of like end of the stage and looking up, and I'm like, I mean, first and foremost, everyone is against us. Everyone was cheering for the Polish guys.
Yeah.
But I'm standing there terrified for my life, and I'm like, is this a reality? And then you see it exceed for each year that goes by with different organization and ESL pushing forward for it. It's just beyond the expectation. Like I'm thankful from the bottom of my heart to making me living this life and being part of it still. It's just, it blows me away every day that I wake up.
Yeah, I think the fact that we've had a crowd from beginning to end here at the major as well. I mean, I had high hopes for the Brazilian crowd. They have exceeded all my expectations. We're going to have 5 times the crowd size in this arena. Things are going to get loud today, Peacemaker.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like it's starting to get packed, right? I can only imagine when Furia plays tomorrow how this is going to look like. And yeah, I hope this is a a massive success. And I think Brazil deserved a big event like this one. Before this one happened, everybody's like, oh, you guys should hold the major in Maracanã Stadium because it's going to be 100,000 people watching and stuff. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible. Like even though like we're going to have like so many people here, Counter-Strike fans. And I mean, Brazil deserved it. And I think this is one for the history. I think this one is going to be marked in the history for us, probably one of the best majors. Definitely, in my eyes, like the best crowd that majors ever had, right? Like we saw them obviously supporting the Brazilian teams, supporting everyone in general, like we saw a lot of beautiful moments so far.
Yeah, it's been beautiful to witness. I mean, Christopher, you're going to have to take to the stage, arguably against the home crowd on Sunday in our show match. You ready for that?
No, I'm not ready for that. No, I'm not ready for that. I know there's so many people looking forward to see that, and especially, me with my old friends and even, enemies on the server sitting next by me to play together with them, which is just a little small dream for me personally.
Yeah.
And also be playing once again against my Brazilian brothers, like they have always been there from the day one and always been, opening arms for me. So doing it in front from their fans here in Brazil, it's just gonna be an experience that I wanted to go like a movie. It's gonna take 1 minute, it's gonna be like half a second for me. I just want to feel it even more and longer than everyone else.
This entire weekend, it's going to be breathtaking, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you join me up here to open up the show. We're going to check in with our casters, however, to see how they're feeling heading into day 1 of action here at the playoffs.
Hi everybody, IEM Rio 2022, and it is the Champions stage. I'm outside with Chad. We're in the fan zone, which is going to be filling up. Of course, everything's sold out. It's going to be a party over the next weekend. And of course, leading into that, we do have a big game today. And of course, many more games to look forward to. Chad, let's reflect a little bit on the games that we have already witnessed and perhaps some of the results that surprised us. You could just point at the fact that the top 3 ain't here.
I think FaZe has to be the biggest one, mate. You can bring Vitality, you can bring Liquid into the conversation here, but this is the reigning major champion, not here to play in front of this, right? We've been walking around now. We have seen what this has on offer. I think their hearts are going to break when this goes live. Yeah, FaZe is the big one here, but we got Furia, right? That's a sacrifice that we're all willing to make here in Rio. And you look at this, we got a music festival level of event on our hands. This is something to make you smile.
Yeah, and I mean, if the fans, of course, have been absolutely wild. We've already got to see them arriving. I don't think any of that flair is going anywhere.
Yeah, cheering this morning, mate, in the line, in the queue, just getting into the venue, the smiles on the faces. If you're not here having a good time, what are you doing? This is a Counter-Strike player's dream.
Yeah. It's going to be a carnival for sure, and of course there's lots of results that we still just don't know how it's going to go down. Will Furia be played twice? That semi-final not going to be easy up against Na'Vi. In terms of emissions, you've mentioned FaZe. I think another one that what bears mentioning is, of course, despite the absence of Imperial, there's a lot of Imperial jerseys. The mark they made when they went overseas and made Brazil's mark a very firm plant of the Brazilian flag in Counter-Strike, it's left ripples that we're still seeing today.
Yeah, these people are proud of what their legends have been able to achieve, and right now this could be an opportunity. You mentioned Furia, the passing of the torch, right? This is a chance for Furia now to become the #1 team in Brazil. They are in terms of the world rankings, but in terms of the fans, this could be their time.
This could be their time, and it is our time to get this major started. We're slowly making our way closer to that beautiful arena.
Here we are, Maniac, back at an event, Rio Major this time. It's time for another one of our battles with the Colex Rush segment.
Man, we've had many battles over the years already. Feel like maybe you have an advantage a little bit.
No, you had the upper hand, actually. Our teams are pretty similar, right? With one key difference.
Yeah, fortunately enough, when our producer told us about how similar our teams was, I thought, maybe that's a good sign. Maybe I'm not completely lost in this.
Oh, great minds think alike. I believe there's a saying like that. You know, the difference being you have Stav and I have Electronic. I'm going for Wisdom over Youth.
I mean, we should probably also talk about the rest of the cast. We've had some fantastic players here in Rio. We obviously had the Yuri Queserado duo, just addressed by Chad and Alex, of course. This could be their time. We have Simple, because how can you not have Simple in any kind of all-star team? And then I think both you and I, we kind of tipped our hat to veterancy, to mentorship with Crims, the man that has been won the most major here out of the players left, attended most playoffs. He's going to be quite needed.
Yeah, and Electronic for me as the end, you know, I feel like we get Cerrado and Yuri from Furia. Let's bring in Simple Electronic from Navi, have the two duos. And Crims, we've heard from the Fnatic players, you know, how much he means to them, how calm he is, a presence on the stage, right? And they're definitely going to need that today versus Outsiders.
And when I heard that you actually picked Electronic, I felt bad about myself. Because I thought, hey, I could have had this IGL. I could have had this great leader, fragging power as well. I decided to go for Stone because I think he is a superstar in the making. He's been a little bit quiet so far in the Rio tournament, and Lord knows that he is going to be needed. So I hope that my players can be autonomous, independent. They don't really have someone to guide them. But you know what? I think it might just be time to jump into the server, see if I can grab another W over you, or if I'm just going to take a big L right here.
Somehow, I'm always on pistols when I play against you, Maniac.
We're eco round.
You have triple op, full utility and everything, so we'll have to see how it pans out this time around. I feel like just as a matter of percentages, I would have to win eventually.
Yeah, I guess by the numbers. Like statistically, I cannot just beat you every single time. You probably also have the best lineup in here. I don't know. I'd be safe. Listen, we have the game starting here as I'm trying to peek behind. I'm actually not sure. I'm on the CT side of Overpass.
Of course you are.
I'm on the CT side.
Someone hates me. Like
I decided meta.
I know, but I think this can be done. We're in a 4v5 situation, Maniac. It's not good for me.
Nope. We have all the information.
It's 4v2 on A. Why are all your players?
My rotation is a bit late.
You don't have Electronic. You don't have Electronic. There's still hope for me.
Look, the trades are happening. We're pretty safe. That's a 4v3. I have a clutch flank coming in from the back. I think it's over for you. Honestly, I think it's over for you.
I don't like the look of this.
Nope. Wait, hold on. What is happening? Why are you turning around?
2v2. There's a chance. It's not over.
There we go.
It's over. It's not over.
Be ready. That's my win. That's my win.
Cerrado. Yeah. No. That was a close one. I think that's the closest I've got so far. GG's. And yes, another victory for Maniac.
Just a normal day. I think you'd call it a day that ends up with Y.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. Well, fair fight. But I heard it's James and Heck who are off to an adventure. What are they up to?
We are here live in this area where all of the partners are, all the fans are as well. I've got Heku to the side of me, and we are so ready for an amazing day of action. Plenty of action here, plenty of fans as well. What are you most looking forward to, Heku?
I mean, obviously, I'm really looking forward for the games, but there's a reason why it's called Made of Madness, because like in the arena it's gonna be crazy, and outside of the arena, because during during the previous stages, if we wanted to have some peace, we could go outside. Here, it's only madness, 24/7.
And one thing that I've really enjoyed doing, and me and Heku have been running around these players, going to check in with them, going to meet some people as we're going along. We're going to be very active, we're going to be very mobile, grabbing players, grabbing fans, having moments, and enjoying the madness. That's what it's all about, right?
It's all about the madness. I'm really looking forward to already catch like some players. Like we're really like so simple, like trying like walking in like as he like owns the place. I mean, there is a reason like for like that attitude, but I mean tomorrow they're gonna play against the crowd favorites. So like let's see if that attitude will stay.
Let's see indeed. Let's go back to the desk. Let's keep it moving. Welcome to the madness.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
We're rocking and rolling with AI Identity. This is a whole lot of fun. So we were just talking, you haven't heard of this AI generated art before?
No.
Super interesting, like new emerging technology where you can pump in any descriptors and it will generate an image really almost exactly to the specifications. Your imagination is the limit here.
Okay.
So, style. What kind of like art style do you want this to be in? Steampunk, you know, wherever you want to take it.
Steampunk. That's pretty... I like that.
You like the steampunk aesthetic?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
I'm more of a classical kind of guy.
Yeah?
Nice and simple, but we can go with that.
Yeah, let's go with steampunk. That's good. Yeah, I like that.
What is the subject of this steampunk world? What are we like?
Usually it's like something fancy, right? Futuristic, maybe. Some robots, maybe.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like steampunk robots.
Yeah.
Because it's all like steam and like gas, water powered, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steampunk robots.
Ooh.
Like that.
I'm interested.
Robots, yeah.
So what, is it one robot or like an army of robots?
Army.
A robot sitting, an army.
An army.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
Army of crazy.
Framing, so like framing lighting, so like I'm trying to think how.
I have like a shadowy or like darky, like in my mind.
Mysterious.
Yeah.
Mysterious shadow.
Like shade shadow.
Where is this army of robots? Are we on the mountains? Are they in a factory? Where is this army of robots?
Mountains.
What's
Yeah.
In Rio.
We're in Rio,
I've seen mountains everywhere. It looks, that's good.
Okay, so like the mountains of Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm intrigued.
This is gonna be good.
Leave it there.
We don't want to overcomplicate.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see.
I'd love to see.
Guess.
Whoa!
Oh, this is way
this is
better.
The
more.
second one's are more badass.
Yeah, that's good.
And they look like an army. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, the second one is really.
Yeah,
good.
the second one's fire.
Yeah, that's
Those
second
robots
one.
looks as well like they look dark as well. You know, they look evil.
They do.
It's really good.
Wow, you guys are modern artists.
Yeah, we made that.
You wouldn't
We
know.
made that.
That's yours.
I mean, yeah.
That's old baby.
Yeah. I'll try and post it to my mom and say that I made it. And
Hey, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm a digital
And she was
artist
like, "Oh my
now.
god, my son is such a good artist." I'm gonna show all her friends.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the IEM Major in Rio. We are so close to our first quarterfinal of the playoffs, and I've got Fnatic's coach here, Kita, to talk about the matchup versus Outsiders. Thank you so much for joining me. First up, of course, congratulations for what is already an epic, legendary result for Fnatic. And I've seen some of your players say, oh, well, we've already exceeded our expectations, but how do you keep that balance between already being happy you got it here and dreaming of bigger things?
I think in general we've tried to not put too much pressure on ourselves throughout the whole tournament, and I think that's gave us quite a good advantage. But specifically at this point where we really felt that people did feel a sense of accomplishment and we're really happy where we got, we made sure today before the game we had sort of talk. We spoke about not being too complacent and kind of having that good mixture of going in with high expectations but also not doing the opposite of what we've done previously in this tournament and sort of keep the pressure off ourselves.
Yeah, of course, try and play your own game logically. It's been very impressive to see how with this mix of newer players to the major stage and very experienced players, they have not really seemed to be that affected by stress overall, which was a big question before that. What do you think from a coach perspective has led to the fact that they're so comfortable?
I think the fact that there's the bigger teams that have sort of formed to win championships, such as Vitality and FaZe and Liquid, who have tons of pressure on themselves and probably from the fans and on the players themselves, whereas we've sort of been a newer team that have actually been really struggling and people didn't really expect much from us. So I think we've been able to use that in our favor. And we still do have experienced players such as Fred like Crims that have high expectations, but overall we haven't really put those expectations or pressures on ourselves. We more took it game by game, and yeah, I think this really helped us.
Flying under the radar a little bit, but doing amazingly so. Now, up versus outsiders is going to be a difficult one. Of course, you played them before. Stylistically, it's always a very tricky matchup. What will be the focus going into this one?
The focus is actually, we felt at least when we played them last time, the first map obviously wasn't competitive at all. It's our map, they like completely destroyed us. The second map, which was their map, was actually, in our opinion, competitive, and we could have easily won that map. We screwed up quite a few rounds, so we kind of changed the veto a little bit, which has only changed the order of the maps, and it's still the same maps. And we've also took the lesson that we got from the first map to the second map last time, which was to not think too much about them and rather play our own game and not get in our own head. And I think that's what we're going to do today.
Yeah, it did look a lot better on Mirage, but the best of luck today for Fnatic and for Kita. Back over to the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that one, Shox. Yes, from an organization cloaked in history, now this revamped roster eager to write a legacy of their own. Yanko and Maniac join me to preface this first quarterfinal here at the IEM Rio Major. Gentlemen, as Shox was alluding to, this is a rematch of earlier in the Challenger stage, but up on that Major stage, we know anything can happen.
Absolutely, and you know, that was a game, as we said, outsiders won it, one convincing map, one not so much. And you know, me and Maniac, we talked, I mean, a bit of a spoiler here from Kita telling us it's going to be the same maps in a different order. We didn't think that was going to happen. We thought Fnatic was going to switch it up. It takes a lot of cojones to pick a map that you lost 15-0 the first half again, or leave it in the pool. So that probably means they didn't pick it. It's a decider this time around.
It's going to be a great challenge for Mezzi. It's going to be one of the stories that we follow throughout this major. This player who used to be in the sub-top of Counter-Strike, even dipped his toes in Valorant, comes back here and suddenly is at the helm of a team in the playoff of the major. Has to be the IGL, going up same map, same opponents.
You just had to do him like that, dip his toes into Valorant, right? But there's a guy who didn't dip his toes into anything except Counter-Strike glory, and that's Crims. Back in the playoffs, right? One of the most storied players we have. He was there in the playoffs at the first major in DreamHack Winter 2013. Now he's back here after a long hiatus. I mean, it's very surprising to think of, you know, it's been 2018, you have to go back for him and a playoff majors appearance.
Talk about a journey of sustainability for Crimson. Think about the path he's had his whole career, from being the sidekicks to the likes of Olaf, Flusha, being a little bit in the shadow, not a lot of people giving him the attention, then has a period of drop, kind of dips out of the major cycle 2018. We talk about it. He comes back in as a mentor. He comes back in kind of trying to groom these players next to him, help Mezzi, you know, stabilize his emotions. We're going to be on the stage. Crims has played more than 100 maps in these setup at the major. He can help. He has to help. He has to be a beacon of tranquility.
And we've heard it from, you can see 13 playoffs for Crims, you know, those stage games, that's when he really comes in with the experience. We heard it from, you know, Mezzi and Roy especially, right? As a player who is older but not as experienced playing big games, he said, Crims is a massive help to us. You know, I asked him, hey, what's it like, you know, playing on stage? He's like, yeah, it's cool.
That's cool.
You know, it's actually Crims is his favorite place to play, right? Like the stage games, the big crowd, the big games, that's where he does his best work. And they both said, you know, it really helps us a lot, Mezzi, with his calls to kind of make sure they're concise, on point, communicated clearly, and there's not, you know, panic or anything along those lines.
That's the thing I think that's so interesting about the story of Fnatic, and kind of, I guess, this motley crew of players that have come together, found themselves under this organizational banner, is you're talking about the skill and experience coming from Crims, particularly going to be, you know, essential coming onto this major stage. And then we look at some of the newer guns that have kind of joined the fray of Fnatic. How is your kind of read on, I guess, the current status of Fnatic in that aspect?
I think what is interesting is that what is supposed to be the firepower duo hasn't really arrived to the major yet, right? It looked like Fnatic had done the heist of the day, grabbing Nikodas and Roy from the Copenhagen Flames adventure, two players who've gone now back-to-back playoffs. That's going to be their second playoffs in a row. Riding high, stocks are rising. They haven't exactly delivered what they were supposed to. It has been some unsuspected heroes who have emerged for the story of Fnatic. A guy like Fasher, 26, late bloomer, talked in an interview like suddenly he's 35 and there's a chance for everybody, and he's one of the highest rated players. We didn't suspect he would be putting that kind of performance, so it seems like they have more assets that we had suspected.
You know, it's been a bumpy few years for Fnatic, first with that Swedish roster towards the tail end of it, then with the initial international roster, things didn't really pan out. But after a couple of trial and error situations, I think they really hit the nail on the head with this one. We could hear from the players in that multi-interview that they're also saying, you know, the org focused on making sure the players get along outside of the game and that they're building that bond, because one of my points was, you guys haven't been together for that long, but there's a lot of trust. You can tell in game, and they've been saying, yeah, we haven't been together for long, but we feel like we've been a team for a long time. So you love to hear that. It tells you there's good atmosphere in the team, like the lineup is cohesive, and you know, it's just about putting in the work and getting better and better.
And then when we flip onto the other side of the server, of course, it's going to be the outsiders taking on Fnatic in this rematch here at the quarterfinals. And when we talk about skill and experience, we have to put James' name under the spotlight, because let's not forget, he's been in a major grand final back in Berlin.
He absolutely has. You are correct, Freya, but what the emphasis I want to put on is how he's been picking up his level and the quality of Counter-Strike he has displayed. We have a few numbers right up here on screen. The last two majors he attended not exactly delivered what he was supposed to. I think he let himself down, he let his fans down, and he's always been a central piece of the Vanguard at the time, then VP, now Outsiders puzzle, and now he's delivering. Look at far right side, we're talking about 1.30. He's the 5th highest rated player in the major stage of here in Hero, and that in itself is a story for Outsiders.
And Outsiders still hasn't lost a best of 3 in this tournament. They were 3-1 in both stages, just losing a best of 1 to Heroic and to Mouse, I think, in the 2 phases, right? But James, I think, probably one of the most underrated players we have now in the scene, simply because, mostly because of the language barrier, I believe. We just don't get to hear a lot from him. But every player that's playing with him or played with him, you ask them about James, the smartest guy in the world, the biggest brain in the world, amazing captain, knows everything about CS, right? So I think he's absolutely the main reason why we're seeing Outsiders play so well and be in the playoffs here.
And I think he's also in a journey of getting the recognition he should have, the recognition he should have, right? When he made the final in Berlin, people said, fluke.
Yes.
Fluke. We don't care about the run you just had. That means nothing. And then what they do after that, they made a meme out of his playstyle. They said they were boring to watch play. He was just saving. He was selfish. He's been trying to get that recognition time and time and time again. He hasn't given up. He hasn't given up his playstyle, his DNA. He plays the Counter-Strike he wants, and it's paying off today.
Well, I want to hear from the coach Dastan to see exactly how he's been helping James reach this exponential level.
I'm here at the Rio Major, and I'm with Dastan, coach for Outsiders, ahead of this exciting match versus Fnatic. Dastan, I just have one question for you, and it's about James, who always performs great, but this has really been something else. He's gone above expectations even. Why do you think he's had such a good tournament so far?
I think he had a good balance now with leadership and focusing on himself. Also, now on this tournament, I take other 4 guys. James has his own day routine, day schedule. He focuses more on himself. I take other 4 guys, and we diversifying everything about preparation to the game, everything, and that's helping a lot. And also, young players become more experienced, and it's helping to don't take much attention from him to not much to learn to teach. Yes, that's all.
Awesome, thank you so much, and of course, great work on your part. Good luck today.
Yeah, I think also, no, it's the lights went out. So Maniac, you mentioned you're trying to trigger me. You said people say they're playing boring CS sometimes, that they're being underestimated.
Did I trigger you?
I'll show you why they play the way they play and why they win games. This is from the Challenger stage game against Fnatic, so a very close game. You can see the score is 13-11. Fnatic is going to go on a little bit of a run here. This is just a simple B pop. They're going to get the kill on Fame, a B split with 1 lurker, right? 3v5 situation, 3v4 situation here, save. They don't even think for a second. It's like, this is not really winnable for us. Let's just save the guns. Norbert has the AK. What does the Norbert do with the AK in the next round? Throws it to Fame. One of their best players, you know, very mechanically skilled young player. What does Fame do in the following round? He gets a triple kill, and Outsiders win the round. That's like the best example of how just that one gun even like can make a difference, make an impact. It happened later in this game as well. Later on, but that's why they do it, and it works for them. Other team goes for it, lose the round, lose the 16-14 instead of winning 16-14.
It's about optimizing. It's about the smallest detail. And sometimes you trade a little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment. Maybe you want to try this clutch. You want to go for the 3v3, but hell no. You know that you save, you keep your guns, the next round is going to be better. And what does it do as well? The opponent never has an easy round against you. Can you imagine what it is to be the IGL, to be Messier, to know you're never going to face Glocks, you're never going to face USPs, they're never going to give you that. You have have to fight all the way to 16, and that's what they do.
Well, we can see the vetoes coming up here on screen. Gentlemen, it's kind of how you were
we were
expecting
lied
the
to.
Inferno pick.
We were lied to.
What was the third map last time around?
That could have been Inferno, but they switched the positions.
They just switched the
They picked Inferno.
order.
They picked Inferno like we thought they would do.
Yes, exactly.
We thought that having Overpass as a pick once again would be very, very dicey, you know, considering outsiders mashed potatoes out of them the first time around. Now it's going to be Inferno. I will have to say, if the results are a bit so-and-so, James, I think, knows how to play Inferno. It's been a house for him for a long, long time. VP at the time, so it's not going to be easy at all for Fnatic.
Definitely not, and I think this is like what you expect. They have to make some sort of an adjustment. They can't pick Overpass, but they also can't not leave it as a third, right? Like, it's the map that they've been playing well in general, and I think they're aware that that was an off game and had the team talk, you know, after what they were not doing well. We heard it from Roy, not taking enough space and so on. So I think this is to be expected, right, for both teams, I think, would predict the veto. So it just comes down to really who executes better on the day.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out, but not before a quick break first. Of course, the map vetoes are locked and loaded, a little bit skewy from the last time these two teams faced off, but this is the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Major, and both these squads are going to be lighting up the server on our stage. We'll see you back in just a few.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flowing game, hold back your lemon. You know who sit on the throne and who read the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all zero for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends up done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive. But Snaps is walking around and just walking in the stacks wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my God. Scare, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove. Ain't no competition, we can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top, we're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Rio de Janeiro, casa do 18º Major de CSGO. Nós prometemos paixão, fogo e adrenalina. O Brasil trouxe a loucura. E o Counter-Strike abraçou isso.
There is absolute pandemonium live from Rio.
Oh my goodness, towards the he got both! He got both on the knife! No smoke comes too late. Taiwo hits his head. Finds 2, 3!
A estrada terminou para alguns, já outros se destacaram ao longo do caminho. Após duras batalhas para decidir os challengers, era a hora dos Legends se enfrentarem.
No way! Best player in the world just styles on taps it. Now he's on the ball, now Molly. And I think it's too late. He can still stick it. He can stick that. One more would be great. Find him! Oh my God! No way!
Com o nosso top 8 decidido, a jornada até o Rio, a jornada até a Jonés, agora está completa.
se tornou realidade. Estou falando do primeiro Major do Brasil! Acreditem, eles já entenderam e eles vão entender. E a gente tem mais 4 dias para mostrar para eles quem tá contente faz muito barulho! Faz barulho aqui na Jonés Arena e faz barulho até a FanFest escutar! Eu sou a Nive Stefan e é uma honra gigantesca estar aqui com vocês hoje. Não só como sua apresentadora, mas também como torcedora, assim como todos vocês. nós vamos dar início a Champions Legends. E a gente começou aqui, a gente vai ter Outsiders versus Fnatic, Mouse versus Cloud9 e amanhã a gente vai ter Spirit versus Heroic e que mais? Será que eu tô esquecendo alguma coisa? Quem vai jogar contra a Nave amanhã? Então vamos dar início às nossas partidas. Vou começar chamando aqui os dois times iniciantes e eu vou falar pra vocês, eu quero que vocês me ajudem a mostrar pra eles toda a hospitalidade do povo brasileiro. Façam muito barulho como eles nunca ouviram na vida para Outsider!
Beautiful introduction here in Brazil, and it is time to welcome the teams to the arena. We start with the Outsiders over in one corner of the ring. Gentlemen, two major newbies coming out onto this very stage. The nerves, but the excitement must also be exponential.
Two rookies indeed. We see here Norbert leading the charge. He's got the flag on it. He's embracing the moment. Has to be one of the keys being a rookie. We always talk about the pressure of the stage, but how about embracing it? How about leaving the moment, letting it soak in?
Absolutely. This is why, this is all you've been playing for. This is all the hours of practice, everything, all the hard work leads to this, to just be able to enjoy the moment.
Yeah, and what a moment it is walking out into this arena. The fact that, you know, James, Kicker, we were saying, they've experienced this major stage, but it's time to welcome our second team to the stage. For Fnatic, this is such an exponential moment. The first time the organization has made it to a major since 2018, and with Crims in tow as well. What a monumental occasion.
And they defied every odds. They defied any story, any narratives. No one saw them here in the playoffs yet. They're here like Thatcher, unexpected yet here, deserving of stepping on that stage. Sure, they have Crims, they have the experience, but for the rest, it's brand new.
You don't need to look any further into how eager Thatcher is to play on this stage. He almost knocks over our cameraman. Like, slow it down, man. You're getting on that stage. Take it easy. But yeah, absolutely a surprise package for this playoffs, I think Fnatic is. But, you know, they're a good team. They play good CS. They got Crims. But I think we can tell who the crowd favorite is.
Yeah, I think we can tell indeed. Obviously, Mezzi representing the UK lads coming into this one. This is going to be huge.
A lot of Jane fans.
Yeah, a lot of Jane fans.
There's a lot of Jane fans in Brazil. Yeah, I would think the Crims would play a big role, but it seems like Outsiders have the crowd on their side.
Think about the duel between the IGLs and how much of a battle it's going to be for Mezzi to go up against Jane in this arena.
It's going to be absolutely incredible to witness. So let's get it on. It's Fnatic versus the Outsiders.
We just achieved one of our big goals. It's a massive relief. Everyone's just super happy and focused. Their whole combinations of roles and everything is just really set. All of them are extremely smart and sharp players, and Shira is having an amazing tournament. Makes them a dangerous team.
Shiro holds it. It's a 3v3 with lesser weapons. Shiro doesn't stop again and again. He catches these kills with absolute domination.
Каждый пытается показать свой максимум. Мы хотим дойти до финала и выиграть этот мажор. Они как команда очень хорошо себя показывают на этом турнире. Ты не ожидаешь, что они сделают, и как отдельно, как каждый игрок.
We just have to respect our opponent. We're aware of how strong they are. We're not gonna give them any chance.
JDC cracking heads, 3 kills already. On the boost. Oh, and that Marsel! Nonsense!
Я думаю, будет близкая игра. Мы не должны просто проиграть самим себе.
Both teams fighting tooth and nail to get here for the outsiders, only together as a squad, a full 5 for 5 months. Fnatic even less so, just 3 months together. What an exponential achievement to just make it on this major stage.
You're absolutely correct. Of course, we saw Cloud9. I'm also eager to see them, but that's going to be later down the road. I've been waiting for them sitting on that stage, but we have a game on our hands, Yanko. Outsiders, Fnatic.
Yeah, and you know, it has to be said, for me, Outsiders a big favorite in this one, especially considering the map pool, right? I mean, we saw what happened the last time around. Inferno, that used to be Virtus Pro's bread and butter for a long time, Inferno Vertigo, right? So I think they're very experienced on that map, at least James and that core of that team, right? So I think it's going to be tough for Fnatic, right? Like even on Mirage, last time around it was close, they feel like they can win, but I actually feel it's going to be a more comfortable win for Outsiders this time around.
I think there's a weak point in Outsiders, something that the numbers cannot lie about. Kickert has been missing this entire tournament. Kill per round, which is a metric we usually use. Some guy like Simple would have 0.9, about 9 kills every 10 rounds. That's fine. Kickert has been racking 0.39. It is the lowest number I've yet to seen in any top tier competition. Kickert has missed the mark. He's been completely AWOL, but he has the pedigree, he has the experience, and that's that his coach believes he's going to bounce back immediately on the stage.
And Outsiders are a team that rely on, everyone pulling their own weight, right? There's not really, it's not a sort of a Zyvu situation before he's being set up by everyone to succeed or something along those lines, right? It's like we play the optimal game.
Yes.
So some round you're going to be the lurker, the other round you're going to be the entry fragger from the same position depending on what's going on in the round. And that's why you usually see them be pretty close to each other on the scoreboard. But yes, this tournament Kicker has been lagging. Luckily for him, James has been, adding to it, and also Fame. He's been ahead of Flit so far this tournament, so I'm very excited. He seems like that guy, when you talk to him, very confident but not arrogant. Like, I think he's going to be a star.
Yes, indeed. Fame, mechanically extremely gifted. He represents the new generation who only shoots in the head. I'm sure he's going to bring in the same fire here.
Well, we're going to see exactly if that fire is going to be igniting on the server today. The first stage game in front of our absolutely packed crowd. It is going to be a masterful to witness. And Fona coming in as an alternative pick for Fnatic. Let's see. Chad and Alex, take it away.
The scene is set. Outsiders, Fnatic, and the opening game of the playoffs for IEM Rio. And we're off. Outsiders starting on the defense, Fnatic on the attack. And a lot of util for Mezzi and Nikados. Let's see what they're going to choose to apply it. Lots of posturing towards
This is very quick. Straight up the guts. Straight in towards the side here, James. This is a complete retake setup. James going to take the fight. Has to concede, has to give them the space. They're coming through mid to B. This is a disaster.
Yeah, and already Fame 2, sharp as he has been, straight to the head of Fnatic.
They didn't even have to leave spawn.
Catching all that action, and yeah, I mean, the actions come to them.
All right, well, bomb down CT Arch. I could not actually think of a bigger nightmare on the CT side, or the T side. The CT side, this is a dream for the bomb to be down that deep, that entrenched, as the kills are going to keep coming. Sure, Mezzi may get one. It's just Nikados. He has all the space. He's actually at least deciphered the fact that they completely were bamboozled on the pistol round. And if he can get anything done here, a couple of kills, a little bit of damage, he's going to make the best of a bad situation.
Okay, Nikados. Good luck, have fun, mate. Walking on in, and perfectly played by Outsiders. You're not getting out of there. You will not. That's a third for Fame. Straight out of the gates, one of the newest names on Outsiders, and not phased at all by the state of affairs.
I'm going to be honest here, right? That entire round is down to the fact that Fnatic made, and they didn't know this, the worst possible call into Outsiders CT setup. Like, catch this on your screen. Whoa. This is a shooting gallery, and they can't even realize what they're up against, because it was a 4-man B-star, a complete A retake. So either that's a genius call or Outsiders got very, very lucky here. Walking away with an extremely clean first round. And you mentioned Fame, yeah, the death touched on him. His first major ever, and that's one way to make your debut on the stage.
Interesting choice. 4 SMGs for their second round CT buy. Now, it is up against Glock, so good chance that everyone's going to get a $600 kill. There's Kicker and Fame combining to repel this assault. Fame could be getting his 6th if it's not Kicker to steal it, and everyone pocketing cash. All of those frags go into those SMGs. One death means Fame will likely find himself a nice rifle, and everything balances out. But it does definitely favor Fnatic into our third.
I think the key here is James able to get into the AWP quite quickly.
Okay.
So look, those bonus weapons that you're talking about, it's not really the end of the world to be having that carried through. Well, once you know that this full buy round from Fnatic is not quite full, right? We're talking almost full. It's going to lack a couple of key pieces of utility here, as you can see. Well, I can see, and hopefully you can trust me, as a timeout taken extremely early here. And this is premeditated from Dastan, right? Taking the timeout onto the third round, going into what is first, quote-unquote, the first gun round or bonus for outsiders here. And this is very, very curious, right? With these SMGs, it's not too difficult to take banana control. You're happy to throw your body on the line. You can stay very mobile. The AWP for James is also something that might not be expected here, right? It's the third round of the game, and the AWP's already coming out. So we'll be keeping our eyes on where the in-game leader, the big brain of outsiders, wants to take it.
He is one to be feared, Chad. He is
definitely so.
Definitely one to be feared. And James for now posts up and at least has a glance towards middle for any early plays. Fnatic, I advise you take your time. And that's actually going to be a deep CT smoke towards Banana.
Well, they've already smoked off long as well. So trying to exchange map control here. Now, James just standing at the ready with that HE in hand.
Masks his drop off, Roy, with a break of glass. That's nerdy and lovely, but at the moment, just staying very nimble on the defense. They're just waiting and baiting out as much as they can. Don't forget, very limited resources when it comes to flashbangs too.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you supposed to be doing with that?
Well, one of the keys that you might be able to get away with here if you just wait out the utility and banana. This is wild. This is, look, I need to talk about what's going on the radar here. It's been highlighted by Rushley here. Kicker now gambling all the way over. Okay. Well, maybe not gambling. He's on a retrieval mission. He's picked up some util, but no, they are. They're gambling. This is wild. Completely stacked over towards the A site. Banana given up. Time now sub 1 minute. They can just waltz into B for free. This is some crazy Counter-Strike out the gates. They're going to get in and get the bomb down. Now in they go, and yeah, Kickit has called over the cavalry here. Sure, Fame, Norbert, James, they're all starting to trundle over. Some damage done over the top of the smoke there. The bomb's gone down and we have a 5-on-5 retake. This is an insane first gun round.
Well, that's certainly not gone to plan, has it?
They're going to save.
Well, we talked about it. The Desk discussed it.
I think Yanko used the word optimal Counter-Strike. Now, oh, that's a death. Sure, Kickit is going to lose something. I don't think I've ever seen a game of Counter-Strike style like this before. This is very strange.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. And you can see that immediately outsiders realize, especially upon the loss of Kickit, that they just have to up and leave. Respect it. Go for another bite of the same cherry into the next round of play. But what a find for Fnatic. That is a gift. That is an absolute gift. An unguarded bomb site, a free round on the bank, and that's Fnatic's first. No resistance. Just the path of least resistance. Look at this, walking in. You can see the break point. As Kicker starts spraying the smoke, I think Fasher and Roy are like, wait a second.
Yeah, look,
wait a second.
But it's not strange on a bonus round to have somebody attempting to approach it, playing retake, right, and gambling. But they've taken risks on the pistol rounds, and now here into the third. Now, we've spoke about the type of play, and well, we're going to focus in on this AWP, quite aggressive here from James, posting up down mid. It's just going to be a slow and by the book game out of Fnatic here. They're not in a rush. That's going to be the easiest round, or maybe one of the easiest rounds they'll be getting the entire time. Okay, late with the banana take through the smoke, Nikodos and Fasher. They get to establish control for almost free here again. James, the pendulum swinging between the sites. The AWP is going to rotate over. You can see Fame there holding onto a slither gap. Now that James will tuck into that line, it's all good in the hood. The AWP might be the first to make a crash and a bang towards the top banana here.
Yeah. You can see that with the flash cock, Kickit might call for this. Now would be perfect. Fasher's got the pin pull. James coming too. Fight on banana and no one home. Good reaction out of Fnatic. They will not give them an inch as outsiders look to take the mile. Roy postured on towards that boiler room. Does need to err on the side of caution. Norbert up on that balcony. Flip to react. Counter smoke deployed. Flames extinguished. He's done that by design, and now still this crossfire. Fame's actually disrespected that library smoke. He's come straight through. And another frag to the good. Flip with a triple on the defense. Only one man, and he's Mezzy, half health. Good luck, he will get swung on. Woo, nice headshot. Still on the site lies Fame. James would have to miss a shot, and he's not in the mood. Immediately back in control, the Outsiders.
So far, just either remarkable rotations here from Outsiders or premonition that I haven't seen any time before. They're reading this game very, very well at this stage. Now a timeout is going to be called, and this is going to be the Fnatic side. Keita gets a chance to get on the mic, but this is it. Flit, you get a good example here early, the impact of this individual who's kind of had to fill the shoes of Yakinda since he left, right? More in terms of the role within the team, being one of the most impactful riflers.
And just a textbook example as well of that preemptive smoke. You play that on pit, Flit was safe to play around it himself. They threw a molly, did nothing, and he leaves with a triple kill and a round for the squad.
Now, I think one of the things that you'd be wanting to discuss here in this timeout, if you're Keita, is, look, these first few rounds of the game have been strange. Let's forget about those. They've made some stacks that have caught us off guard, and we've walked straight into them. But it's still very, very early on. About to get into round number 5. Fnatic can muster a buy, sure. 3-man banana start from Outsiders here as Crims will preemptively flash to avoid that AWP. Norbert and James. And James' AWP is in a different place yet again. This time posted up in towards apartments, ready to strike down Roy or Crims if they overstep the mark. But you can see Fnatic right now are doing a very, very standard default. This is the start you'd want, right? You wait out the CT utility, you take the space back, you force them off the lines of sight. But right now it feels like Outsiders are a step or two ahead of them with how they're channeling them across the map. Three in banana, Roy and Crims, they need to be very careful here. James' AWP is posted up on Roy's position. If he oversteps the mark, James has a chance, and the flick's not going to land.
Okay. Commitment coming in, though. The fact that you've got 3 to receive, and Nikados comes a-crawling, comes a-knocking. Reaction utility immediately deployed. You can see a smoke exchange. And receding. So still 45 on the clock. Mezzi pulling the strings for Fnatic. It's been a long time since Fnatic found themselves in a major playoff. Would love to leave a firm imprint on their quarterfinal. And it seems like the smoke and mirrors are working well. It's up to Kickert, up to Fane. Big frag out of Roy. Still Kickert though. Surprise is one. Looking for another, and Flit as well. No one's looking. A double back from Mezzi. Back-to-back doubles for either squad. Leaves us in a 2-on-2, but
Crims got a freebie.
He should have a freebie. So loud stampeding is Norbert. Will he clear? Oh! Gets the headshot. Strafing out the door, and Mezzi about to test his mettle. 2 into the site. Can he get 2 to get out? This will be a huge round early for the in-game leader. Flying that Union Jack. Norbert rather low. First one beheaded. Needs James. A battle of wits with their in-game leader. And just like that, Fnatic gifted a second off of Mezzi's shoulders.
Oh, look, this is some odd Counter-Strike that we're witnessing here. The fact that Norbert gets away with that kill, that should have been a Crims freebie every day of the week. And then James, he goes looking in the absolute wrong direction here. Where was he running? What was he looking for?
I don't know what that was.
I don't know what's going on here early. This was the Norbert shot. He even checked it. So on the jump back over, does connect. And this is weird. Look at James. Okay, so he's trying to pick up the rifle and hope that Mezzi's not going to peek. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, works against him right there.
That's fast. Good flash. And they're really broken. They're really hoping that James Orb can make this round magic, or worst case, he can save it. Worst, he loses it. $0 in the bank. A rather heavy investment of what limited resources they had. And even the MAC-10, Nikados implying he's well aware and will look to use that as a space maker. 2 up on the half wall. Interesting. Do you execute off that?
It's going to be double nades towards the coffin position here. So this is a pretty standard way to at least do some damage or inflict some. And Crims, in the meantime, while those specky fireworks shows been going off, we'll find Norbert. Now this is the question. Does James want to move his pawns around the king here to protect and make sure that AWP, as you mentioned, is carried through? And the flip side of this is maybe they've made the right call on the stack. So far, looking so good as Flit is silently transitioning through spawn. You've seen the boost mantled up by Kickert now.
Roy just had a little glance out of Boiler, but they are dumping Util into B. could be the wrong call. They'll use Nikodos to find info and frags. Only the one, and James can AWP's connected as well. That should be all the info they need. Roy needs to burrow in. If he can get that smoke down towards Library side.
It's not a concern. This isn't a concern right here. Maybe they look for some damage, but there's no way they go for the round now that the bomb will be planted over towards A. They're starting to slip down Banana. They're picking up what they can. They might look for another kill or two, knowing with the new bomb radius that Fnatic will have to exit. Actually, with their plant, they can live in pit. They don't actually have to run away from the site here. So I take that one back.
Yanko's definitely taking notes. He's
precisely,
definitely taking notes. Not only do they leave with that AWP. Oh,
no, they don't.
Spoke too soon.
No, they don't.
Crims has caught JM on a walkabout. What's he done that for? They could lose this in Act 10. Okay, well, this typical Outsiders round is about to be completely disrupted. They are saving an AK.
Yeah, this is the thing. Crims was already ahead of that save. So the fact that they run in, they addressed the stack was over towards the other side of the map. They knew from the kills that came on in. And retaining that or picking that AWP out for Nikodos would be fantastic. So Crims has done an awful lot right here, finding himself on 5 kills in total. But as the desk highlighted, 13 major playoffs for the King of Kings. And that experience is going to be worth... it's going to be worth his weight in gold. I don't know how else to frame it here on a stage like this with a new team.
I was putting myself in Crim's shoes, you know, and think about this. You know, think about how many times he has not only had deep runs into those big crowds in a major, but also the times he hasn't. You know, it's been a while. There's been quite the void where he hasn't got a taste of something he became so familiar with. To be back there, I'm sure it's going to ignite the fire in his belly. He is top of the table with Mezzi for Fnatic as we start.
He's the oldest player we have here in the playoff stage, so he's been doing it for an awful long time. You go back to 2013. I had the pleasure, or it depends on how you want to frame it, of getting owned by Crimson Co. So I just know how much this man can deliver. But this saved AK from Flip is the biggest boon here for Outsiders. And the impact, all it needs to be is one kill, and the dominoes might start to fall in their favor. Fame over towards the Coffin's position has this flash at the ready. So Flick can operate in multiple different variations here. He can spot and then call for the flash. He can sit tucked, call for the flash. Well, there's the flash. We know nobody's home. So outmaneuvering them again here are Fnatic.
This is a good T side already. I mean, this is something we want to keep our eyes on. This is a heavy Fnatic advantage, and it needs to look like one in order to grow our confidence for how this T side will look over the course of the series.
Well, a big discussion was about where a Fnatic meant to go in the map pool, right? The desk spoke about the challenger match, the 2-0 in the favor of Outsiders, the 16-1 on Overpass, that being Fnatic's map pick. A closer game on Mirage Shot, a much, much closer game. But when you consider that and you're Fnatic and you know you get blown out of the water, it's not something you want to return to. And when you take a look at the stat lines here, at least with Fnatic in their last 3 outings on Inferno, it's been not too shabby, right? They've been able to pick up some victories. And Outsiders, this is a team that always seems to have well, a bit more of mixed results, right? Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks a bit flat, sometimes it's middle of the pack. So this is, I don't know if you want to frame it as a punish, probably just one of the only places that Fnatic can turn. And with the time off, since they've qualified, preparing for this matchup, getting ready for it, that's where you can look to isolate in your prep work some of the holes that you see in Outsiders' game. But if Outsiders continue to snowball off the back of those quite gambly positions they had in the first 3 or 4 rounds of this game, Fnatic might have just shrunk. They might have just caved. So that Mezzi clutch, and I know that we've had a couple of little wobbles here on our side of things as well, actually means an awful lot, right? It's helped them now go to a 3-round stretch. They're settling in, and the game at this point is back on, right? It can get out of control very, very early. I know it's first to 16, but if Outsiders, they get that foot on the gas, they can run away with things.
I mean, Outsiders not only are a team that's hard to put away, they're also a team that you really do not want to give momentum. I think that might just be a couple of indicators of a good Counter-Strike team, actually, but that certainly is Fnatic's adversary today.
But you see this now in the pacing from Fnatic here, understanding they're up against the full guns. So they're not so sprightly. They're not just charging up Banana in the early stages. They've just let Outsiders cycle through a lot of their Banana control utility, and they don't have any information off the back of it. Fame and Kicker are still very, very deep within the site. You can see them lining up more utility in case the onslaught comes. We just had on your screens highlighted momentarily Flit and Jame over towards Arch side. So at least they have top mid control for now, but that can change with a simple smoke.
Yeah, and Roy, he's been very stubborn in occupying this boiler room on his apps lurk and as well as on his A commits. He'll stay there. Fame, this does seem to be his typical opening stance as well, with the pin pulled on that flash to react to Kickett's call.
There's that long smoke, so Flit is going to call this. James is floating around. He's still over towards Moto. So if there's more utility to come through, which Fnatic have, they can pounce. It's all going to be on Norbert towards Pit.
No silencer on that weapon from Flip. Will be careful with his tracers. Has not chosen to engage and actually fallen out to set James responsible for long. Arch smoke. James anti-flash and a good frag onto Mezzi. The head of the snake removed. Fnatic writhing in agony, or not, as the T-side AWP connects. Nikodos gives him space. James refuses to surrender. Needs another hard-fought Fasher with a double.
Time.
And still into the site. 15 seconds they need to force this fight. Nikodos time. And Crims will frag. It's Fame for the final. Lovely from Outsiders, just playing that trading game. James does an awful lot on the AWP. Fasher giving it everything he had back into the site. But yeah, it comes down to just a single person alive.
So much respect is being shown from both teams here. That's one thing that I'm noting within the early stages as far as Fnatic's default goes, and then Outsiders in terms of the space that they're fighting for. You can see there's 30 seconds as the second wave of utility that's coming over for that commit comes through. And at that point, Outsiders are all rotating over. They understand it has to be that A finish. So both teams can buy again, but one looks a lot better than the other. The fact it was just Fame surviving there is very costly for Outsiders. The AWP, a couple of M4s, a FAMAS, and an MP9, and this time they're fighting for more control. Kick it forward with the MP9. We'll take the fight. Nikodos through the corner of the smoke. We'll get him. The second now from the Dane, and he's pushing straight into James.
So hungry for that one, Nikodos. Feeling it himself, and Roy, the same. He actually flatlines Flip. Norbert is so vulnerable. If they can lock off this rotate. Crims, Roy, trying to find the hidey hole of the solo A defense right now, but from behind comes the James on the library line. Late on that smoke is Crims.
Still got to do with Norbert.
Oh, they don't have it. No smoke on it. James is always going to be a problem here, and just sticking out under the smoke. Norbert contributes. That is perfect. What a defense out of Outsiders.
Cool. The reaction from Fnatic was brilliant. It was by the book. It's the understanding of the AWP being over towards that B site. You know that you can stretch your legs over towards long. You're not going to be fighting an AWP towards Moto, towards the arch position, towards library, and that means you can run it down. So Roy had a very good reaction there. But you're bang on. The fact that there's no smoke, it's the little details that denied Fnatic this chance. And Norbert, he didn't have to do a lot. Just sit, wait in the pit. The rotation will come over, and you grab yourself another. And Kicker getting extremely fired up about things here early. And Dustin even wants them to take another timeout. So this is the first half of play where it's just a one-round game. And they're already 2 timeouts down. So curious there. I think this is the platform that they're building themselves here to not run away with the half. Fnatic have already done a good job to secure 4.
Especially considering that pistol looked one-way traffic. I mean, they lost those...
Just, look, that's a coin toss.
Yeah.
That is a coin toss. You've just decided, you've played chicken and you didn't know that you were in that game.
Whilst I agree and completely understand, it is for that T rounds. You know, winning that T pistol means an awful lot in the current state of affair. And Fnatic have still managed to accrue 4 without that leg up, without that stepping stone. Charging, pedal to the metal, into the MP9. Oh my God, so many frags in the opening. Fasher meets James. Only Roy, and only 12 HP. So this is over in the blink of an eye, at the drop of a hat and frag. 10 for James, 3 in the round from Fame. Outsiders make short work of Fnatic.
You look at this, you got Fame with 11, James with 10 kills, and Flip with 9, right? These are the 3 individuals that you want to be online. Kicker, once we get to that second half, and I'm sure it gets a little bit dicier, I know the desk touched on the fact that he hasn't been having the best stats, but I think this type of environment is where we can see him get back to his old tricks. Now that was just a light investment there from Fnatic to guarantee Outsiders their 6th, but this is the recipe for success right now. If Outsiders can continue finding the frags, especially on these individuals, getting to run away. Crowd control utility, very standard. Deep smoke down banana. Incendiary, as you see there, just burning towards the balcony, and that really slows down the default towards Halls and Boiler, and because of that, Fnatic are forced into this banana control. 3 of them congregated right now, waiting on the fate of this smoke. One of their own design, and more utility limp forward just to stall them out and rot this clock. Now look at this, they've got 3 smokes, a molly, and a flash to execute in towards B against Kickit and Fame. And that's quite deep with a gap. This is scary.
Yeah, and Kickit's gonna try and punish on that gap. But Nikodos, so he exchanges fire. Certainly favors the silence. Not off the flash though. Roy into the site. James limited. Fame got A little slither, and Roy Smoko Vision with the 1 HP to spare has got the frag necessary. And it should lead to a save. Yeah, this is Outsiders we're talking about. Why would you run into a 3 versus 5 and lose all of those resources for naught? Instead, just looking to contain. The fact that they've still got Crims parked up top mid as well, I don't know how that will translate. Don't forget, Crims has already denied one of James' AWP saves.
That's all right. They're happy just to hold on to this if they can. But the framing of this game in terms of the details of what everybody's used to, you have to emphasize different details when Outsiders are in the server, right? You're talking about this hunt and that kill from Crims a little bit earlier, as you just highlighted. It's very important into removing that booby trap from potential rounds. So they will be allowed to hold on to 3, but that's by virtue of the fact Fnatic need to start building a bit of a bank here for the tail end of this first half. So they'll keep all 5 alive. They'll be happy with that one there. And you can just see how much utility is used in Banana, and neither team really braving it. Neither team really wants to fight for that info. It's more just showing a bit of leg, right? It's posturing. There's no hard commit to look for the frags, but this was very tidy from Roy.
Yeah, that second frag is just all the marbles. That's the sight, that's the round, and 5 already under their belt. Fnatic have shown a strong face in our opening. Full guns across the board. Who will make that move first? 3 up second mid. This is a different face from Fnatic again.
This is going to be explosive onto A here. Norbert and Flint, you better batten down the hatches, boys.
Good timing on the flames. That will be heard. A little lick to the toes. Norbert tucked and alone. And forced back. Top mid is theirs. Fnatic. Very quick to this. Look at that.
Boxed in. Kick is pushing all the way.
Fully wrapping. They're coming through mid as well.
Kick is going to get a free kill here.
Oh dear. Nikodos unprepared. Someone has to take that fight. 3 of them will. But the AWP is there as well. Fnatic in a cage now.
Mid to B is the best call here, but James can still get back towards the site. Mezzi and Crims trying to play ahead of this.
He's so aware.
There's so much time, though. They need to take a bit of a break right here. Have a breather, Fnatic. Allow the game to come to you for a moment, because if Mezzi rounds this corner into the AWP, yeah, James scoped up in time. There's no way past this.
So 3A or the Time Lord on B.
They're hunting them all across the map here, Outsiders. Flit and Fame are about to pick mid. Fasher's not looking. Back turn dead. So proactive here from Outsiders. Initially, they were reactive. Now that they don't know where the info is, just staying on their feet, on their toes, constantly moving and condemned to CT spawn. This is the misery of Fnatic.
A cruel role reversal. And just walking in to James. He's so wise to your tricks. The wily Coyote profits. It's 7 for Outsiders off the back of a banana push. You don't get to see that profit in that way all too often.
Well, here's how that information worked. They had the AWP boosted over towards the half wall in Banana, and traditionally we've seen Fnatic fighting forward and fighting through. There was nobody home. As you mentioned, the lick of the flames top mid, so you already know somebody's close. The util coming, it was guaranteed that they were going to be popping up towards that top mid position, and they were. So really well done from Outsiders there on the rotations, and the fact that they punished with that push, they're reading the game extremely well at this juncture. And I know it's only a 2-round game, but in the rounds where Outsiders have been able to pick them up, you can't, well, ride it out here, right? You have to be delighted by these type of moves in this type of an environment. All right, well, timeout taken from Fnatic this time. I think both teams have exhausted 2 in the first half, so 4 in total. Had 2 minutes worth of timeouts and chit-chats.
Off to the races.
It's 3 players towards second mid again here. So Nikodos has been part of the banana control in a lot of these different occasions. This is telling they still want to try and pressure A. It didn't work last round, but let's see if we can find the gap this time. It's the same setup. They boosted the AWP again in banana.
It's not going to be Groundhog Day, though, surely.
Looks like it.
Same play, same strat. Not the same reaction out of the CTs. Library smoke, a late one. Fame eliminates Mezzi. Until his team, and flip rounds the corner, bloodshed. It's all blue on brown. 1 back from Fasher, but the damage is done. Only Crims and the Dutchman trying to overcome the odds. Up and over on the hay bales. Norbert far too restrained to give you anything.
Flame can flash from here.
And he does the dance on the bales. Smoke, and a plan. That's not bad out of Fasher. They'd love a frag back, and in those 2v4. And Crims has already met his fate. Fasher with 4 to find on this graveyard position. bomb ticking, sure, but Outsiders will not let this go. He did way more than that. James having fun with them, playing with his food. He's up to 13 already, as the Outsiders look to close out this CT half convincingly.
It doesn't feel like an 8-5 half at all. Not at all, right? You think about the first round that Fnatic picked up, they walked into an empty B side, and classic Outsiders, they saved, right? You understand why. We've spoken about it to death here, but maybe that's part of why, looking at how this has unfolded, it feels like Outsiders are dominating. The scoreboard obviously tells a different story. And if Fnatic here in the final two can break through and get an 8-7, it's very, very competitive. But there's just a feeling of how Outsiders, the space they're giving them and the way that they rotate back through, it's just like that. Delightful to watch.
Not for Fasher fans.
No, well,
that's
JM Airlines.
Very cruel. Takes that mid peak. He hasn't done that at all. And of course, Fasher exposed just as he leaves the staircase, going through his traditional procedures.
Every time Fnatic feel like they want to step forward as well, there's a key piece of utility just to stall it out for a moment's notice. Nikodos has made it over here, and he has this flash. Now, it did look like they wanted to go for a Halls pop. That might have to change here because Apartments has been smoked off. And if they want to go a little bit quicker, they might need to use it mid.
Got a slight sinking feeling. This is James long to hold. Coming up. Falling away, gives up the first component of this A site, wrapping long side, flip flashed off, will re-peek, and that was Mezzi with the bomb on his back. Crims gives it a little bit of a look, and okay, round done. Double out of Flit, a tap out of the 8K of Norbert. And Fnatic's half buy does very little. Nothing to be celebrated. No bomb plant, no frag, and no hope for Roy. 9 already. Next to the Outsiders' name, could find 10, but a Fnatic will have the opportunity with all of the utility, or at least the majority of it, couple of omissions.
But look, this just could be me, right? It's the first stage match, we're just settling in. Does it feel fast from Fnatic? It didn't in the beginning. I was talking about the respect, I was talking about the defaults, but the last few, they've tried to be a lot more direct, and every time they've taken that space, Outsiders have had their number. So do you go back to that slower default, where you were getting a bit more of a mixed bag of results, or do you try something a bit pacey? This is a more standard, right? Fasher and Nikodos ready as a unit to take control, but James found a bit of aggression for a moment's notice.
Oh my God, look at that. 4 sitting in CT spawn, the Outsiders retake package.
I can't believe how comfortable Outsiders are playing at a minute 20 on the clock with almost no info. It's like they know what's coming. And again, the util, just this space to be taken, is deployed. And they have a whole lot more where that came from. Kickit basically has a full bag. He's limped the defensive smoke forward. When you see that type of smoke early, it might lure you into a B execute, right? Because they don't have any space. You can pop on the fade of the smoke. You can apply a lot of pressure here. Jousting for top mid. Crimson Roy have got what the boss wants. They have that space. They force Jane back, but they're actually being baited into a trap. There are 3 players on the B site here, and Kickit still has the smoke to deal with any Molotovs.
This elevated crossfire, incredibly hard to break without pinpoint util, and the last nade is about to be thrown. They're going to have to do this dry. Just the AKs available to them. A divider smoke, even more difficult to break through. Crims, however, onto Kickit, needs more fame. Set up, drops off, perfect as they establish and frag. Mezzi one back, and they know Fame lingers at the back of the site. James, pot shots connect. Roy with 15 and 2 to find. He knows Norbert's pit. He has to clear back site, looks the wrong way, being danced with, toyed with, 8 seconds, and that's 10. Outsiders do make Fnatic look a little ass. With 10 already in the bank, we swap sides. Fnatic may be happy with 5, we'll find out when we return from our break.
we had a chance to ask some of the fans who they thought is going to win today between Fnatic and Outsiders. So let's take a look.
Who's gonna win, Outsiders or Fnatic?
Outsiders, go Jamie! You are a guy, man! Outsiders, Jamie. I love you, Jamie. Brasil love you, Jamie.
Brasil
love
te ama, Jamie. Brasil te ama. É nóis, Jamie.
Brasil te ama. Obrigado,
Vamos,
Jamie.
Outsider!
Outsiders. Outsiders.
Fnatic, let's go, Creams!
Fnatic!
Outsiders, game time.
Absolutely outsiders.
Outsiders.
James gonna smash all them. Outsiders, Jamie time. Jamie time.
Outsiders, let's go, Jamie! Yeah!
Outsiders. Jamie! Let's go, Jamie! Come on, man!
Yes, Fnatic.
Outsiders!
After claiming their second major title earlier in Katowice, the Swedes were now aiming for a third one in Cologne, and for the most part, it seemed almost certain.
Through the smoke, it's going to be one. Can he find the second? He does have time. He's going to find a second. It's the third!
However, on the first map of the Grand Final against Envious, Fnatic found themselves between a rock and a hard place. Time was running out, but in their time of need, Krim stood up to the challenge and opened his team a path to victory.
You saw MBK, he's going full on. He's just ready to pounce on through, and why would they slow down? There's the flash, that's going to catch Crims out. They're going to push on through. MBK gets one, but Crims with a spray down. He gets himself the triple, and Fnatic are not done yet.
Can you believe it?
Five rounds to boast. Fnatic, T-side, and it's their opening on the big stage. It's definitely been a roller coaster, and for outsiders, I feel like it's more of like, you know, those caterpillar rides. It's slow, it's steady, it's methodical.
Teacups.
The teacup.
Yeah.
It's safe, I'd say.
They were spinning and on the map, but it looked like a pretty tidy first half for outsiders here. Now, if you missed the fact these two teams played in the challenger stage, Fnatic's map choice was overpass that time round, and they lost 16-1. So they're already doing better this time round, but now they're onto the CT side. Roy and Nicodons with two pairs of Julies, or a pair each. One flash for Mezzi to set up this banana hold. And a bit of a slow start out of outsiders. Nicodons and Roy are in the forward position, and they might get, well, a face full of lead here. Could go either way onto Flit, who is patrolling.
Surely favors those Julies. Nikodos definitely wants to get the juices flowing. Oh, the flash, the trade. James set his teammate up with a frag on a silver plate.
It's curious here. They have to push banana. They have to take this space. Flash at the ready.
Oh my God, a lot of bodies. A lot of bodies. Fashion relays that information. And so immediately outsiders go on a vacation.
That's a
straight to the wide open. I say that, Roy on the balcony.
James has a flash here.
He's already had one perfect flash. Is he really anticipating this? Roy turns it. It does fit. A quick headshot. Tracks Norbert on the drop down. It's kicker. They can't find it. Okay. Mezzi and Roy. Problem solved. Triple out of the Julies. Fnatic will take an immediate CT round right out of the gates.
Okay, well, they'll exchange pistols here. It wasn't as much of a car crash as outsiders CT stack, but both teams understood what a forward apartment setup means. Right, as soon as that was rumbled, you could see James there just keeping them standing in the base of banana. I think they wanted to get moving towards top mid a little bit quicker here, because they thought in that case there's going to be a stack towards B, and they were right. But Roy and Mezzi coming through the smoke, putting his life on the line there, Mezzi, right? He knew that he had to push through and hopefully catch them on a bit of a timing there, and that was fantastic, as we will see outsiders take a full eco other than Flitz Deagle. Now he's just going to try and beeline this straight up mid and look for a head.
And not to be. Nikodos will farm up. This is good for the confidence. You know, you joke, you laugh, you jeer, but we all know that sometimes you just have to remind yourself the crosshair works.
This is good for Nikodos to start to get into a bit of form in this second half as well. He's up to 5 kills now, which means he only had 3 within that first half of play. So it's good that he is happy to take these fights. You need to get him online, especially as the primary AWP player going up against Jame on the other side of the server here. And Fame's also been in good form. So these right here, if you're a Counter-Strike purist, if you're a Counter-Strike player, these are your favorite kills as far as the stat lines goes, but these are some of the least impactful. I know somebody has to get them, but up against the full eco, yeah, that's as easy as they'll come, right? That round right there, and what was it? The third round of the first half, they're probably 2 of the easier rounds Fnatic will have here, and they really pull them off without a hitch. That's what you want to see. Now, the problem for Jame is he won't be able to get out his AWP just yet. It is going to have to be AKs for all 5. It's actually split into a Galil, so prioritizing a bit of utility here. Now, we saw Fnatic have a lot of preference to try and punish that arch side. Let's see where outsiders want to take things out the gates. Now, I mentioned Kickit having a really rough go at things throughout the tournament so far, but this would be the type of game he would step up.
He's definitely been in this environment before.
I just can't believe how much room they're giving to one another here. Another one of these bonus rounds, this time shoe on the other foot for Fnatic, who have stacked 4 towards A, and at the ready, Fasha with a full belt of utility to drop if he starts screaming, and might have to.
That's chip damage. Residual util lying idle. He can drop that can of flame when he feels, ooh, the wrath. That's maybe a little too late. They will respect it. Gets the smoke down, outsiders locked down.
Look at the rotation, immediately just showing all that pressure towards top of Banana. Every one of the CT little blue dots started moving. They were hunkered down towards the A side, especially the lane side, apartment side. Now they've completely rejigged this defense. Nikodos and Roy over towards Arch. Crims, the only one dealing with apartments and short right now.
Okay, 45, they can delay further. Ooh, careful on the spread. Nikodos toasty, works out for the first. Arch is smoked, pressure applied to Crims. Good find on the FAMAS. Still worried about apartments, needs to tuck in. It's flip and kick it. Oh, and good awareness from Crims. Gets himself a double and gets away. Walking through, spots out Fame. Oh, Crims so aware to boast a third on the same magazine. Flit though, far from out of this one. He has faked it out. That may lower the potency of the clutch. But he's got decisions to make, and he's opted for short. It's a short side plant, and they've only got themselves SMGs, admittedly kits. Bouncing through, on the hunt. Mezzi will have a glance long side, and just in time, knife out. Good awareness, Flit tried his luck. An understandable, but round the world clutch maneuver.
Yeah, well, good understanding there, Fnatic, of that situation. They even separated in a 1-on-2 situation, which is not really advisable. And that's the 2, well, major rookies, Fasha and Mezzi, in their first major, on their first major stage. Fnatic back on the major stage.
Not many Dutchmen have taken to the major stage.
No, Chris J. You have to go all the way back to an E-League, I believe, to remember when. So it's few and far between.
Yeah, the pride of the Netherlands. Fasha.
They've really drawn this one back into a competitive affair here, Fnatic. And as mentioned, some of the rounds in the first half that felt like they were gifted to Fnatic, they mean an awful lot here, right? If you're going to give over a couple of freebies, well, Fnatic are going to take them with both hands, and now they might get a chance at another. Kick it with an AK. Nikodos with an aggressive play, and already past that line of sight was Norbert. So understanding the situation, they will drop back. He's been able to slip and slink in towards the boiler quite quickly here.
Oh, okay. Kicking it. He just stepped a little toe past the line. Nikodos. Oh, and there's more. Fasha, 2 should be on the floor. Just about finds them in time. There was a stack of flashes, and yeah, this one reaches its foregone conclusion. It's only Norbert with his back turned into Roy. And Fnatic will close that gap. A single round now separating the teams, and outsiders still on that 10 mark. It was a 10-5 half. Fnatic have known that metric's been set. Wow, Lamb of God and Rage Against the Machine. Some exquisite music taste.
power couple.
Yeah, definitely.
This one here, just very easy to handle. And the only way forward would have been if Kickert was able to get the pick there. But just trying to swing into it dry. Nikodos' AWP waiting to receive. It's always difficult to know when you should be getting worried for Outsiders. But so far, without a blemish on the record for Fnatic, maybe Outsiders need to find themselves something. But this could get away from them quickly. And we swiftly move on to map number 2. Flit. Oh, Roy, if he tries to head back. Oh, don't worry about back. It's forward into the fight.
Oh, and he gets out. The containment utility from Crims actually enables Roy to get that frag onto Norbert and get away. Favors Fnatic now. Can Outsiders do anything to throw a wrench into the system? Mezzi just posturing for that retake utility. It was one single flash.
Yeah, you're hoping maybe an overstep. They start spamming. They take an AWP shot. You go, oh, okay, we know a little bit more information in what's in Banana.
60-second mark. We will get one of those smokes deployed. I'm counting 2 residual. Only one of which is on B.
Crims has this towards Pit. And he might get hot under the collar because James does have a molly, but James still top Banana here. So do they want to show presence towards A and then drop back to the Time Lord himself? It doesn't look like it. I think James is going to try and sell the B play.
Interesting. Yeah, he has utility to do so. You can see Crims playing a reaction smoke. It worked so well for Flit, and actually dropping it at 30 seconds, that's banging. Would only leave them 10 if they wait out for the fade. He can play around that for apps and short. Roy close, jumping, good flash. Going to be swung on here. Roy and Crims about to be flustered, and already one back. Bomb on the floor for 15. He needs to stop that retrieve. Crims playing a good game on Pit. Ready for Flit. 9 seconds, no bombs. Still no frag out of Crims. They have got time to get it down with a second to spare. Pit to support James. A 2-on-2. Oh. Battle of wits as Fasha beheads the Time Lord. And Flit needs to do a lot from Pit not to be. High impact on that retake. Fasha holding his nerve, and those frags are starting to spread out rather evenly for Fnatic. To see him up to 10, joins Crims, Roy, and Mezzi in the double digits, as you'd hope.
Again, though, it's Mezzi and Fasha up against Flit in a 1-on-2 situation, and they handle it. They handle it quite easily here, so really well done. Not too much pressure in that environment, and a timeout to be called to the third of Outsiders being burnt, going into what could be another gun round. They definitely all have over that 4K mark, so AK's with util available, but they haven't been able to break through just yet. So 5 on the trot.
Just full focus. Full focus on the center of that stage.
You're going to be very confident if you're Fnatic as well, and you pick up this map and then you move into Mirage, which last time round was extremely close. Extremely close. We're talking 16-14 close. You don't get much closer than that unless you make it to overtime. So Outsiders will buy, but what are the marching orders here from Darstan? What's the change?
Let's find out. Deep incendiary out of Roy. Cage's kicker. Deep smoke as well from the Banana players. Should at least maintain early Banana control. You can see this constant battle. Oh my God, Mezzi, this is such a forward position. Outsiders wise, but Messi on the spray. That had to be clean. What an opportunity, what a gamble now. They're coming into the A domain, 3 through the apartments, but Crims has been so good and that smoke says no.
I don't know why you'd want to be testing Crims time and time again, but fair enough.
He's so comfortable.
Yeah, they won't get the opportunity to. It still looks like this would be a heavy presence towards A. Fasha still has all the Banana controls, so even though Mezzi's in the grave, the A setup from Fnatic is still extremely strong.
Faith on Fasha. If they do come a knock-in, he's just going to be actively jiggling for that info. No T-side AWP. He's aware of that and happy to jiggle for info. Last game plan. Fame's been given a different strat.
They come back to B.
Yeah, it looks like it, but the bomb is here. He just wants to take that info away from Fasha. He can smoke when he feels the brunt of the force. If actually just dropped it now.
They started to rotate away. Nikodos is
pulled
CT.
him off.
It's going to be on Crims here.
Again, they test the king of kings. Crims, a legend of the major circuit, back on the playoff stage. 3 to find, and already just the one. Norbert puts him on his arse. Tough fight, tracking difficult. Norbert will find his 6th frag and a likely round to just Nikodos and Fasha that rotate off. And that's the power of the Outsiders. Their first T round, and it is by virtue of just pulling the CTs away. As they execute, missed shot out of Nikodos. James gets the info. I wonder how much of a hunt. He doesn't seem too interested. Doesn't have much cash in the bank.
And he hasn't even sent the hounds out up through Banana here, so they're just going to hold on to what they have, but that at least secures the fact that it's going to be the save. So information here. Now there is a lot of residual cash for the likes of Mezzi, Fasha, Nikodos. There shouldn't be too many issues getting guns into the hands of Roy and Crims, but just as we tie things up 10-10, you start to question, do Outsiders have anything to offer us? Well, of course they do. I'll take the lead back here. First T round posted on the board, and 11-10. It's just toying with these rotations. There's been an awful lot of this from both sides. And Crims, just as he's starting to move forward, you can see he was on that balcony position. He takes the step off, and that's exactly as they round the corner. And that's a little bit unfortunate there.
That app smoke as well, you saw it delay them, but it did almost lead to that rotation. It was by virtue of that smoke, that delay, that Fame ended up galloping over to B and forcing what was a over-rotation out of Fnatic. So well played by Outsiders, rather stereotypical first T round from them. And Norbert to get the credit as well with 2 kills of his own design.
This is such a mind game between both of these teams, especially with when we're seeing the timeouts taken. Another one here right back from Kita. You can see him being quite active there in the conversation. So trying to prep them for how Outsiders are looking to future solve this puzzle.
This is how...
It's the same type of setup here, Alex. So you have 3 towards A, 2 towards B. You know how often we talk about teams with heavy banana presence? Well, that's not the case here. Fasha out towards Sandbags might be under a bit of pressure because, well, he's paged
trapped
for now.
He is so trapped. He's got so much utility as well. You can see he's actually very tempted to stick around despite that posturing smoke. Ah, the kicker, that's enough.
Yeah, there's a couple of those so far.
That's
Remember Roy with one over towards Arch, Fasha with one towards the sandbag position. And these unforced errors, this is what the environment will do to you. Right? This is where you understand the importance of a matchup like this and details that you would never miss. Well, start to manifest. Up mid, into Roy, Fame, laser sharp, and Nikodos cannot trade.
Yeah, this is getting dire for Fnatic now. Someone has to step up. Someone has to be that hero. Mezzi and Fasha called upon from B. Spray straight through the smoke. Norbert, brilliant. Crims dead. Outsiders just pulling teeth of Fnatic. One back, great, but that reveals Fasha. And Nikodos has no hope against James on the AK.
Speaking of no, well, no space for Fasha right now. He's going to run back towards B to save, but look at Kick It. He is already in the construction position. There is no way Fasha is ready for this at all. You're about to be dead meat, knife out, you are gone. Kick It denies the save, and that is a huge round.
Wow, and they've done it in back-to-back rounds. Fnatic, we talked about their timeouts, of course. I think, is it still 2 remaining? Have I missed one?
1 for Fnatic, one for Outsiders.
Okay,
so
a
both
single
teams,
timeout.
And they're going to use it right here. So just as you utter the words, I think, yeah, bit of ambient occlusion right here for old mate Mezzi. That is a hard death to stomach. That's going to get you. And hard to predict unless your name's Monacy. So Norbert will profit, and he took a lot of space off the back of that. So for somebody who, towards the bottom of the scoreboard here, only 7 kills, it's an impactful frag. Fnatic have taken this timeout, but it'll be the last chance that Kita gets to call it and have this breather. And the reason for this is because of the low end. It's Roy and Crims. 2.1 on Crims, 2.7 on Roy. The other 3 can buy. Nikodos can get on an AWP again, but he's not really finding a lot of impact on that AWP. If Fnatic want this dialogue to change, looking for a pick to at least unravel Outsiders could be one way about going things. They've gone in with just 2 rifles, so trying to level out the cash, knowing the loss bonus into the next. Let's see if Fasha and Nikodos can put themselves in the right place at the right time.
Fasha blinded and executed. That is the Outsiders' way. Again, James naming the feed through setup. And one of those rifles, as you discussed, already lies idle. This, with a bleak outlook, they don't even have to fully commit, but they likely will, considering the state of affairs for Fnatic. It's only a USP Mezzi with what, a P250. And a barrage of util just starting this process of elimination, and eliminated is Roy. One tap to the head out of Messi. Nice shooting, but all for naught as Fame farms the frags. He's up to 21.
Oof. What a showing from him. Look, that type of a round, I'm just questioning the thought process there of having that M4 stranded towards the sandbag position. He didn't even really get a chance to fight poor Fascia, so that is going to hurt them down the track here. But you bang on with Fame, right? This kid, as far as the aim is concerned, he's an absolute monster. But this is his first major, right? Everybody else in the Outsiders team, right? Norbert, this is only his second, sure, he's still a rookie as far as this level of play is concerned. But Fame just bodying right now. And this is great signs for Outsiders in the rest of the bracket, right? The fact that he's online this early.
Yeah, you want to contrast just in order of hyping up this Fame lad. He's only been in a professional team since May of 2020. He started his professional career in May of 2020. Crims, on the other hand, has been playing professional Counter-Strike, joining LGB in August of 2013. There is a stark contrast across the stage. Of course, not always as extreme as that, but 3,000 summon days in Counter-Strike teams for Crims. At least on record. Fame, though, the one at the top of the scoreboard. And 12 that goes 13. Outsiders, that's 3 consecutive, and out of timeouts. Are they out of luck? In fact, getting his last chance on the microphone now. It is Outsiders. Dastan wants to cash in his final timeout and using it efficiently.
I think they see this as the home stretch to try and close quite quickly here. It's been somewhat easy rounds for them to breeze through in the last 3. There's only been, well, 4 casualties over the last 3 rounds for Outsiders. So that just shows you that they've been having an easy go of things once they're able to force these rotations. They've had the chance of getting a couple of openings. And that's it. Well, no more timeouts. No more coach interaction here, and both of them well aware of that. So you just have to sit back and watch.
As do we. 2 zoom bangers across the server. See who can use that to more effectiveness. Typical nade exchange. Kicker wants a deep molly. Now Fascia's thought better of his forward position this time, and rightfully so. You can see the nade would have landed square on the jaw. Fascia does have his retake smoke cocked. And the incendiary package. Well timed. Impossible to deny, but a counter smoke to sow the seeds of doubt.
Well, they're going to have to worry about that for 20 seconds. So there's a couple of choices Outsiders have here. Just sit back, wait, and then take it and assume that they won't push forward and play behind that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. That is the reaction you were looking for if you're Outsiders. Because Fnatic don't know what lies on the other side of that smoke. It's all, well, a mystery as they have Mezzi trying to be a bit of a juggler over towards Spawn here. By the time he gets back, it should be starting to fade, so the redeploy immediately. But think about this, that'll be starting to fade at about the 40-second mark. So you have to take stock of what does Fascia have to his name, a flash. Mezzi with an incendiary, a HE. And that's a lot of info there as well. The AWP shot, as soon as they hear the extinguish, so maybe being able to put this one together are Outsiders as they turn their attention. They will execute B here.
And the molly from Flint's so 5D as well, because the smoke puts him in the dark. Mezzi desperate to hold on to this. Counter flash. Flames on the floor. Subside now as they look to mount up as they come in as a full 4-man unit. One and done from Fascia. Sight is theirs. Playing for the retake. Mezzi there, but the whole squad's not coming. The whole squad still on A as Fnatic, aware of what this commitment would have meant and would mean. They are starting to canter over to investigate. See if that AWP can find anything on... Well, you can see Jame actually posted up, and Crims knocked down. Is that the beginning of the end of this round? Yeah, it seems to be the case.
Well, Mezzi has to try and get out. CT smoke has faded here, and well, he needs to be able to dip all the way back, and they could try and kill him on the cross. Kick it activated now. Norbert, Fame, they're aware they're going to take this fight. Mezzi will get one for his life, but Fame again continues. Another headshot for him. 22 and counting.
Textbook.
This is such a performance from Fame. You're not looking to him as a name, right? You go to Jame and kick it immediately. We've all spoken about this experience. Then you go to Flit. Right? You give Fame and you give Norbert an opportunity to have at least an off game for the first map. At least let them settle in here. But Fame looks right at home.
Yeah, if anything, I think he's just happy to be here. You know, I think this experience is only going to make him play better. He's got more of a platform, more of a stage to play his game. 19 years of age. Fame joins a legendary roster and is not wasting any time improving himself. Fnatic left wanting. This round has to be blue in the feed. Cannot be one-way traffic.
I just keep returning to some of the rounds that Fnatic have won here, and you consider how this half started. Pistol, conversions, deal with the first few gun rounds, and then as soon as Outsiders break through, it's other dam's broken, and the Floodwater now starting to consume the village that is Fnatic. They have everything they need again, right? It's not like they're lacking utility, but just the moves from Outsiders are trumping in certain scenarios here. Those exchanges, we talk about the chessboard, right? The way that information, utility, the scissor, paper, rock of a smoke and a molly. There's a lot of details there, but so far for Outsiders, they're understanding the situation, and this is because they're happy to play mega late Counter-Strike. They always seem quite cool. We haven't seen them get too flustered here.
Yeah, different approach in the setup. Oh, they're so premature on B. They're absolutely pooping themselves. Dropping one ways as they're heading A. Nikodos might repel the invaders on that one. Incendiary forces them into brackets. That's the bomb committed to A. 30-second mark. Roy, Nikodos, more out of the AWP. The Danes combine for a round-winning 3 kills. And with that bomb on the floor, it's mission accomplished.
Okay, well, they're going to concede here. James waiting for this push from Mezzi. Flit over towards the boiler room. No need to hunt here if you're Fnatic. You walk into this, well, you might lose your life. James will find the shot. Mezzi understands the situation now. But you're right, over towards B, they dropped out that utility, and if it was going to be the B play, they would have been in a lot of trouble. But there's a lot of mind games here, right, that we, unfortunately, aren't familiar with, right? If they drop that smoke, maybe the Outsiders think, okay, we don't want to go here, we're expecting more bodies. There's so many little details to this.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, we've seen multiple CT rounds where those CT smokes are being baited out. Outsiders are getting what they want. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're getting so much pressure, right? And that pressure might not just be by what Outsiders are putting in the server. Hey, this is intangible of the environment as well.
Yeah.
But Outsiders have enough for another buy. No dramas there. James still has 9K, right? So this is why you're going to see him retain that AWP. He might become a vending machine soon.
Yes.
Miss Molly.
Talk about that environment, Chad. This nades right into Nikodos's. Ouch, just shy. More to come. Nikodos stubborn. He wants this frag. He's waited a long time for it, and he gets away with it. Gap on that. Kick it unwilling to commit. The Flames will deter, but how does Flick get that one? Roy on the quad, knocked out. And the 3 versus 4, favoring Fnatic, but regrouping now. You can see James got pace in mind. Smoke towards CT. Communication fast. Looking to frolic into Nikodos and Fasha. Close quarters AWPing. He needs more. On the big green. Fasha to support. Second orange is hidey hole. Fashion only able to support with nades. And okay, another out of Nikodos. Alone on the site now. Can he really be Fnatic's hero? Kickert swings out for a frag that does facilitate a plant. Going for it safe. James thinks it through. And Mezzi's been spotted on the close of the gap. They need this one. A single flashbang. Mezzi wants to crawl, see what he can get for free, and then that flash can head into the site. They've gone for a close coffin crossfire. Mezzi and Crims, that was the flash, and that was the chance. Opportunity slipping through their fingers. Outsiders in touching distance of 15. Mezzi on bomb, looking for James. Fake and a frag. Wow, what a headshot. He has to hold. Back exposed, and Kicker can play the time. Look at that. Cool as a cucumber as he gets the clutch. Outsiders up to 15. Poised. Perfect.
You can question the stats from Kickert during the Legend stage, during the Challenger stage. The fact that he hasn't had to do that work is testament to when he does. This is where he feels more comfortable. And Kickert here, he does the job, he gets the space. The in-game leader says, hey, I won't save, thank you very much. The bomb goes down, but then Kickert has to do all the hard work. He's been here once, he's here again.
Slight smile out of Crims, and yeah, he'd certainly be smiling if they could post 4 in a row. Feels like Outsiders are just hitting their flow now. Flash to the face, Nikodos, screen bright white. So a change up in that setup. They've still got all their smokes here, Fnatic. Maybe that's a conversation Messi may have had with them. You can force these boys into a number disadvantage, then those smokes worth their weight in gold. Here they come. Nikados does not miss his first. Counter util in, smoke still not up, and so Outsiders invited into this B bomb site. Fasha trying his luck through the smoke, Brown Nubox, and Nikados. I mean, it's a fake plant. He has just forward pushed on this. They're clearing through, and he's using this smoke to try and find an advantage. They can come up and over. Fame has no idea.
Does now.
Oh dear. Okay, Fnatic, they've got to give it all they got, all the marbles, or Fnatic's map pick is going in Outsider's pocket to open up the playoffs. James spotted on Nubox, still 5 to find. They're burrowed into every nook and cranny of this B-bomb site, and they're getting nothing but hot lead. Another dead, one back, and Messi's trying everything he can. James secures it. RIO loves it. Outsiders, the fan favorites, 1-0 up in convincing fashion.
round, but unfortunately for Fnatic, still spells a bitter end. 16-11 for the Outsiders, one up in this quarterfinal series as they steal away their opponent's map pick. And gentlemen, this was a display of the classic optimizing, efficient style of Counter-Strike that got Outsiders to this very arena.
It's a clinic from Jame. Jame is the hero of this first map. For me, the story is quite clear. You look at the Messi clutch early on in the half, which breaks Outsiders' economy. We know it's a CD-sided team. Fnatic have the momentum, and then who is it that stabilizes the situation? It is Jame. His positioning, round 8, round 9. Time and time again, he's in the right place. He's the security on B. He's the security library. He's reliable on his shots. He, as a captain, put his team on tracks, and then his aimers just had to enjoy the field. Jame is the hero of this first map, without a doubt for me.
Absolutely. You know, it was 4-4 at one point in that first half, and Outsiders managed to eke it out and win 10-5, and absolutely Jame was a big factor in that, and the trio of Jame, Fame, and Flit was getting it done in that first half. That's what you want to see if you're an Outsiders fan. That trio hurts.
Yeah, especially if you're on the other side of the server, which Fnatic were, and it's got to be so frustrating when you're going up against Jame, hitting all those shots, but as you said, Matthew, always being in the right position.
That's where it hurts, and it's the positioning that strikes me. You can see the numbers. Of course, they're in the green for Jame, but make a comparison between Jame and Nikodos. I guarantee you it's night and day. The reads, the positioning, the proactivity, being in your opponent's faces, making them feel like you're in their head. You know where they're going. I'm right there. You miss a flash, I'm here. Nikodos was way too passive, whereas Jame, he was the one getting it done.
And listen, Fnatic wasn't playing bad CS, you know, in this game. I think this was a very good game of CS, but it's details, it's small things, right? We saw them try to change up the pace towards the tail end of that first half, right? But they just, a couple of times, you're just rushing things just a tiny bit.
Yeah, let's bring up a particular moment from that first half, because as you were saying, give Outsiders an inch, they'll certainly take a mile.
Well, yeah, here they're trying to, you know, do a sort of a fast A split, right? But you can see Fame, he's the third A player, and there's a smoke coming in. They show up before the smoke, he gets a kill, right? So here you just wait for the smoke to pop, and then you peek. He's the third guy, so right now they would have been in a 5v2 situation. He throws the molly in front of him. Look what Fleet does. He has the advantage, peeking behind it, gets the second kill, and all of a sudden the round is falling apart completely for Fnatic. If they wait for that smoke to pop, they're 5v2 against the other two defenders. If they execute properly, that's an amazing situation to be in, right? But because of that, one after one, kills fall apart, and it looks like a terrible call when it's not.
And it can be very defeating for a team, because you know that you're never going to get this round back. If you're the IGL, if you're Messi, how can you not be frustrated? You have the right call, you have the right read, but the execute is botched, and just like that, your whole attack just crumbles because someone not waited for a smoke. That's the highest level of Counter-Strike.
Before we do jump into that second half, I do want to give some props to Fame as well. You already alluded to him, but the first time here on a major playoff stage, great performance from him.
I mean, his first sort of a full year playing Tier 1 CS, playing LANs, playing the major, right? And look at the performance that he's had so far, and definitely carried himself well. Had a lot of important kills too.
Yes, absolutely, and he seemed to have the complete package. Of course, these are early days for Fame, and he's just at the beginning of his career, what could be a great career, but he seemed to have the attitude, he's got the assertiveness, he's proactive in the server, he's also very reliable, sharp aim as hell. Who at this age can just show up on the stage and just nail people down the way he's doing it? That seems to be an incredible finding for Outsiders.
Yeah, definitely impressive from Fame showing up here in the first map of this series. Then we switch on over to the second half. Fnatic get 5 in a row. I'm thinking, you know, maybe they're coming back into this, but then the pivot point happened.
Funnily enough, the first gun round, almost the same thing happened. They were gambling towards A. Two Outsiders just didn't push through the smoke on B. That allowed Fnatic to gain some momentum, but Outsiders, they stayed true to their game. This is like, they lost 5 rounds in a row. It's 10-10. Here, Messi fails the spray on Kickhurt a little bit, so not in a 5v4 situation, and it's going to be a sort of a weak B fake, right? They know Fnatic has banana control, they flash the player out, there's going to be just a smoke for CT, and now Outsider is actually finishing the round on A with about 20 seconds left. Roy bites, he bites on the fake, he moves into library towards B, here's the trade with Crims, who's the A anchor. You can see the smoke. This is Roy coming through the smoke because he's out of position. He bit on that fake. He's coming back. That's Outsiders being patient, executing with 20 seconds left. And Roy maybe kind of, you know, it's easy to say when you look at it this way, but in a 4 or 5 situation, you're feeling maybe if it's B, if I go now, we can win the round. If it's A, even if I stay, we're probably, you know, screwed. But that's an example of outsiders just doing their own thing.
Playing the percentages, playing the good Counter-Strike. I think something that Fnatic missed in this first map is the ability to turn rounds around. You know, have a move. You're a 4v5, you feel uncomfortable, go for information. Make a play, have a gamble. Hey, take a page from the outsider's book. Stack a bomb site. Don't try and be everywhere. You stretch yourself thin, you're never going to hold it with the defense. That's what RIO is doing in this round. Have to make a choice. You save, you can save if you have to, but they never really fall back into any round.
This is a game where outsiders won 16-11. They were 15-12 down in opening kills, right? So they managed to do more with less sometimes than Fnatic, just missing out on a little bit, and yeah, close game otherwise.
Yeah, of course, a crushing loss for Fnatic on their map pick, no less. But let's check in with Banks, because he had the chance to catch up with Fnatic after that map.
I was able to catch up with Mezzy just as he was coming off the stage. He gave me a few words and he said he felt like he had a few more chances in that game and they should have done better. It should have been closer than what they allowed it, but outside looking so good. Now going into Mirage, it's outsider's pick. He expected it. Obviously it was 16-14 last time around, but he believes this time they've got a different game plan. They've got some better knowledge. As long as they don't get a slow start, they should be able to get it done. Let's see.
Thank you very much for that update, Banks. Yeah, I mean, just looking at Mezzy as an in-game leader, this is the single biggest stage he has ever been on as an IGL in his life. The pressure must be exponential for him.
It must be, but I have to say, I feel like both teams played well. They didn't seem to be overwhelmed by the atmosphere, the stage, or anything, so that's good to see. But yeah, probably still some nerves are in play, and maybe for Fnatic, you know, outsiders just did everything a little bit better than them, right? Like played a little bit better individually, a little bit better team play, decision making, and so forth. So if there were nerves involved and they've shaken that off now coming into Mirage, they still have a chance.
I still think Nikodos hasn't provided enough for what he is supposed to, the role he's supposed to have in this game, and kind of the piece of the puzzle. I thought he was a little too passive. I didn't think he brought any security to Mezzy, and that's what your sniper is supposed to do for you. He's supposed to either make an area safe where you can trust them, or turn around situations because he can be a little proactive and go for that peak. I thought Nikodos waited for the game to come to him, and this is a stage game. It's not going to happen. You have to put yourself out there, you have to go, and you have to seize the game. You can't just wait. This first map, for me, was a flop. Has to bounce back on Mirage.
Yeah, let's talk about Mirage, because as James aptly said, last time around, 16-14, an incredibly close loss for Fnatic going down in that challenger stage. For you, Janko, where were kind of maybe the holes in that game plan beforehand?
I think for Fnatic, just a couple of situations where, you know, they went for rounds that were very, very few percentage that you can win a round, right? In a 3v5, they're still kind of lurking around the side to try to do something. And we saw what outsiders will do. They'll just run away and save the guns, right? So you gave yourself basically less opportunities to win, right? I think they need to play the percentages a little bit better when it comes to that. And I think also they lost 1 or 2 rounds, so like a half buy or an eco, right? You really can't lose those in such a big game.
Any thoughts from you, Maniac, on this second map?
I think outsiders are set. I think they have all they need, honestly. If you look at the triangle of doom of Flit, Jame, and Fame, these will be the 3 players who will be activated towards the mid side of the map. We know how important this is. Honestly, Fnatic, they have the work cut out for them right now.
If I tell you anything fair, I'll say keep an eye out on deep lurks, right? Like you show the bomb B or trying to hit the site and there's still a guy waiting in ramp, and if he gets the kill, the bomb can still make it all the way back and vice versa. Jame likes to do the same thing towards the B bomb site. Sometimes it's a rifle, right? So for Fnatic, they know this, so you have to keep that in the back of your hand and be careful about how you rotate.
Well, before we do dive into this second and potentially deciding map if the outsiders are going to take this one away, let's check in with Banks once again, because I believe he has some very special guests in the house.
The Kings of Brazil are here, who are going to be trying to be the Kings of the Major. My man, Rob, how you feeling? Feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling amazing.
Feeling amazing. Look at that smile on his face as well. Oh, Yuri, I've come to bother you a little bit. How you doing?
Fine, and you?
This crowd, man. Special day?
Sorry?
Special day.
Yes, we're our first day here. Yep. Just knowing the place. Let's see.
Let's see, bro. Love. Oh, it's my man. How you doing?
Oh, good, oh, good.
You had a nice couple of days?
Yeah. Practicing and chilling and getting ready.
Getting ready. Is there anything that can prepare you for this, though?
I don't think. We're ready to play. We're already ready.
And this crowd, though, right? We've obviously seen it in the Rio Centro. Absolutely amazing. How do I prepare as a human being for this, what I'm going to feel?
You don't? You've never been to a major in Brazil, so you don't.
Oh, man. So we're going to see the biggest party in CSGO.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
The party atmosphere certainly already starting. Love that Fury have come just to soak up the atmosphere here in the Jeunesse Arena. But for Fnatic, this is do or die time, and it comes down to their opponent's map pick of Mirage. Outsiders taking this in a very narrow 16-14 last time around. Let's see if Fnatic can turn the tide.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
We have Mezzy and Roy waiting in the wings for some hard-hitting, antagonistic questions. What's Roy going to be most aggravated by? Rog, Rock, Roj. Okay.
Oh, then he doesn't like that one.
How can we inflame Roy about age?
I think we can connect it to his past in Mad Lions because he was not happy with his performance there.
Okay.
I think that will get to him.
You performed
like shit.
Like shit.
That's nice.
Was that because you were already
in an age crisis?
In an age crisis. See, this is the material we need. Thank you, Grim.
He doesn't eat like vegetables or like fruit or anything. Like if you eat a banana next to him, he's going crazy.
A crippling fear of vegetables. Would you be a better CS player if you ate your greens? We don't need the context of the fruits, just if we have a random coconut in the room with us, perhaps some magic will be made. I mean, yeah. I always think that getting names wrong are good, so let's call him Messi.
How does it feel to be the second best UK game leader?
Oh,
yeah. Mighty Max.
Yeah, okay.
That was a spicy one.
He's a perfect human being.
He's just a bit boring. He's a bit of like the Truman Show.
He's like an NPC.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be beautiful. Is it always here?
Oh, here's trouble.
Just take that. And here are your questions. The rest, buddy, is on you.
Roy J, you performed like shit in Mad Lions. Was this because you were having an age crisis?
I think back then I was 26, 27, and when you look at the other star players from other teams, then they're usually 18 or 19.
Yeah.
So I guess I was in a different place in my life. I had like an injury back then as well in Mad Lions. I think that was more like why it's gone downhill a little bit.
Roy J, you have a crippling fear of vegetables.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
Would you be a better CS player if you ate your greens?
Oof. That's a good question.
We are learning today.
Like if some guy sits next to me and he eats a banana, I'm getting full triggers.
Really?
Yeah, I can't deal with it. The touching it in general and like, yeah, I can't eat any of it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Messi, how does it feel to be the second best British in-game leader?
What?
Max.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, the mighty Max.
I beat some IGL, so if I'm second to Max, it's fine.
Yeah,
yeah, I'll take that.
You are famous for being infuriatingly boring. Yeah. You are a literal NPC. How do you respond?
That's good.
My dad would say the same thing as well, so it's true. Yeah, it's true.
Oh, he's leaning.
What's inside?
It's a coconut.
It's a coconut, apparently.
Really?
And that ends hard-hitting journalism. What a joy. What a pleasure.
Give a round of applause to Roger for leaning into the coconut, actively facing his fears.
Ladies and gentlemen, and anyone in between, we are ready for Fnatic versus Outsiders. The first map, Outsiders, as broken down on the desk, definitely had Fnatic's number, looking like a rigid squad in this playoffs, and looking like the same squad that was qualifying for this stage of the competition. I've got Chad Birchall with me, you may know him as Sponge. And it is the battle of these two. You know, in terms of in-game leadership, it's James pulling the strings for many a year. Mezzy just moving into in-game leadership, 6 months under his belt. And now he's got to call a good T side in that second half. For now, it's Outsiders. James the one to pull the strings of this attack. Second map, Mirage.
And we don't normally get this opportunity, but in the same tournament only 9 days ago, these two teams went toe-to-toe on Mirage, 16-14 in favor of the Outsiders, their map choice. And this pistol is looking somewhat similar. Last time round, they did a B execute with a smoke and a flash. This time round, the fight from Fnatic is coming. Fasher to investigate.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate, though, if he doesn't tuck in. And he's going, looking! Great headshot out of Crims. They don't reveal the stack. Was that a lurk? Crims considers Fasher set up as well. And Crims, he's looking sharp, he's ready. And waiting for that frag. They're trying to cut noise, hope that the seeds of doubt are sown, but doesn't look like Fnatic are too interested. They've got a jiggle on CT for Info A.
Yeah, James is heading all the way back around the world right now just to make sure that there hasn't been any aggressive maneuvers, and he wants to search out for some info. So right now, Norbert, Fame, and Flit just needs to be like statues, do not move.
Smart, so Flit's jiggling mid as well. So as long as James clears out A, they'll have the peace of mind that nothing's untoward has gone on with CT aggression.
Yeah, but the push towards B is coming. So CT aggression in the face of Norbert any moment.
Yeah, he needs this fight. And it crosshair, bang on the money. Back from Fasher, Fame gives Outsiders the leg up.
But James now is just walking in towards A. This couldn't be more perfect on the timing. This is accidental. They didn't expect that fight to come, but the door wide open for James right now to walk on water straight in towards that A site. The bomb can pivot back. And Nikodos is left on B. Roy joined him, and Mezzy, well, he's realized the penny's dropped. The commit is not there, but look at all this space. The vent, he's all that not broken. So much information to work with now.
Oh boy, Mezzy. One's already deep across. He is going to have a little glimpse of Flit's head and another ramp. Now he knows. Bomb, A, Roy, called upon. James still the unknown entity as that bomb goes down. Easy as can be. They're making it so difficult for Fnatic to have a voice in this round. That P250, good for these long-range engage. Fires off a warning shot. Fame still hanging around those triple boxes. Repositioning into the side, though, is one. Still no frag back. Lots of damage. Mezzy good onto Fame. Flit. Problems for him, but James, the last man standing is Flit. And they will get a smoke on the bomb. Nikodos has the kit, but he's so low, and Roy will bodyguard just in time on that defuse. And Fnatic will take another pistol, a 2-1 split so far.
They've been pretty decent in the retake, just reflected what happened on Inferno. There was a couple of scenarios over towards A on that CT side when they did have that run of 5 out the gates from the pistol and conversion, where they were able to retake, right? It was pretty tidy. But this round here really could have gotten out of control. It looked picture perfect. Here's the kill from Roy onto James right there. And I think maybe he didn't consider a person coming through jungle. Remember, we said that vent wasn't broken. Roy came up through the vent room in towards window. So potentially circumventing the sound cube, but Flit will be the one to get out the AK-47.
Now on a patrol is Flit. Kicker, the $0 Glock no armor, a product of it.
And that's when you're really hoping that Flit can find you something, right? The Dusk have spoken about this a lot. It's Outsiders doing a lot with a little.
And Kicker with a Sanji cosplay.
It's in his honor.
An ode to Sanji. Careful, Nikodos. He's playing with fire here. Oh, and it's only a Tech 9, but now another rifle falls into enemy hands. He's going to be punching his monitor.
Yeah, and Maniac was just talking about Nikodos and taking the fight to them. Well, maybe a little bit overzealous in a situation like that. It looked like Roy wanted to sweep out window, but thinks better when his teammate, his fallen comrade, is in the grave.
And I mean, even on this bite, with a player on a Glock, Outsiders feel like they have got their finger on the pulse.
Well, this is the thing. He doesn't need to stay on a Glock for too much longer if Norbert's feeling generous. He can actually drop that across. So that conversation hasn't been had. The flames at the feet. Norbert's still searching.
Oh, this is going to have to be a brilliant hold.
They've got 2 here. That's the one positive for Fnatic right now.
Yeah, Mezzy's going to have a tall task ahead of him with just the FAMAS. I mean, good luck. Have fun. James, no fun for him. Pull it back. Mezzy handles 2. needs to find a third on that USP. Kick it though, kicks up a fuss into the site. Crims can end the round on the next frag. It's Roy to provide the support, puts that bomb on the floor, and only Flit Barrel does nothing to help him. Crims will post it, and they do manage to swat away the outsiders.
Yeah, losing an opening pick like that so early in middle, and then Mezzi standing tall for 2 on that B bomb site. Fantastic work from him. And the fact they didn't over-rotate, we've seen a bit of that, right? Them getting caught out of position. Well, that wasn't the case this time round. Battening down the hatches, grabbing their second, and that is one of the difference makers right here from the first time these two teams went toe-to-toe on this very map. Outsiders won the pistol, Fnatic won the force by back, but then Outsiders, well, they started to put them in that washing machine. So it will be a buy for everybody. Kick it will have a Tech 9 here, but if he wields it like Norbert, it could be good for a kill. Molly top mid box, the extinguish means Roy, oh, I think he knows no one's crossed just yet, so just considering the top mid pressure from Flit and Fame.
Let's see how they break this. If it's really a run boost, it could and should be. Ooh, a hard one to hit. He actually hides behind the box. On the re-peak, they combine. Roy down. Flit the same. Puts us into a 4-on-4. Fasha forward. On ramp side. Big find out of Nikados. Catches Palace. Need another out of that SMG. Fasha, good for it.
Norbert needs to be very careful here. Fame is looking for space elsewhere. So Outsiders in this mid-round are looking for any room. The path of least resistance for Fame is over towards B, as Mezzi will respond to this. This is the fight that could determine if this falls for Fnatic or Outsiders. Spotted from Fame, a headshot, of course.
Perfect, and now look at him leaping to take the space. He knows exactly the state of play. Bounces off of Nikados. He knows, and Nikados puts his crosshair right on Fame. Leaves just Norbert. Dropped into the site, Nikados a forward position. They might just pass each other. Oh, spots a glimpse of him. That information goes both ways, or not. Nikados flattened. Crims in the 1v1. Now, will experience prevail in this one? Already 2 frags for Norbert. This would be a very high impact round to put Outsiders straight on the board. Crims a smoke, no kit. Walking in now, an interesting plant spot. Crims seems aware. And post. Oh, what a shot! Crims gets pants and Norbert clutches up.
Whew, okay, on the Galil as well. That is quite something special there from Norbert.
That's going to feel really good. A confidence boost if ever I saw one. Sure, Fame makes the space. It's Norbert that gets the round. Nikados, he's had 2 oopsies here. Early into the map that you have to win, the must-win map, and Crims, he had that. Look, Dastan wasn't so convinced.
How can you believe that one? Kicker getting very fired up as well, so that is going to do wonders for the confidence here of Norbert. It was the 2 rookies.
One rifle could go a long way. Fasha's turn to show. Roy with only a 5-7. He's trying to maintain mid-info, but he has to play his life as well.
No, not in a rush, Outsiders here. Nobody patrolling over towards A, but not a problem as Fnatic are making their way up mid. Smoke towards the window room, and all 5 heading back to Mezzi's domain. He has a smoke and an incendiary for this, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, plays it safe on the site. Deagle to the head is the mission. Fame cancels plans. Opening frag again into the B side from Fame.
You should save in this situation. I know it looks like just pistols, but in the next round of play, you won't have anything at all. You definitely hold on to that M4 in the hands of Fasha. And the other 3 could look for exits or a little bit of damage to hopefully carry something through. But Outsiders managed to outmaneuver Fnatic in this one. And Mezzi did have the utility available to try and stall them out, but they were just so quick. He didn't expect them to catapult into action off the back of that initial spot.
Yeah, I mean, one jump spot, maybe a glimpse of a couple. And by the time he's dropped his smoke, the round's over.
That's where the understanding needs to be from Outsiders before they even get to that point. If we spot this situation, how do we react, right? That's where the, well, theory of the game, the way that Jaime and Dastan want to approach this really needs to kick into action, and it did. Because if you hesitate in that moment, he gets the smoke down, you wait, more pistols rotate, you try to drop back, the door's closed. There's so many different options of why that could go wrong, but 2-2. And Dastan's just called a timeout again. Early, you saw that. A glance to the ref, little T sign, and now we're in that 30-second chat. I really like the way that Dastan is using these early here. It's happened in back-to-back maps. It was in the 3rd round of the first map. This time round, we're going into number 5. Now it is just that M4. A couple of Deagles and a 5-7. Maybe Dastan has a bit of a premonition on where they want to wield these bad boys because it still won't be the easiest for outsiders to get past them here. This is the conversation that's being had at the moment about saving guns. You go for a round like that, you lose everything. Well, in this round, they get an easy one, right? So you're making it as difficult as possible. Hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. This is not a sprint. This is something that outsiders will have to work for. Now, Norbert's setting up an instant window smoke. That might mean a little bit more aggression on middle. Flip to potentially be leading the charge here. James not too far behind. So flash off the wall.
Lots of pace. Or at least a posturing. They're going to make it feel like a fast mid play, but nothing home. Instead,
I guess if there was any utility hoping for that reaction, this boost towards short, that's going to be one of the keys on the clear. And Fame might get a chance as he comes up through the underpass, right? I don't think you'll spot him there if he jumps on the bench. Might actually come down to Flit if he saunters forward. And now that that boost has been dismantled, it's no longer a concern.
I was talking to Mouse Sports coach Cyclone, just wanted to hear his opinion on outsiders, and his summary was similar to a lot of the great minds watching this brilliant game, just saying that this is a team where every round is hard work. Nothing comes easy against outsiders, including a save rifle. Oh, attempt. Great shot onto Nikados, a third death. Sours the mood. How does that not find lethality? Fame. Our connector pays a little bit of a price for the bomb to be planted. One back from that M4. Fnatic really no hopes in this one, despite Roy being burrowed in that palace. Unless Mezzi's USP can be upgraded into an AK, James not going to overstep the mark.
No, it doesn't have to here. They have everybody where they need them. And, well, Fasha has been spotted out now, tagged down to 5. And, oh, yeah, he gets 1 for his troubles. So something for Roy. That's going to look good in the kill feed, sure. But outsiders will take the lead, and we finally have the weapons getting purchased up. No James AWP just yet, and this is it. Look at the space. They lurk through the smoke, Flick comes up, Fame comes out the other side to even get it from his POV, and the gray screen, he's getting tagged, so okay.
As soon as he was getting hit, he pulled that trigger.
May as well, really. You either go down or you get that frag.
Roy out the window. Nikados was there to support. Different look out of the outsiders now. You can see already they're just posturing in Palace. Fasha's just jumped over info. Suddenly they're all on the site. He's screaming for help, screaming for backup. They are already in. So early. Down goes the orb without any impact. Another gray screen moment for Fnatic. The Dutchman quaking in his boots here on CT. Good luck, mate. The bomb planted as James already investigating the other side of the map. There's such a walk in the park. Big one back. And a big scalp to take. Fame taken out of the proceedings. Outsiders set up for this bomb. Taken away. Another head taken away as Norbert. He's having a game here on Mirage. An incredible clutch. Now builds upon it with a double to send Fnatic packing.
And Fasha's stuck in spawn right here. Norbert's actually thrown a Molotov to slow his retreat. He does get into CT. Mezzi, sure, he's trying to save as well here. But it is Fasha to hold on to his life. Norbert might put his on the line. Flitz here, James here, Kickett's here. They want to remove this. They don't want to allow them to carry multiple rifles through, and even flashes to deal with this final member. Completely blind, absolutely dismantled. Flit.
Whew. It's just like Inferno. I mean, your fate is sealed. What are you supposed to do? A double flash as well in case he's anti for the first. Just pinpoint perfect punishment. And outsiders already with 40 rounds in the bank. Who needs a pistol? Straight out of the gates with 40 rounds. And Norbert to thank Fame as well. These newer names added to the outsiders and do not seem to, in any capacity, be affected by the stage, by the environment.
And look, if we continue to reflect that game that happened during the Challenger stage, Fame and Norbert were at the top of the scoreboard for the server, right? It was a 16-14 game. Fame had 33 kills. Norbert had 17, but that's a big performance from Norbert here. He's one of the more supportive elements in the team. And one of the keys as well to this Outsiders roster being so scary is I think out of the 40 players we had remaining, they had 4 in the top 20 as far as opening exchanges go.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's not a bad stat line to have. Now, Norbert down the bottom, but he never usually is involved in those type of forays.
A well-drilled run boost gets flipped behind the box.
The thing is, there's just this feeling that I have that if Outsiders continue to play, they're not being forced into anything they don't want to do. And if that's the case, then it feels like they will just be able to piece this one together. And even if we go deep, even if Fnatic get out there in the waters of 14-14, you're still going to favor Outsiders. So unless Fnatic can make a statement and go on a massive run and completely silence this team, the dialogue is that Outsiders could be running away with a quick 2-0 here to start off the day, to start off the quarterfinals.
Yeah, no doubt coming into this one as favorites. Fnatic as well have already vocalized how happy they are to be back in the playoffs. Ooh, it gets the info on the jump. That's big out of Flit, better out of Roy. Will find himself a weapon for his troubles, but it's A and Nikados just vulnerable and unarmored Deagle. Palace to worry about, already pressuring the site. Nikados does well onto Norbert, an immediate knee-jerk trade. You can't get past Fame. And maybe you can if Mezzy. Oh, nearly an opportunity to make it interesting. Still, if that Deagle connects, there's legs. The bomb down default. Roy still on short, long range on the AK, hoping for a Hail Mary on the cross. But they don't need to now. Bomb is down. Hard work is done. Jame will worm his way back to establish a crossfire sandwich in default.
This nade could be good.
Brilliant. Okay. Kicker catches. James to come up clutch. Fnatic need this round. James the one to deny. If he can get one. And both of them. Outsiders call upon the wizard for some magic. They're just taking it in turns to clutch.
Even when it looks like it's getting close, Outsiders deny. They say no, no, no. And look at this, trading. It is just against the pistols. That nade makes it seem possible. It's a default plan. Jame understands he cannot let them get across to the site. And Fame getting fired up about that one. Big round right there from the Outsiders. We might have something quick on the table here, Alex. Kicker's in with the MAC-10. He could have bought an AK. This might just be a B-rush.
Just when Fnatic are down, they look to kick him even further.
It's only Mezzy here.
Into the mud. Mezzy alone. Has Merriman got anything left? Flashed and executed already, Fnatic. The woes get worse.
You got to call it off. You have to save. You can't get into a round like this. Smokes, flashes, mollies. There's no way in. Look at this. B bomb site. You thought it was yours, but only for about 15 seconds.
Man, they're calling a perfect game here. They're making Fnatic look silly, outsmarted, outwitted, and outplayed from the Outsiders.
Oh, it's contributions from everybody here. Look, Norbert Shaw at top of the scoreboard with 10, but James had his clutch.
Norbert's had his.
Fame's hit miraculous shots coming through smokes.
And then they hit you with a round like that. Just compare it to all the ones that have come previously. Like, put yourself in the shoes of Fnatic. You've just already been having trouble with X and Y, and they throw Z into the mix.
That's just a nice pace change there, and understanding the situation, right? They kick it in first with the spawn, the MAC-10 in hand. There's only one player on the site.
They just look good. And Fnatic the opposite. On the favored side, and look how quickly this round is over. It's over. There it is. Norbert catches him, and once again, I mean, effective flashes from Jame. Being farmed up, superhero in the crowd there. I believe that's Chicken Man.
Chicken Man, his affectionate title. Or his perfectionate title. I could have done that one with the pecs there. Sorry, guys. That could have been a better joke. But I said Norbert in terms of opening kills. You know, he hasn't been one of the individuals that Outsiders have turned to. It has been the other names in the server. Well, I think he's been able to find 2 openings in the last couple of rounds. So I'll eat my words. Okay, well, the timeout taken, the conversation had. Something needs to change for Fnatic. It was the pistol, it was the conversion, and well, that's about it as we do get back underway here.
He's top of the pecking order.
There you go. So you made up for my very limp attempt.
Happens to everyone. Roy, like that, stops Fame in his tracks. Double incendiary, maybe a bit overzealous. Don't forget who you're up against. They make these 2-minute rounds feel like 10.
Yeah, and that's one of the keys as well, right? We saw a lot of utility thrown out in skittish fashion. They seem very, very scared, pressured easily. Another smoke dropped here.
And still under pressure, still burning a little on that spread, just dripping off of the top of Balk.
Fame's just trying to play aim up around mid here as well. All he needs is the tippy top of your head there to blow it off.
They want to boost now.
This is tricky.
Fame, yeah, he could have an opportunity if he does investigate, but it's, for now, idle. silent in mid. They're worried about everything, Fnatic. No direct answers as windows re-smoked. Roy on notice.
A split.
Yeah, and it's starting to clamp down shut. Roy does get flipped for free. Through the smoke, plays the angles well. Still finding frags. Wow, straight to Palace. Long range from Roy. Nikodos, perfect weapon for the job, but again, the flash is brilliant. Fasha holds his metal. Still on balcony. Fnatic set for a third. It needs to be converted. And Mezzi takes a leap in that direction. Double to close, Fnatic up to 3 outsiders. That's the first time we've seen their T-side intentions not manifest.
Yeah, not getting away with that space they were looking for. So the gimmick play through the smoke, just caught off guard by Roy. And the fact he double ups there is brilliant. That shot straight towards Palace, perfect play. Now, there's no dramas for outsiders in the buy department. Things have been going wonderfully for them. The 6 were on the trot. It's finally been broken now. And curiously, again, James just happy to operate with this AK. So wait until that change comes out. They're looking to do something similar, but this time with a bit more pace behind it. Quicker now towards Connector.
Same strat, quicker pace. Fame already tries to throw some bullets into Connector and actually will occupy it as Crims gets info on Flit. And already this is Fasher under a lot of scrutiny. Burning out now. Decisions to be made. Split second decision making and multiple hunting him. Fame from the stairs, good for it. Nikodos, he's got to worry about Kickit as well. His head could be exposed. Roy trying to help with tabs of his own, but look at Flit. Set for it. A double into jungle. Hope wanes as the shot goes away. Crims does find Fame. And Flit just about gets away. Now he wants to plant safe.
It's been spotted.
Could get banged. Doesn't. Missed shot. Won't get another opportunity. As Kickit's going around the world. It's a good plan for it.
He's going to catch Crims off guard. There's no way Crims expects this.
Oh, Nikodos spotting out Flit towards ramp side. Waiting for Crims. Crims is about to get completely caught. Oh, he works it out. And now they can isolate. Flit, surely he doesn't get another 1v2, just as James did around prior. This time, Nikodos denies, but the credit to be levied is towards Crims. Never mind the awareness on Kickit, may have hurt him. But also the patience and the triple from the Swede. It gives Fnatic another round.
Nikodos took an awful lot of shots there before they really connected, right? So you can see him having a couple of big misses. Fortunately, in a round like this, it doesn't come back to cost them. It feels like once you have this jungle control, they are in the driver's seat of this, but the kill's getting found elsewhere. That's one from Crims that he'd be very thankful to get. And curious, I wonder if he did hear the steps or not.
Or, upon that jump, Nikodos is screaming, it's a bit suspicious, I only see one.
And that's great awareness if that's the case from Crims, to be prepared for a play like that. Back into action we go, round number 11. Now the James AWP comes out, so what is the change of play? Well, looking for a pick on the jump spot of Mezzi. Takes some nade damage for the trouble, and will flash him off the line. Want to continue to push James further and further back, and mission accomplished. He will not be considering having a look for now.
They get such liberties in middle. Look at the way Flit's walking through this. Just head on a swivel. Walking the tightrope. Norbert is having a look. He's looking for toes. Not yet exposed, but so close. On the other side, it's Norbert to clear. And oh, the elbow there, Mezzi. Can he get away? Kickert still in a position to trade. He's low HP. Good frag back. Crims still hitting his shots. Mezzi will meet James, but that's the flank. It's the flank that everything. Nikodos gets his eye to the scope in time.
All right, that's more like it from Nikodos right there. The awareness on that kill. Very, very tidy stuff. And now as they make their way back towards A, Fasher with a heads-up play of his own. Takes an awful lot of room, and James being noisy. Fasher will hear these steps. Nikodos will be back just in time to take this duel.
Fasher, safe from James. Bomb on the back of that AWPer. Nikodos. Close to second. Just put in the cherry on top. And Kickit will maintain. Makes sense. Keeps hold of his AK-47, but Fnatic with 3 consecutive of their own design. Now, it's a remedy, it's a response to a 6-round slew.
Yeah, so Outsiders have already done an awful lot of work here, but I keep reflecting to this matchup that went down just the other day. So it was 9 rounds on the T side in the favor of Outsiders.
Right.
6 to Fnatic on the CT side, and the game still managed to go 16-14. In that matchup as well, the first kills were heavily in favor of Outsiders. The clutches went in the favor of Outsiders. And in a 16-14 game, it's those details. So let's just talk about the bigger picture here. If Fnatic can draw this one back and make sure that it's not another 9-6 half against them on the defensive side of things, then they could be set for success here and take us to the third of Overpass to look for that revenge from the 16-1. And these teams, once you get into a matchup like this and it's familiar in the same tournament, a lot of the, I want to say that the common approaches and common plays go out the window because you're getting a chance to try again and play mind games with the in-game leader and even the individuals on the other side of the server.
Into our 12th round, second map, first quarter final of IEM Rio 2022. Out mid is Flip. Roy, a little late to the party. Smoke from Nikados should be well placed, and it is. Masks Roy well. Flick to crouch and just linger upon the fade.
He might go down if he tries to use it a one-way, right? Especially with the angle Flip was playing. Has conceded that position for now, but it is allowing James to look for something.
Yeah, he's very steady on this one. Oh dear. Flip versus Roy, spots both. And James should have him on the way out. If you really try and retreat, there's 3 gunning for you. Nice! Oh, and nearly 2. Roy does a lot there, but so does Outsiders. Into Fasha's sandwich position. They're looking for answers, and Fasha should have the element of surprise on this one. 2 to pincer in. Oh, Molly! Molly! Dead man walking. Fasha down. And options really few and far between for Fnatic. You can see the util. Oh, and nades. Perfect. Absolutely gorgeous counter-strike out of the Outsiders in this one. Crims is great. Can he prove it? Chip damage onto Norbert. And looks like the AWP is more of a priority. He has chosen to.
And they already started hunting.
And they are both coming.
Already started hunting.
Yeah.
As soon as the bomb went down, was already chasing, and so was Flit.
Yeah, but he's
Where are you meant to go?
He's not expecting this at all.
You're not going anywhere, mate.
He's going to get a face full of lead as he rounds this corner. Whoa. Brilliant.
They just don't give them any space here in these rounds. You can go back to Inferno. You can look at several situations where Fnatic have been trying to save some guns and play Outsiders at their own game. But they're constantly hunting. They're constantly ahead of that curve. And this was the conversation that we would be having for Fnatic to punish Outsiders on saves. Well, you got to win the rounds for Fnatic to force Outsiders to be in the save situations in the first place. And that doesn't appear to be happening.
Sorry state of affairs for Messi in that one. The beautifully lethal combo of a HE to slow you down as the flames spread to your toes. It's a nasty way to go. But yeah, 7 now T rounds. As you discussed, they've managed to find 9 on their former Mirage map in their head-to-head to get here.
Well, they've dropped guns on the CT side to go for another buy here, so sure they're able to at least get some purchases, but is this the point in the game where you start to take the fight in the direction of Outsiders? Right, we've seen them boost up towards B a couple of times. You need a jump out window, push through the underpass, go for top mid control. How are you going to respond to this? And in this environment, it can be difficult to want to make those plays. You're already in a hole of rounds. Sure, it's only 2. But it has to start feeling a lot like last time. They have literally everything covered here. They haven't, accounted for this by playing a few mid. They have 1 B apartments, 1 underpass, 1 top mid, 1 A ramp, and 1 palace. That's literally every leak point possible for a Fnatic push. So if that conversation was the one that Outsiders were just having, they're ready for those aggressive maneuvers.
Well, what do you do when you've got no util on CT side? You look for an advantage in another means, and of course aggression typically the answer.
But I know that they're not in passive positions right now, right? They're definitely not, but they are going to have to search for something at some point, because with Outsiders it goes from 0 to 100, and this could be the 100 right here from James.
Doesn't choose to take his shot, picks his moment wisely, and Roy picks Fame out of the underpass. They are heading into A. Information denied. Tucked on the bench. Oh, Nikados big, but immediately silenced.
Clean house.
And that site's open now for the plant. James in the open. He might want to find a bit of a better setup. He's got one burrowed into CT. Jame on Tetras and Kick It considering that round. Whoa! What a shot! Just the tip of the head, and the Dane destroyed. Crims is not ready for flip. No trade from Mezzy. Nice one onto Jame. Kick It the contingency. Flit on sight. Mezzy no time. He just has to get one back, and it's 8. Outsiders very, very quick to find an answer to Fnatic's 3 consecutive defensive rounds. It's all Outsiders, baby, and it looks convincing. It really does.
It's a team effort right now.
This shot.
Yeah, this is tidy stuff here from James. The tippy top of the head right there. See you later, Roy. And again, another defensive plan. If that goes wrong, Kick It was already, again, ready for the save. He was over to Woodsby Apartments. This is so curious. I would love to get Maniac and Yanko's opinion on this on the desk. If Outsiders do win, to pick their brain about this, because hunting for these guns has been a clear part of the game plan today. Well, it's 5 to equals 5, you know?
Well, only takes 1 to turn the tide of battle. Jame had a little glance. Roy has vision again. They could reflash it. Jame close by. A single Desert Eagle to the head is all it can take. They will molly and force the fight awkwardly. Roy onto the ladder as Fasher first to fall for Fnatic.
Just have so much
He's
territory.
so trapped.
Yeah, where are they meant to go here? It's like Outsiders are playing with their food right now. They should also be aware he's here. So as he appears around the corner, it's not even Jame from the top rope, it's Flip from Connector. They're pulling them apart like threads here. The last 3 members, well, not for much longer. Fame spotted out 1. He has taken a big chunk of damage. Would like to get away with his life, I'm sure. Mezzy trying to chip away at range, but Flit now starting to farm. That's 2 for him.
It's a very long-range shot attempt from Mezzy, just hoping the stars aligned. The stars of Outsiders are certainly giving us quite the shine on this quarterfinal stage. Already with Inferno under their belt. Mirage T-side and a 9th looking like a guarantee. You cannot underestimate this team. They've plugged new names, but it's the same system. And it's such a stranglehold against them. Oh, 1 back. Stops it from being a perfect round, but Flit there immediately. Stopping any retrievals or saves. Fnatic all sent back to spawn.
This is rough. This is rough. Again, they're having fun at least.
A lot of love in the building.
I have a similar feeling as to what I had over there on Inferno, right?
Yeah.
It was a situation where, sure, the scoreline looks close, but it's the type of rounds that Outsiders are winning that make it feel like Fnatic are being suffocated. Maybe they're given an opportunity to win around here, there, or everywhere. As a missed window smoke is a slight gift, a slight opportunity to maybe work with here. You can call mid completely clear. It doesn't mean anything right now just because of the pace of Outsiders. What are you going to do with that? Hey, they're not mid now, but they're normally not anywhere until about 30 to 45 seconds. So
yeah,
who cares?
Your 0 to 100 is exactly the framing. Wow, he tries his luck. Fame caught out by Crims on that elevated position. Flit unable or unwilling to trade. Alone on top mid this time, and he's responsible for that bomb. So if Crims comes looking, this is a fight that could really turn the tide. Perfectly found. Roy on window, Flit, ooh, catches a bullet to the dome. Helmet saves him. This has to be a 6th for Fnatic.
Oh, you would think so, especially with the bomb now starting to head back over towards A. Nikodos will be unaccounted for here with the initial exchanges with nobody coming out of Palace. So Fasher just has to bait them in. A kill from Fasher is great, but really it's Nikodos to win the round here.
Oh, Flit, no slouch on that AWP, giving it by virtue of the health. Nade shy. Bomb to be planted. Nikodos not going to be able to stop it immediately, but good one back from Fasha. The bomb is down, but they're not clearing their corners. Nikodos profits. Okay, James. What can you do with this one? The answer's nothing. Nikodos will close it. Fnatic, they managed to muster a 6. A 9-6 half, we've seen that one before. Swapping sides, Fnatic are on the ropes. We'll see if we need our third map when we return from our break. Fnatic elated to make the playoffs, but they have met their final boss, Outsiders, already 9 rounds, and that was on the T side of our second map, Mirage, picked for a reason, clearly, by the Outsiders roster, and no stranger to the big stage, at least not all of them. Certainly is exciting for Norbert, exciting for Fame. We're back into game. T side for Fnatic.
3 players.
Look at the setup.
And they're going to run into it. They're going to run into it.
He's got a P250. I mean, at least it's an even fight, at least not in the weapon department. A problem. That is, though. He goes looking. Flit just 1v2 in at that ramp. He's run out of bullets and running out of mojo off Fnatic. They're going on Mezzi.
Yeah, he got one back here. A nice shot over towards Ticket, sure, but need an awful lot where that came from. A defensive CT smoke dropped out, and Fame Let's make sure there is no retreat. Fashion knife in hand is about to get a rude awakening. And it's just Mezzy. This would be the ace required.
Yeah, and maybe the smallest gap. James very, very switched on, though.
Norbert's aware of it as well. Mezzy could jump off the window ledge, make his way through the vent room, but no, he's just going to walk straight through. And Norbert, oh, he stopped glancing for now. So here's the gap, and Norbert, as the peak, does spot it out. James in the perfect position to close this.
Yeah, and he's not taking the initial engagement. He knows Mezzy's going to assume it's clear. He can walk through, little speed walk, and Mezzy looking the wrong way as James makes it certain that that is 10 already for Outsiders in the first round of this second half. Making light work of Fnatic here.
They're just being outclassed right now.
Yeah.
There's just a sense that Outsiders aren't even really being tested or pushed, right? Even when they've looked like they're in a little bit of trouble, they'll surge forward with a round, they'll get a couple consecutive. Just need to find that next level in the game plan. And for Fnatic, that extra gear, where's it meant to come from? We've spoken a lot about Crims, his experience. Roy, Nikodos, they've been here before with the Copenhagen Flames. You've got Fasha and Mezzy, they're new to this environment. They are key pieces of the puzzle here. But there are other names that can step up or should be able to as they spring forward into top mid. 3 players across, 1 tap to the mid box. Crims over towards B and Fasha dealing with the A slink on the force pipe. So that plant has gotten them something a little bit juicier here than otherwise.
Yeah, the juice is one step, but you do need frags as well. You can see just how set up they are again. And Fnatic walking into the stack. There's multiple bodies that can engage. It's Fame, it's Flit, it's Jame and Pain for Fnatic. Bomb at the top of mid. Nikodos feeling like he's already out of the round, despite still heart beating. And the deflating arrival for Crims. By the time he gets to those fights, he's already lost 2 teammates. And something that Outsiders do so well as well on their CT side, which is what I'm concerned about for Fnatic, given how long their lead has been leading, is that you leave a gap, you aren't attending to the entire map. There will be this search for information that teams like Heroic, Spirit, and of course Outsiders are so proficient.
Oh.
That's back from Fasha.
But look where Norbert is. It's what you were talking about, right? He's the insurance policy. Sure, Flit's dead. Where are you going to plant? How are you going to get this bomb down?
And James doesn't have to overstep the mark. Ooh, nice one from Nikodos. Actually uses that M4 to great success, but to kick it low, and it should be finished. Nice work from Crims. Still, though, it's... Ooh, that is sharp out of Fasha. He's given Fnatic a little bit of hope in that one.
Okay, that round, it really started to heat up there for Fnatic, didn't it? It didn't feel like it was going to get too out of control. There are a lot of bodies responding to that. Outsiders, traditionally, as they have throughout this game, felt like they were ahead of the play, and Fnatic will snatch that one away with some very, very tidy shots here.
Exactly my point. I was about to say, like, I think we've spent enough time with these 2 teams that we've stopped expecting Fnatic to win Angels. You know, and this time, Fasha bucks the trend twice.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. In Rio. And his name is James. You can't keep getting away with plays like that. A headshot out of the scout onto Nikodos just as the round begins. Fnatic now walking with a limp.
That's the worst way to kick off this opportunity to break out Outsiders.
That's stunning.
They're all 4 condemned to middle right now. If they want to continue to slink towards the fate of this connector smoke, everybody's waiting on the other side. Come on in, boys. The water's warm.
Yeah, I'm sure. Boiling hot. Boiling hot. If you dip your toe in there, I think you're going to lose it. James looking for some devout energy. As yeah, actually, you know what? Not far off. Another headshot. Fasha nearly putting his head in the vice.
They have no idea what's on the other side other than that of James. Surely they need to try and get out of here now.
Yeah, you got to pull the plug. I think Mezzy's going investigating up towards the catwalk.
Norbert's still got the cross here. He can call. Yeah, he spotted it now with a shot from Norbert. What a stunner.
Yeah, that's a leaf straight out of James' book.
Oh, it's pulled the rotation, though.
Yeah, they're clearing.
A massive gap in towards A. How does this keep happening?
This one works nicely for Fnatic, but still 2 men down. Got to get that bomb down because CTs are working this out too. Roy, late to the plant. Very late. More damage out of that scout. Puts it on a silver platter for the collection. Kick it. Has he got a deagle in him? No is the answer. Crim's the one to hand it to him. 3-on-3. Flit playing the waiting game. I don't know how hard they're going to clear this. Fasha's looking and whoa, another headshot. Outsiders are so good at making these rounds hurt, and it has to be Crim's. So low and so much time. Fame 19 up against Crim's, and he's got him. He's got his number. Fnatic falter, an attempt at the recovery. It looks like the Outsiders are just too damn good. Look at this opener.
Yeah.
And this was a great deagle shot out of Norbert as well. You got to see it. You really got to kind of live in the comms of Outsiders in that one. He's firing off pot shot short, averts his gaze, of course, smoked off, and it comes down to Norbert's D.
That's the old versus the young right there. You got Fame. Very inexperienced at this level of play, and Crim's on the other side just has to deliver that one kill, and you can see just how much that hurts. It's no fault of his own there. The fact that these picks have just happened across the map. There was multiple bodies there, and they were given an opportunity to get that bomb down and get in towards the site, but the Force by Wars will continue in this second half. Nobody to post consecutive rounds here. So whoever does so first, a chance to the Outsiders get closer to closing this, making it a 2-0 affair, being quite dominant for Fnatic to try and bring this one back into level pegging. Towards B. Fame and Norbert, the two presiding right now. It's just Norbert. Fame has investigated very, very deep middle here. And they're coming.
Okay, got some pace in this. Fame tracking the drop of Roy. Puts him low. Fasha responds into the site and trying to plant. This is actually a perfect opportunity for Fnatic. They're in, but there's so many here from Outsiders trying to close back in. Kick it onto Crims. Norbert likely to find Fasha, and now only two members of Fnatic to stop that defuse. It's not going to be easy. Good angle and headshot from behind, though. Nikodos has to be responsible for this. And he's spotted out Flit. He needs this duel. Deagle VM4 and exposed to James now. Mezzi trapped. 3 encroaching, tapping heads. 2 to run him down. James easy got that one. And there is a kit in play. Kick it onto it in time. Fnatic, they're getting opportunities, but every single time Outsiders have the remedy. They know.
It's one of the closer rounds, really, with how they went back and forth, the trading from either side, the bomb down, the time starting to become a bit of an issue here.
They got that bomb down in 3 of the 4 rounds we've played so far.
And that is a positive again, right? Sure, it's going to keep their cash at a level where they can get something, a few upgrades. It won't be the full investment behind it, but it's not going to be an easy round for Outsiders by any means. You can see those upgrades coming through now.
It's not very threatening.
Yeah, there's something to work with. Still a nugget of hope here for Fnatic fans. They are going to try and turn their attention towards Kickett's bomb site of A, but mid's being called clear. Flit already rotates over. They're going to have multiple bodies here, and Flit opens up the account.
Yeah, and it's going to close it too. Crims on the bench position, nearly gets Flit before Fame will save, and 13 already inscribed next to Outsider's name. A semi-final, a couple of rounds away.
Oh, the state of affairs here, when you take a look at what's available in the top 8, we could truly have 4 CIS teams in the semi-finals. Cloud9, Outsiders, Spirit, and Na'Vi. That's a conversation, a real conversation that is being had around global Counter-Strike right now.
No doubt. And look at the difference between these two here in the quarterfinals. Outsiders just looking like the kingpin. Two this time, Mezzi and Crims. And the response is great. The damage is horrible for Fnatic. Flick just takes 2 out of the round. Mid clear, he says, not sure about the top, and he might go and get into some answers as well. That's the bomb. Nikodos cowering behind the box. Roy doing some plumbing on the tap. And if they lose this one, I think the waterworks will start. You put all your pennies into this one, already walking wonky, and Nikodos does not want to lose that bomb. Nor but containing your access to B denied by that SMG. If Norbuk even gets one, Fnatic's hopes will truly fade. And he's done it.
No!
How? Okay, Outsiders walk in the park, chat. The birds are singing, the sun is shining, and the semi is coming.
This is dominant stuff from Outsiders now. You walk into this matchup, you look to the head-to-head, they're the favorites, of course, but you're expecting something a little bit different than last time round. Your Fnatic, you get a chance, you get to dissect the demos, you get to see where you want to take this. Your map choice falls by the wayside, and now back into a game we're extremely close last time. How does he get two?
This is going to feel really good. A bit of a coming of age for Norbert. You're in the playoffs, and you're playing playoff Counter-Strike. When most would get one, he gets two.
He might get fed a few more.
He might indeed. He's actually solo on B as the Tech9s come and knock in.
He's talking a lot.
He's really motor-mouthing it. He's feeling the pressure. Great flash. You can see two members doing the dance as they are on their way. A smoke to fight this fight, and down goes Mezzi. He goes wide. Oh, denied! And from behind, Nikodos falls. Nothing to be celebrated. Nothing at all. Just knocked out. KO. One more attempt for Fnatic. A long road back into the game, but Outsiders are the ones controlling the play. Making light work of their first opponent in these playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to feel miserable out there now. You're floundering. What are you meant to do if you're Fnatic? Nothing seems to be working. Outsiders are taking fights in awkward positions. They're taking all the space. They are not just one step ahead of you here today. They've lapped you right now.
Yeah, it's a 1-2 step and a 1-2 punch. Nikodos onto Fame. A nice scalp to post, but they are very hard pressed to find a second. Flit playing with the smoke and playing with his food. He knows Mezzi's coming through, and a nice frag back. He's going through. Nice catch. Nikodos should be traded. Oh, wow. Transfer onto James. Roy good for the headshot as well. Those individual duels have come through from Fnatic. Kick it. Gets himself out of the window. Will it allow him to surprise Roy under the smoke?
They didn't take the space. They knew where he was. Crim's doubted going in towards B because Kickit, he didn't show himself.
They look scared.
They look very, very scared, and Kickit is reading the play here.
Oh.
Stat lines haven't been great, but he can win this right here, right now, 1-on-3.
A clutch for the semi-finals. Go on then. Let's see if you've got it. Kickit second guessing it now, investigating B as they arrive on A. Kickit trying to piece this together. As are Fnatic. Look how scared they are.
So timid. They have no idea where he's gotten off to, and they're about to announce their presence. Fasher thinking better of that. Continuing to play contact here.
He's coming for you. Fnatic, a nervous wreck as Kickit looks to wreck house. It's Fasher to defend their honor. We will see 8. Virtue of Nikodos, a nice 3-piece.
Yeah, that was tidy, especially the third on towards the top of the stairs right there. You can see he's fed up of getting dictated to, wanted to take the action towards mid. He opened up on Fame, continued to push forward towards Connector, catches Flit off guard in the timing, and then the third shot's a bit of a specky. So a tidy round, an impressive round, but only their second round here in this second half. It's very awkward here. Of course, he's going to make this one onto Flair, who has absolutely no idea that's possible, but this is the third that we were just highlighting here, and as he mantles up, he's got 2 fights with the transfer across. That's very, very nice onto James. And Kickit has a real shot in this. But this is a nice fight from Fasher to get up to his 11th kill.
I mean, I'll tell you now, if Mezzi manages to call 7 straight rounds on T-Side Mirage, yeah, I would certainly be breaking my vocal range, but this is Outsiders' game. It's Outsiders' Mirage. Fnatic are just temporarily visiting. A feeling of hopelessness just spreading through your ranks. Every single trick in the book to find a favorable opening. Outsiders, if they find it, it could be the beginning of the end here. Nade, well timed, chips away on Crims. More nade damage. Still not a single enemy spotted for Fnatic. As that CT smoke denies an opportunity into the short position. Window fading and frags found. An equivalent exchange leaves us in a 4-on-4, 60 seconds. Roy and Nikados come knocking on Norbert's door. This is the fight. Forward position. Again, Norbert passes the test. Playing a good game here. His own smoke facilitates a reposition. Crim's now vulnerable on that gap. Roy tapping away. .35 and only 3 remaining. Shows face on B.
They're so separated. They're so separated. How are you meant to win this? James, he's in the market with the AWP. They have to get past him. Roy goes down. No, it's Crims. It's Crim going down. They're into the site.
Only one last hope here, and his name is Roy. Outsiders, 13 seconds. They can stop this alone. James doesn't need any help. The flash was good, but they're coming for you. And Outsiders make it look like a walk in the park. In their opening playoff game, Fnatic quick to exit the game and the tournament.
Back to back in the head-to-head, same tournament, same result, 2-0 again. 4 straight maps they've faced Fnatic on here, and they've just been able to wipe the floor with them. This is dominant stuff from Outsiders at a great way. The likes of Fame and Norbert to grace the major stage.
RIO giving him a lot of love, and understandably so. A well-played game, and getting to see some of those newer names, Norbert, Fame, that is priceless. An experience like that, they'll have another chance in the semi-final now. We, of course, don't know their opponent, Cloud9 or Mouse. An opportunity to see that. A little later today, we'll find out who the Outsiders will next play. But yeah, as expected, business conducted by the Outsiders. Fnatic eliminated. And we're breaking it down at the desk, I'm sure.
So happy that we won.
Oh, that's good. Wow, did you win Inferno? Were you expecting this pick?
Yeah, actually, only I expected this from my team, and my team trusted that, oh, Kicker has 9 good feeling for it, and we were ready for it.
Yeah, it was a good pick. Well, your team has the economy and the gameplay so structured and organized. How did you get this?
I don't know, we just had a good game plan against them, we expected everything, and this is how it went, we won.
Whoa, that's good. And how about the Brazilian crowd? Because they are cheering for you, you know?
Oh my God, I'm so happy because here is Brazilian crowd and they're cheering for us. Guys, thank you. Vamos, Brasil!
Eu perguntei para ele qual que ele estava achando da torcida brasileira e que vocês estavam torcendo para ele. Ele falou que ele está muito feliz e falou, vamos Brasil! Muito bom! Thank you ever so much. Congratulations once again and have the best of luck.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you.
Outsiders dispatch a Fnatic over just 2 maps. A spot at the semi-finals locked in as they are the first team to taste glory here in the Jeunesse Arena. Gentlemen, that was a dominant face of Outsiders showing up. I don't know about you, but they are looking hot to trot coming into the playoffs.
Freya, it's almost as if you're the better team. You can win T rounds.
Right?
Would you believe your eyes? What happened to the CD meta? Apparently it's impossible to find rounds. To hell with that shit. 9 rounds from Outsiders on the T side of Mirage. 6 in the first map. This was a clinic from James. It all came together. The calls were good. The individuals were lights up. Flit all over the place on that map, displaying his skill, having his best major result. This was Outsiders from all the way, coast to coast ahead.
And that's 9 rounds without winning the pistol round.
Yeah.
So just a very, very good performance from them. A lot of, you know, default play, what you would expect, but also some spice from them in the middle there. I think people who keep calling them boring and saying they're one-dimensional, those people are either not watching the games or they just don't know anything about CS, because Outsiders are playing probably their best Counter-Strike in a long time, and some of the best Counter-Strike out of all teams. I mean, that's why they're the first team to book a spot in the semifinal.
Yeah, and there were a plethora of different looks coming out from the Outsiders as well. I do want to throw it back all the way to the beginning as you were pre-facing Yank, obviously not picking up that pistol round. But then you looked into your crystal ball in the pre-match segment, and you were saying, you know, look out for those lurks. Fnatic should have been keeping an eye out.
Yeah, they just love to do it, right? And we have another round, another example of early Outsiders applying pressure towards A, right? But there's always this guy towards the B bomb site, you know? But in this particular one, this was against the Halberd.
Yeah, absolutely. We have here. That's one of the clutches that really, really hurts if you're a Fnatic, because you had a way back into this round. I mean, it's complicated now. It's a 2 versus 2. The nade is great. That's the kill. From that moment on, they don't really know where James is. He's going to play it to perfection, looking for kills. And this is where it hurts. This is where, mentally speaking, you are in the bin if you're a Fnatic. You've just lost your 5th round. It's a type of round that is really hurtful emotionally. What does James do right after that? He knows Messi in a hard time. He calls a B rush. And I guarantee you that this is not a coincidence. You have just hurt your opponents. You're banking on the fact that they won't be completely ready to handle the first situation, and it perfectly works. Look at this. Free entry is like butter.
Absolutely. The pace from them was relentless, and you know, the gun round before this one, so round number 6, they're doing just sort of a fake default, and they're walking out 2 apps, 1 ramp. That's also around like 140, 135, so that's very fast pace. I don't know if you can get any more fast pace with that, so they threw in different looks towards Fnatic, and after the beginning of the half and these 2 rounds, then if you're Fnatic, you're like, well, we don't know just how, but they can play fast, they can play slow, you need to use your nades.
Exactly. You were exactly on the money. That's why I wanted to go with this. What happened after this moment is that you saw Fnatic being forced to use utility early on, and then they just were hanging out to dry. It's 50 seconds, you've used all the smokes, all the Molotov, you're basically at risk, at the mercy of any kind of peak that's happening. But this is because James has constructed a game plan that is going to lead you to use that utility, because you have no choice, and he's good. He got you in the road for the end.
I think that's the really exciting thing about kind of, I guess, the evolution of Outsiders as well, because coming off the player break, we had noted that they had been bringing out that more pacey style. It wasn't just saving all the time. It wasn't just running down the clock. And I think, Yanko, that could be a difference maker in terms of the variety of looks they're able to show here at the Major.
Absolutely. Listen, I'm a Outsiders fan, right? But I won't sit here and say they're the best team in the world. I will compare it, though. You go back to 2021, and Na'Vi, they had a sort of a change in their... We were also like looking at them and maybe being a bit too slow at times, right? And, you know, they had this, or even in 2020, had this like sort of conscious change of speeding things up and adding that extra flavor to their style, and that's what really propelled them into contender status and being really consistent. So I think Outsiders finally figured it out. Initially, it was just in half buys, you know, and round with pistols, which makes more sense, right? You're more prone to winning them if you do that, but now they started doing it in gun rounds, and they become more unpredictable, more difficult to read.
It's also excellent recruitment. I mean, we have to talk about it. When they made the Flit Sanji change right before Stockholm, a lot of people got a little bit offended by it. We knew Sanji had like a huge sympathy capital for the people out there in the community. We pointed out the fingers, say, you think he's a scapegoat? Actually, Flit was an excellent signing, and Flit is turning out to be this complete package of a player who's got the game sense, he's got the skill, he's got the whole pack. That was great.
And not who I blame for that. I blame the casters for that, because they're, oh, so bad for Sanji, he's always dropping guns, and you know, why do you get rid of him? You look at Outsiders' style, it's a style where everyone has to contribute, right? Like, that can't be, if you're doing that, then you're not good enough to be on that team. We need to find someone better. I mean, I can't remember the last time there was a bigger like difference in skill in terms of change than Flit for Sanji, right? Like, because Flit is more of a star player. He had an amazing series, and it was him, James, and Fame leading the way.
And let's flip on over to that second half, because things, for a moment, did get a little bit back and forth. Obviously, Outsiders taking the pistol, Fnatic stopping that conversion. But then Outsiders, they totally answer that.
Yeah, and you're thinking maybe just Fnatic can get some momentum going. Maybe this is not over yet, right? So we go into the round here. Of course, James immediately goes for that top con pick, gets the kill with a flash assist, and Norbert with the second one. You know, in a 5v3 situation, Fnatic still does a good job of sort of, you know, making it competitive, like getting the bomb down, even having like an advantage, but they were just outmaneuvered. It was Fame in the end in a 1v2 situation, managing to take out Crims, really, ultimately the most experienced player taken down by a rookie, right? And you feel like after Fnatic loses this round, and then it's really over, you know, like it really stifled any potential comeback.
And what we don't see in that clip as well is that after the opening pick from Outsiders, they actually make the wrong call. They gamble on the beast, like they think that Fnatic is all funneled towards Catwalk, but they don't get flustered when they realize, damn it, we screwed the pooch. That's not where they're going. They stay calm. This is where you would see a lot of teams just completely stifled, rush towards the A side, give away free kills. For Outsiders, it's just everything is under control. We're 5v3. We're gonna play the trade, the mathematics, and they end up to the clutch.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected equates to a decisive win for Outsiders in, of course, this quarter-final series. And the man of the hour, James, has a few words for us after that victory.
He sure does. I'm standing by here with James and also Heku to assist in the translation. First up, congratulations, amazing victory, making it to the semifinals. It's the second time you actually met Fnatic. Why do you think you match up so well versus them specifically?
Я думаю, что маппул очень хороший для нас. У нас по картам есть некое преимущество, и мы это показали только что.
He basically says that, like, when it comes like to the map pool, he feels like they have like a way better map pool, like an advantage, and like right now they showcase that.
Okay, I'd love to talk about your performance specifically. I talked to your coach earlier in the day, Dastan, who said you have this whole new system and a rhythm for you. Can you talk to us about that?
Now I don't will talk because it's secret. I will tell all my things after the major on my streams and YouTube, guys. All about the major, all about my preparation and team and preparation my team. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. We'll be looking forward to that. Speaking about the major overall, since some of these teams are out, like FaZe and Vitality, a lot of people are talking about who is the favorite. Is it Na'Vi? Is it Cloud9? But do you think Outsiders should be higher up in that conversation of a favorite?
I don't know, but it's always Na'Vi favorite. 5 years I play in CS, and Na'Vi always favorite on tournament. But FaZe and Vitality was two favorite, and we don't know what can be on the major. Let's see.
I think that's a clear message. I also would like to ask you about some of your newer players, or the players who have not had as much experience on this stage, like Fame, like Norbert. They had a fantastic game. How do you as a leader feel about how they are developing?
I'm very happy for them. When Fame joined in my team, it was first LAN in Jönköping on ESL Challenger, and now he will play in semi-final major. It's great. It's like CS. It's dream for him. But Norbert, he is daddy CS. It's what's expected from him. Yeah.
And he's doing great. Final question, you said before, I'm going to have to sign so many autographs. And I've seen so many people with like James on their chest and like on the signs. How has it been having such a positive reception from the Brazilian crowd?
I don't know. I love Brazil and Brazil love me. And I expect, how you said, so many people right now want my autograph, my signs and picture. And I will do this because it's my job too.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, James. Unbelievable with Outsiders making it to the semifinals. Thank you so much.
I'm so proud of him. I'm just I'm like, oh my God. I mean, I'm kind of losing my job, but this is actually amazing.
Yeah, this was great. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. I always love it when we get to hear, yeah, James, bit of a shameless self-promotion as well. Follow my Twitter, follow my Twitch, follow my YouTube.
I'll tell no secret, but after on my stream.
Yeah.
He holds the information. He has the monopoly of the information. We're going to have to sneak in there.
That's like capitalizing on you know, the opportunity and great timing, you know, now that the hype
just like a leader.
But yeah, it's just been great. They continue to play some great CS, right, individually and as a team. And we've been talking about Outsiders and Virtus Pro beforehand, that some of the most difficult team to put away in games, right? So even if it's Cloud9 in the semifinal, that's going to be a tough matchup. I think that's going to be some really, really good CS.
Yeah, of course, they will be facing either MOUZ or Cloud9, which is coming up in our next matchup of the day. But I want to continue just to maybe give a bit more props to Flip, because I know coming out of that first map, you were saying James was really the MVP of that. I think Flip put in some absolute manpower in the second map.
Well, as I said, he truly seems to be the complete package. We could see when he joined this lineup in Stockholm, I think he was a little bit out of the rhythm, out of sorts. He was not in a position to display his full skill, but here, you can pretty much see his multi-kill ability is extremely singular, it's extremely particular. He has an understanding of when to be aggressive and when to be passive, looking for the kill, but not making mistakes, which in itself is what I like to call the complete package, right? It's the 100%. It's when you don't only have the click, because obviously a guy like Fame has a mountain of skill that he can play with, but you understand, look at this here, right there, that double kill, that screams of understanding, like, hey, the second guy is out of position, I'll get him as well, and then he pulls back. He's doing great right now, he's on track, he's one to follow.
I think that's where we say that, you know, Outsiders is such a well-oiled machine. It seems like all the cogs are sort of finally clicking for them with these roster changes, even with the newbies entering the stage as well. They didn't seem phased at all.
Yes, indeed, and also just what you love to see from them is they have maintained the same level of poise they've shown so far in the, you know, Legend stage and the Challenger stage. I mean, you talk about Flit and you see him on the player camera, and he's just gaming. Like, he's just sitting there, talking, communicating, getting kills, right? Like, you don't see them get too emotional, too like crazy about the atmosphere and whatnot. So that's a scary proposition for anyone who needs to face them in the next match.
And I feel, unfortunately, for Fnatic, I mean, you could see it in those final rounds there. They were getting nervous. You could see the pressure that Outsiders are putting them under, even in the round that they did manage to convert right at the end.
I think for Fnatic, it's just too early, right?
Yes.
I think this is a monumental success for this lineup. They managed to get their organization, who's one of the most storied ones we have in Counter-Strike, back into the playoffs of a major, just a couple of months being together. You know, of course, it's always tough to lose, but I think they can be very happy with the progress they've made. Like, you can tell that they're a tight-knit group, so if they just keep working and trending upwards, right, they need to work on their map pool. They made some mistakes here in terms of decision-making that are easy to kind of spot and talk about and iron out. And, you know, also individually a bit of a letdown across the board, no one even with an above 1 rating. So, but it's tough to play Outsiders right now.
Yeah, that's my point. I think playing Outsiders, one of the toughest opponents out there, is not going to make mistake. Fnatic didn't really have anyone who stepped up and made the game easier than it was. And I think it's needed at any stage of competition, having someone that's kind of able to rob around, like daylight robbery, a multi-kill, turn things around. And for an IGL, it helps you just get back in it.
Who is going to win us a bullshit round? Like, who's going to go out and do a Zyvu 1v3 or a simple, like, you know, double kill, triple kill with the op or something like that, right? Like, I think they're still trying to figure that out themselves, and sooner or later someone or a couple of players will have to step up, and they'll have to know who do they turn to in some of those key moments.
I think it had to be the Copenhagen Flames duo.
Yeah.
I think in the structure, in how this team is built, the blueprint is that Roy is supposed to be the tip of the spear individual on the T side, making crazy plays like he did in Flames, and Nikodor is supposed to be splashy. They haven't delivered that in the playoffs. Not to take anything away from their Challenger or Legend stage. They've been here, they made it to the stage, but that duo did not deliver what they were supposed to in order to advance to the next step.
Yeah, despite losing out to the Outsiders, definitely not a performance to be ashamed of here from the side of Fnatic. But we do have our UK representative himself, it's Mezzy, with Banks for a few words before his departure.
Sadly, we have to say goodbye to Fnatic after this game against Outsiders. I've got Mezzy with me here, and I want to ask to start off with, mate, you've spoken to me before, right? It's so difficult to play against Outsiders. Is it a style you can ever get used to? Is it ever a style you can work your head around, or is it just maybe something that's kind of kryptonite for you?
I think they're definitely a bogey team for us. It's they got us in the first series and now here, but I think definitely we didn't play our best, but also they were the better team today. And I think the last time we played and they were the better team. It's just, I think it's a style that we're still getting used to playing against. They're very different to any other team. So I think for us it's just about making sure that we can still play against any style that we come up against.
You as an IGL though, right? Is it feel like you can't ever get a read on the game? Explain what goes through your head. Do you maybe try to overthink things at times?
I definitely think in the first game we played them, we overthought quite a bit, but then going to this game, we kind of said to ourselves, like, we just need to keep it simple and just do our own stuff. And I definitely think it helped us like go through with ideas and like finish well, but I definitely still think they're a hard team to read because sometimes they do very unorthodox stuff with their gamble stacks, and sometimes it's done based off zero info, and sometimes it is, and it's like it makes it a lot harder for me to call and for even our players to make mid-round calls. So it's definitely tough to play against, but it's also something you can't shy away from, and we have to be confident in what we do. And if there are 4 guys there, we just need to make sure we execute well.
And I felt like, at least on Mirage, right, that you should have put up more of a fight at that. What went so wrong that you guys couldn't claw your way back in onto the second half?
I think they did a very good job of switching up their T side, at least. In comparison to the first time they played us and how they usually play is pretty slow and methodical and go into their splits onto sites. But this time they switched up the pace really well, and were way more direct in sights and rushing B, popping B, and then doing A executes really fast. So then they did a good job early game to switch it up and then forced us to adapt and like try and change our pace. And we weren't the ones setting the pace this time, and they were. So I think it was tough for us to get back into the game there.
I love interviewing you, Medity. I could do this all day, mate. You give me such good answers with it, but I'm going to let you just take the floor for a moment. And just how do you feel about your overall run here for Fnatic and getting to this stage anyway, and what's your kind of closing thoughts of the tournament?
I think definitely just really happy and proud of the whole team, everyone, all the players and also the backroom staff, and really putting the time in, and after each loss and putting the time in to make sure we fix our mistakes, and outside the game refocus on our confidence and the mental side of it. And I think obviously it's sad to go out and everyone really wants to play in front of this crowd. I think it was a really good experience to play on this stage, but I think for us, just really proud of how we've played and how we've got this far, and just thanks to all the support of all the Fnatic fans, and hopefully we'll be back here again.
I'm sure you will be. You led Fnatic to a major after quite a little bit of time away from it, so mate, we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, not coming home for the UK lads this time, but props to Mezzy for giving us some really distinct thoughts despite losing out at the hands of the outsiders. But it is time to check in with our DHL MVP as well. You guys at home can use your Twitch channel points to vote for who you think should be awarded our DHL MVP at the end of the tournament. Of course, there's going to be an interview with them as well. Our selections for this particular map: Fame, James, Flit, Roy, and Kickert. Gentlemen, if you were voting at home, who would you be voting as the MVP for this one?
We have to give our opinion. I guess Flit is up there. Flit is up there. It would be between Flit and James. I think maybe my brain would be towards James, my heart was Flit for the impressive time. But these would be my two.
Well, you're the stats guy, Maniac, and you know the stats say Flit. So
there we go. There you have the answers.
There's
simple life.
I think by the time they get to the grand final, we'll have a bigger body of work.
Yes.
So then we'll get closer to knowing which outsiders player will be the DHL MVP of the RIO major.
There you go. We have you on tape now.
You have them as potentially taking the trophy here. I don't want to put you under the bus.
Yeah, you just did. If they play anyone else but Navi, they will win.
Yeah, they will win. 100% Yanko prediction.
Yes.
You've heard it here first. Doesn't do a fantasy team, but does on desk predictions. I can respect that. Yeah, of course, as we're progressing out from the tournament, there will be more names added into the mix as well as we move on to our second quarterfinal of the day too. But gentlemen, I just want to round out the thoughts of Fnatic, because I think we can kind of tie this one in a bow, saying they exceeded our expectations. They actually exceeded their own expectation. In an interview with Roy earlier on, even making it to the legend stage, he was saying that was our goal coming into it.
There's going to be a learning curve and a learning process. Some of the words we've heard from Mezzy are spot on. When you have a preparation going into a game and then you realize quickly your opponent is throwing a curve or a loop, right? This is where high-level IGLing is happening. But he is just at the very beginning of this journey. That's what all the IGLs have to deal with. I have my preparation. Hold on a second. They're playing much faster than I thought. How the hell am I handling this? But this is the first step of a long journey if he ever is to become one of the greats, right? So learning curve for him, definitely a process.
And also becoming more familiar with the teams and their respective styles, right? Not just in how they play on the server, but how they prepare and how they change up, how they self-scout, right? So now you play outsiders, you know from one game to the second game, they're going to switch up, right? Like, so you can't go off of the game you played against them. You kind of have to just almost try to be a step ahead, right? So you know, okay, they played slow, they're going to switch it up this time, so we're going to play against that. But we'll see, you know, James, they say he's the smartest player alive, all of his players, so he would probably be one step ahead of you regardless. But yeah, for Fnatic, exceeded expectations. When you look the eye test, it's looking good, like the stuff that they're CS, the stuff that they're doing, it makes sense, right? It's just about having time to add more things to their playbook, get better on more maps, and for players to get maybe more familiar with each other on the server, right? So they could put up bit better individual performances.
Yeah, and for the playbook today, plenty more Counter-Strike action on the cards as another quarterfinal matchup is coming up to find out who will be taking on the outsiders in that semi-final. Will it be Cloud9 or will it be Mouse? And I believe we do have Banks with Cloud9 as they arrived here in the arena.
Now the Cloud9 guys are quite often a little bit more quiet, but we'll try and grab them a little bit as they're coming in here. Mr. Axel, how you doing? You good?
Yeah, good.
How'd you spend your day off?
Huh?
How'd you spend the day off?
It was good. Yeah.
Practice?
Yeah.
How are we going to get a big superstar Axel? Like we've seen the step up. You started to get better. How do we get that again? You got a big smile on your face.
Just it's okay.
You think you can do it? You think you can do it?
Yeah, of course.
There we go. Hobbit, I'm running over to bother you. How are you doing, my man? You smiling?
Good, good.
You ready for this?
We're gonna see.
Playoffs have been a bit hard for you guys before, though, right, in the stages and the crowd, but the Dallas one was impressive. Do you feel like that plus these stages have helped you? Like, you feel more ready for a big stage like this for the guys?
I'm feeling that we're ready for everything now. I mean, yeah.
Your smiling makes me very nervous for Miles.
The thing is, we need to start to play.
Okay, okay.
Yes, really.
But surely in the Legend stage, you started to play. You started to play well.
Yeah, because we started to feel the tournament. That's the main thing. We had 3 days off, so we'll see. Did it bad for us or not? We'll see. Because 3 day off, it's a lot. I mean, you're losing the feeling of tournament. So we will see.
What did you do in the 3 days off?
Chilling, playing, enjoying of Brazil.
There you go. That's what it's about. Thank you very much, Hobbit. Nafani, I'm coming to talk to you. How are you doing, Mr. Superstar in-game leader?
Not superstar, but in-game leader. Yeah, I'm good, as always.
When you win this major, Superstar in-game leader?
We'll see.
Now, you had a lot of fun with that crowd we had in Rio Centro, right? I see you get animated, you get hyped up. Do you feel like they're going to cheer for you in this game against Miles?
I don't think that anyone will cheer for us here. I mean, at least at previous arena, no one was cheering for us. I mean, maybe a few people, but overall, not so many. So we don't have any extra pressure, let's say. So it's kind of even well for us.
Well, I'll cheer for you, Nafani. Thank you very much, man. Good luck.
Yeah, great to get some words from Cloud9 heading into this matchup versus Maz. We can't forget, though, Hobbit there. He kept it short and sweet, you know, keeping his cards close to his chest. He's a former major winner in his own right, lifted the trophy in Krakow.
He is, and when Nafani says we have no pressure, well, I beg to differ. I think you have pressure on it.
Again.
You have pressure. There is pressure on you. We want you to do well. You're not just going to hide behind nice statement. That's not enough.
No, not at all.
I'll tell you something, Freya. You know, when Hobbit won that major, it was also a 360 stage. So he's more comfortable now. That's the one thing that can ruin my outsider's prediction.
He likes having eyes all around, yeah. I like that. Was actually the last time we had a center stage, right? I think
he's clever. He's already building the exit door he can get into when outsiders don't win. That's talent right here.
So you're saying, Janko, you're seeing Cloud9 winning this one. Any hopes for Mouse in this next series?
There is hope. I think there's a bigger chance of Mouse beating Cloud9 than Cloud9 beating outsiders.
Okay.
We'll get back to that.
I like that. Are you agreeing with that sentiment, Matthew?
For now, I'll let the Counter-Strike do the talking.
Okay, well, we will be getting into Counter-Strike very shortly. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your succinct thoughts coming into that one. But I do want to check in with the fan zone just briefly before we go to our break, because this is where all the action's been happening today. We were warned that there might be thunderstorms array here in Rio, but no, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the fans are definitely celebrating out there in style. But they'll be wanting to get their butts in here for this next series. It is Cloud9 taking on what is a mountain of Mouse coming into our second quarterfinal. Welcome everybody to our Champions Rounds Table discussion. Myself, Freya Spears, and Launders have got some very special guests joining us. Of course, Frozen, JDC from the side of Mouse, Hobbit and Nafani from Cloud9. Gentlemen, how's it feeling to be at the playoff stage of the major?
Feels amazing. I mean, it's first playoffs for us in the major ever, and yeah, I think we couldn't be happier more than it's crazy.
I think our team is hyped to play versus such a big crowd and in front of such a loud crowd. So yeah, I mean, it's perfect.
Yeah, it's gonna be nuts when we enter that arena. We were just discussing in the van on the way here the fact that we have, some major newcomers, but also a major champion in our wakes as well, back in Krakow 2017. What were you guys doing when Hobbit lifted the major trophy? Were you watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I mean, it's always all. Yeah, I mean, I think kind of before, I think nobody expected it from Hobbit back then, right? If I'm not mistaken. And yeah, I mean, he got that major MVP, right? Major trophy. I think it was a crazy story back then. And also, I think the final was like Gambit versus Immortals, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah.
I was just at home, you know, enjoying Counter-Strike, you know, having fun.
Now you know anything is possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think always everything is possible, you know. If you believe and put everything to it, then you can achieve whatever you want.
People have been saying that a little bit about this major and a lot of the top teams right now, saying 16 out of 16 teams can all beat each other. Do you really believe that that's the case?
I think I do. I think CS is on the highest level it has ever been. I think every team is learning a lot on a daily basis. Everyone is developing insanely fast. And overall, there is so much going on that I think it's on a good day, everyone can beat everyone. And it very comes down to the mental game of the teams and how they feel. So overall, it's just a competitive scene right now.
You said that, I think, yourself?
Yeah, I said it like in few interviews before, and every team can beat every team. But let's say that the more consistent teams usually like taking their places on the top. I mean, so for example, FaZe, they not play so well here, but if we will look on this year, they're always on the top. So that's it.
It kind of gives me the vibes from Krakow in 2017, because we went into that, and I don't think anybody expected Gambit and Immortals to make it into the grand final as well. Yeah? Did you feel that at all?
The biggest difference is on young players. Right now, a lot of young, talented players. For example, as you can see, all sports, Mouse, I mean, Frozen, GDC, they're doing really well. And a lot of, for example, my team, all of my team, very young. And it's like meta. Young players and young people learning better and faster and growing faster. And that's the first like thing which is the most big difference between 2017 and 2021, 2022. And a lot of teams very professional right now, a lot, organizations, and they know already what to do, that their team should be at the top, because a lot of examples already. CSGO is like new game and new competitive like game, I'm gonna say like that. And a lot of people still learning and upgrading, improving. So of course nowadays CSGO is very competitive, very. Every team can adapt and outplay another team. And a lot of strategies already created. You can use new strategy, you can use old strategy. A lot of things what you can use actually. So that's the main thing. That's it.
Yeah, I think there's like way more depth, right? Just in terms of, you know, the play styles we see as well. And what you were saying about orgs too, the fact that we have these academy rosters as well. JDC, you hail from one of them yourself. So Torzy came in first from the NXT project, and then it was yourself.
Then it was me, and then after that it was Dory, Sergion. Well, I mean, academy project was very huge. I think developing young players, because they learn very fast and they are very mature for the age already, is very helpful for the scene in general. I mean, obviously you have a lack of experience, at least that's the weak side of it. But overall, learning fast compensates to that, I would say. Overall, everything getting more professional is true as well. I would say you get the right help at the right moments, and it's not as hard to develop into the scene as it probably was way back. I mean, 2017, I was watching the major. I was nowhere near, you know, I was thinking about playing there, but I was nowhere near that, you know. And now being here is a huge thing for me. But it just happened because everything was developing so fast, and you got a way easier way of getting information as well than it was back in the days, I would say.
Rosen, you're kind of the archetype of a academy player. You're still only 20 years old. Played more maps than everybody else on your team combined. And so you've got like all this experience, but you started really young. Could you like reframe, in my memory, I used to see posts about you on Reddit when you were like 13 years old, I think. Okay, what was the story back then? How much Face It were you playing? Where were you on Reddit?
Well, I think the story comes like when I was, I don't know, like as you say, 12, 13, you know. I started running Face It, you know, premium, getting, back then I was just playing for skins. I mean, if you placed good on Face It, you will get some nice skins. So yeah, I was just climbing the ladders, Diamond League, Master League, and yeah, then the FPL Challenger got created. I think that was one of the things that helped me a lot back then. even though, I mean, FPL was already there, but I think back then you couldn't really qualify there. You could only get invited. So yeah, I mean, I was just grinding, you know. I got invited to FPL Challenger, and there I saw basically an opportunity to get known more, and it was always my dream to play with the like top players. So yeah, I was playing Face It at the same time. I was having teams already in 1.6 when I was 8 years old, you know.
8 years old.
Yes, I mean, I was...
Your feet aren't even touching the ground.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of one thing about me that I always, even though I was playing a lot of packs, I was always in the teams. So it was kind of easy for me, even though when I was 16, I already knew what is needed for the team, you know. So yeah, I mean, I was grinding, playing in the teams at the same time, and, you know, just getting better every day. And I mean, I think it was harder back then when there was no WePlay for me.
Yeah. So I mean, now this version of your roster, of course, this is the first top 8s for you since first of 2 top 8s at majors for the Mouse Sports organization as a whole. But now with this team, like, you know, you played Kerrigan, Rops. You know, a lot of people have come and gone through Mouse Sports. You never had that stability, like one roster that really makes a lot of sense that's going forward. But you guys feel like you're kind of there right now. So do you feel like this is the best kind of version of the roster that you played with?
I would say so. I mean, this team, it feels completely different than other lineups that I've been to. It feels like we're, you know, one unit. We got we got each other's back no matter what. Somebody has a bad game, doesn't really matter. Like, we know, like, you look left, you look right, you know, there's your homie next to you. And yeah, I mean, yeah, we just have each other's back, and I think that's one thing that is like very good about us, you know, like we are just a one unit, and we are in this together no matter what.
And Nefne, I have a question for you. You, as well as the Gambit youngsters roster, come up together and flip the main roster. Kind of similar stories, which is kind of cool. But you haven't even been playing for that long, right? So when you started, could you talk about what your come up was like with the roster, how you guys found each other, and
So first of all, it was kind of like 20 players who wants to be in Gambit youngsters. And Finn was like choosing which one he wants to in his lineup. And as far as I remember, the first 2 players was Supra and Shiro. So I was playing with Shiro like 3 years already before Gambit youngsters, and he knew that what kind of player I am, and that's the main reason I believe why I was in Gambit youngsters, because first time I was tested in another position, and seems like Blade or Finn said, seems like this guy is not so well. And then they tested the other players, and they choose me. And the first like 2 months we played with even 3 different players, because the first one was Wag Bannett, and second one was he just don't have a passport to attend the Copenhagen Games.
Oh, no. Nice story.
Yes. And the third one was Axel. He was in the main lineup, but they have some struggle with lineup, so he just was like a stand-in for first tournament. And after that, it was just feeling when, as Frozen said, we just feel that we have like the homie have our back. And I mean, the whole our lineup was feeling great, but we didn't have like experienced guy who will teach us how we should communicate in the game. The Hobbit was the guy who just told us that what is let's say be sure that you will win your next game, and you should not care about like what will happen after that. And I mean, he brings us a lot of experience. And also we should mention Groove, because he gave us a lot. I mean, the whole our structure, the whole our play style, it's more about not only about like Finn, that's more about like Groove and Finn. They communicate a lot. They make, I mean, great job. And if we will say about like how we became like from Gambit youngsters to Gambit, it's more about them because they make a great work, and I'm here because of them. So that's it.
I remember like how much of a grind it was for you guys. You were kind of attending pretty much every tournament you could get your hands on, all the DreamHack Opens. You were always there grinding it out. For you, Hobbit, kind of going from, you know, formally winning a major with a completely different looking roster, then to go into playing with a lot of younger guys. What was that experience like for you?
I mean, first of all, it was really different. When I was looking for a Gambit youngsters roster, I was like, they're playing really well. They have everything. But of course, some micro moments, some macro moments, of course. And at that moment, they didn't have a groove, as I remember. We just joined it together. And we were speaking with Groove a lot, like what we need to fix, what we need to do. But I already saw that these guys like have very big perspective to be the best. I mean, literally. And they were like tier 2 team at that moment. But I have been on like on top of level, but it was just once, just a couple of tournaments, not long time, but I saw it, how to be there and what you need to have to be there. I came to Gambit youngsters, I was like, they have everything. We just need to play, believe, we just need some confidence, experience, time, that's it. Nothing special. A lot of people just saying experience, about me, for example. Experience, of course I'm adding something, but in total, they're just amazing. That's it. I mean, I'm very happy that I came inside of this team, exactly Gambit youngsters, and playing exactly with them. I mean, I'm lucky guy. Yeah.
I love it. It's so awesome.
Once I came to the most experienced team in CIS. It was Adrian, Doja, Mo, and Zeus.
Yeah.
Now I came the most perspective guys who have a lot of talent, motivation, everything. I mean, of course, I'm lucky guy.
Well, you speaking of things that you need to fix at the roster, you guys have had a arduous kind of challenger stage and a legend stage. You guys fought everybody, and a really, really difficult legend stage as well. But one thing that stood out is both the contrast between great CT sides and a really tough T sides in the current meta. Is there anything that you can learn from Mao's NXT Mao's about how to improve on these T sides? Yep.
I will try to. I mean, the mouse T side, very aggressive, the first of all. And they're doing really good headshots, the first of all. Yes.
Talking about you.
Yes, of course, they have like structure, tactics, but the first of all, they're playing individually good. So nowadays, CSGO is all about CT meta just because of M4 silencer. It's overpowered, especially on tournaments.
Say it louder for the people in the back. It's overpowered.
You're playing online tournaments, you can even hear from where the guy is shooting to you. Here, zero chance. You're just, someone's shooting me, okay, I'm gonna die. You're not giving info because you do not understand from where. So it's overpowered. A lot of noise, crowd, and M4 silencer. No, it's no chance. Of course, it's city-sided.
I want to reiterate, you put on our Volvo Please ladder, buff the A1S. Get this kid out. Get this kid out of here.
I just want to see if it makes you mad when you read it, then you know we're on to something. Okay, but I also want to ask you, okay, well, sorry, I want to ask Maus now, because, you know, you've got the T sides figured out, but they have the comebacks figured out, okay? What can you learn from Cloud9 about how to pull off miraculous, enormous comebacks under high-pressure situations?
You want me to answer that, yeah? I mean,
I can add something to that, maybe later.
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, the biggest aspect of a comeback is the mental game, in my eyes. I think you can never make a comeback if you don't believe. Overall, I think staying calm when you are down that hard in an important game is very important as well. I think as well you need to rely on what you've practiced and what you've worked for the whole time, because in those moments, the only thing that can help you is what you have studied for the preparation in a way, right? In general, great teams make great things happen. And if you believe you're a great team, you can make great comebacks. So I think you just have to fight for every round and don't look at the score, don't look at the stats, don't look at anything. Just give everything you have every round. And if it's enough, it will pay. And if it's not, you will learn.
Did you feel that? Oh, sorry.
Is he lying, or did he get anything wrong there?
I would just add to that. I mean, you cannot look at the score, you know, like you're losing 11-4, 12-3. Of course, like there's so many rounds that you need to get, you know, but you just need to take it round by round, literally. And don't, as he said, don't even look at the score. Like, just believe, and it's gonna pay off at one point.
Yeah.
Actually, the main thing, you should be calm, and that's it.
Be calm. Okay.
Actually, I don't even remember in which scores we come back. So
yeah, it was almost all of them.
Yeah. I mean, I even knew that it was come back only from social media. I mean, after the game, I was like, okay, we did come back, okay, again.
Oh, really? Well.
Nice. I mean, it always was at CT side, as far as I remember. I'm not sure, but as far as I remember, it was always at CT side. And here's we again can say about M4, which is so overpowered. I mean, if you knew how you can realize it, it's so easy.
Did you feel that in terms of, I guess you guys kind of had inverse kind of challenges, Legend stage run. Obviously, you guys were just 1 best of 3 from elimination back in that challenger stage. Whereas for you guys went through 3-0, but coming into Legends, obviously, you went to the 3rd and final map. In the final game, you could have possibly been playing to qualify for that playoff stage. Did you ever feel those moments of pressure in that moment?
I didn't.
No?
Mirage?
Oh, Mirage?
No, not Mirage.
I mean, not really, to be honest. Even though it was like 8-0 or 8-1 or whatever the score was, like, again, like, if we just taking it round by round, you know, you win 1 round, you just, like, you just gotta stay calm.
Yeah.
That is it, basically. It doesn't matter what the score says. As far as you don't lose to yourself in your head, then you're always in the match.
It's easy to say that when you get your ass carried by Dexter, though, isn't it?
I mean, to be fair, you know, if they came B, we were ready with my boy. But these guys, they just kept coming late. I mean, you want to mess with my boy Dexter, you know, like, he's going to let them know.
Yeah.
I think something that struck me after your guys' win was, like, you had one of the most emotional reactions to qualifying for the playoffs. Like, most of you guys were in tears. It was a really beautiful moment to be witnessing on the broadcast. How emotional would you say that you guys are kind of as a team? Do you let those emotions ever get the better of you?
I don't think we let emotions get the better of us.
Okay.
I think it's important to have emotions. I think it's important to control emotions. Emotions should not take the better of you in any sentence. You should never be afraid. You should never feel down or whatever. You should always be focused and calm. But you as well need to know when to celebrate and when to be happy. I think life is about enjoying as well, right? And if you make something like this, even though the job is not finished, but you still need to enjoy the moment, you know, and enjoy the work you've put in with the people around you. And it wasn't easy, you know, it's been a struggle, so you got to celebrate that. And we have emotional people on the team, I would consider so. I mean, everyone is just happy and very talkative and high energy, but I don't think it hurts us in any way.
I think that was the first moment I've ever seen Dexter almost in tears. That was lovely, wholesome.
Same.
Yeah.
Same. I've been with the guy in the team for 2 years. I never saw him cry.
And for you guys, in terms of that kind of challenger stage run and everybody saying, you're 1 best of 3 away from elimination, was there a pivot point for you at all? Was there anything you changed, or was it, just getting used to the environment you were playing in?
I guess we just was not so warmed up before this tournament, let's say. And on this tournament, we just feel that we can beat everyone, and that's it. We just feel this, and then everything was good. That's it.
Wrap it up. Okay, cool. You don't have any more questions or anything?
No, I was just going to ask
Okay.
JC
having
why
such
he
a
hates
good time.
Norbert, but...
Well, thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining us in our champion stage roundtable discussion. Very much looking forward to seeing you guys going head-to-head in that quarterfinal.
Our pleasure.
Thank you.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio is brought to you in part by Intel, Legion by Lenovo, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Get ready for the DHL drop at the IEM Rio Major. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message, and make sure we spot you in the crowd. If you are lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type !DHL drop in chat now.
We have got some of the guys by the side of me here who are going to be delivering the DHL drop. That DHL drop is going to go to one fan in this amazing arena, and what will happen there is they will be able to give their signs and show who's got the best sign, and they will get the drop. So let's see how this is going to go. Time for them to go and go hunting. Here we go. We're going to get their signs up. They're all happy and cheering, that's for sure. There we go. A lot of people, we're looking for these signs. All right, we got some signs. What are we looking at? What have we got? Some DHL drop ones down there. I see some of them, yep.
So many things to discuss, so many things to unpack, but unfortunately for any of those that thought about having a downer of a day, it's time to rock and Rio. That's right, baby. We have finally arrived at the biggest stage that Rio has to offer for Counter-Strike within the confines of the IEM Major. And boy, have we signed up at a perfect time. Cloud9 Mouse in a quarterfinal. Tomorrow we got some more quarterfinals coming your way. But as it stands, the place is starting to take a little bit more shape. And of course, as always, not here alone. We do have Bleh, not to be confused with Blau. And we do have Maui right in the middle. Oh, wow, that's a sign and a half. What do you think about that one, Maui?
ESIC is a joke?
Wow, Maui,
Wow.
That's really forward of you. I can't believe you'd say that.
Just read it out live. I love it. I mean, I think that a lot of us can agree on that, but I think that they're doing their best.
Yeah, you know, it is an important thing, but obviously to change discussion and we steer clear of that road altogether, there's a few things to grab onto here. We just heard a big, long interview between the two teams, the two representatives from the two teams. There were a lot of noise in there about the noise itself and the silencers, this, that, and the other. Does it itch you a little bit, Maui?
The silencers?
Just the meta. The combination of the crowd noise and the silencer together.
Oh, yeah. It's actually an interesting juxtaposition that you have a gun that's going to be mowing down 3 people and that the crowd is going to be cheering louder than it, Bleh.
That's kind of crazy, right? And here's the thing. Unless you're here on the stage, you really can't really feel how loud this crowd can get. And I completely agree with them. You can barely hear anything, just looking left, right, and center. And next thing you know, you're dead, Trace.
Yeah, it does kind of end up being like that. Again, this is a quarterfinal. It's our first day within this arena itself. We've been in arena for the duration, and I can assure you that it's not going to get any quieter. I promise you that much. Isn't that right, Maui?
The energy throughout the Challenger stage, Legend stage, rocked a couple of the teams. You could see that there were some just uncharacteristic comebacks, some chokes. The energy was electric. But here, even though it's not maybe packed completely yet, I know tomorrow, this place, I don't know if it'll have a roof after tomorrow's games.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. At the same time, you can't deny the level of competition we're going to be seeing here today. Cloud9, Mouse, man, it's a story in its own. Also, we saw a crazy result earlier. Outsiders looking so clinical as well.
Yeah, they really did the damn thing, but Fnatic didn't. It just depends how you want to spin it. There's a couple narratives you could grab onto right there, but obviously we're going to start with our quarterfinal, Cloud9 being in the talking points, and in doing so, they've had quite the road. Isn't that right, Maui Snake?
Yes, we can see Cloud9's results for the year. A lot of these are the big LAN tournaments since all the way back to Stockholm last year, and it's just all over the place. There's no real trend here. There's not really anything you're going to take from this play and say that they're improving, they're getting worse. It's just, you don't know what you're getting with Cloud9, and that's basically how I'm painting the picture for them. When it comes to big moments, when it comes to elimination games, this team has shown inconsistency, despite the fact that day to day, they can play some of the best CSGO in the world. But when there is an arena in front of them, surrounding them actually at this venue, then you don't know what you're going to get.
I'm going to throw a bit of a caveat to that particular graphic we saw there, right? That PGL Stockholm Major semifinals, that's their second LAN ever as a unit. These were the OG Academy team coming in from the online era, and now it's been exactly a year since they played the first, crowd arena LAN, so to speak, in Stockholm. So for them, I kind of feel for Cloud9 here, with FaZe out of the equation, with the Vitalities out of the equation, they have a tryst with destiny, and it's on them to really deliver and get that win.
Yeah, and for this Cloud9 team, we're looking at the footage right now. This was like their first taste of getting a Cloud9 with a fan base behind them within this iteration of the roster. And obviously, we saw the results kind of play themselves out, didn't we, Maui?
Yes, at IEM Dallas earlier this year, we saw that when they are motivated, when there is a crowd behind them, that we can get a different face for Cloud9. And that's something that you almost don't want to have to require for a team. You want them to be able to play through any type of adversity, but they're able to actually come up, and they actually had a huge win over FaZe at that event too.
So if I'm looking at the top 5 players here for 2022 on LAN, I'm seeing 2 Cloud9 logos in there. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's Shiro and Axel right there, and these stats are the best LAN players in 2022 across the world. Now, Simple number 1, Zywoo number 2, no surprises there, but now we have Shiro, who has ascended even further beyond that 1.26 rating he's had throughout the year. And of course, Maui, you said it, and now at this point I have to agree with you as well. Axel, the best rifler in CSGO in 2022. So they have these 2 pillars to work with, and they have delivered again and again and again.
Yeah, 2 massive pieces, 2 instrumental pieces if you want to go about winning a matchup of Counter-Strike. You need the op, you need the rifles, and probably need a few pistols, maybe a few conversions. Anyway, the point is there, and the point is that if we keep going on this path of looking at the teams, MOUZ, obviously a team that kind of flourished within their own camp, NXT over to the main project. What can you guys tell me about that?
Right, you compare the side of Cloud9, and you had this core that was together for 2 years, and yet MOUZ have made 4 changes this year alone, and yet they are in the same position as Cloud9. They are both in the quarterfinals. They both have a chance to further themselves in this tournament, but we see Torzi, Cyclone, JDC, Exertion just slowly making their way from the NXT Academy roster onto the main squad, and they have been improving. That MOUZ roster before they came on was flirting with actually exiting the top 30 teams, but now they are a solid top 10 team. I don't think anybody can take that away from them.
I think it's kind of poetic, the fact that the first game here in the playoffs is going to be, as I pointed out earlier, the original Academy team in the form of this Cloud9 roster, right? And it's kind of crazy, absolutely, the way they've managed to continuously kind of disprove all the haters, all the naysayers. In Cologne, they had an incredible run. I think in Cologne is when they activated. After Dallas, they had the talk, and they activated, and ever since then, it's in playoffs after playoffs after playoffs, and here they are in the playoffs of a major.
And speaking of playoffs, or even just pitting yourself against your adversary, we've kind of done that here with Shox, who's caught up with Nafany and Dexter. Boy, what do they have to say?
I've got Dexter here and Nafany to talk ahead of their clash, MOUZ versus Cloud9. Dexter, I'm going to start with you. What an unbelievable run so far for you. You now had some time to think about it, I guess, everything that you've achieved already. And with that time to think, what do you think it is that has been so different, that has allowed you to take such a step forward at this major?
Right now for us, I guess the team's able to play calm CS, and it's took a few years for it now, but yeah, I'm happy everyone's able to play some proper calm CS.
Yeah, proper calm and impressive CS. Nafany, after kind of the slow start at the major, you guys have been playing unbelievably well, 6-match win streak as well. What do you think clicked or changed for you?
I don't know, we're just playing our game, and probably we just feel this tournament, and that's it.
When it comes to the tournament overall, since teams like FaZe and Vitality are out, a lot of people are saying, is this the moment for Cloud9? How do you feel about that, and does that up the pressure?
We don't really care about what people think. We can just say that every team in this tournament can beat every team, as, for example, Greyhound show us. So that's it. We don't really think that we are a favorite in this matchup.
Okay. Getting into this matchup, though, it's going to be a difficult one, of course, for MOUZ and for both sides, I will think. What is the edge you have going into this matchup, knowing that they might not be used to playing you?
I think these guys are actually very used to playing us. We play each other a lot in practice. Yeah. So I think they kind of know us and we know them. So I think both teams are pretty comfortable versing each other. It's just all about how you perform individually as a team. That's really it. Yeah.
And I guess the difference also on stage specifically versus in the practice, as you've practiced a lot versus each other, that must make it a bit easier to prepare. When it comes to the keys in this matchup, what do you think it's going to be? Since you know them so well, do you think you have to have more surprises in your back pocket?
I don't think that any team have surprises right now because of everyone know really well each other. And yeah, someone can try to surprise, but it could be even worse than not surprise. So
yeah, absolutely. I'd also like to ask you about Shiro and Axel specifically. They have been playing very well, and it seems like if Axel isn't doing so well, then Shiro can pick up the pieces, etc. How happy are you with how they have been playing as a duo?
of course we're happy that Shiro feels really great at this tournament. Also seems like Axel find his game and he's well as well. So I mean, we're just trying to play as good as we can, and that's it.
Finally, then, I'll ask you to say something about the matchup versus each other. Dexter, of course, you've done so well already, and I hope that the dream is still alive, because I know that a lot of fans want to see you go even further. What would you like to say to your opponent today?
Nothing, just always just lots of respect and love for them. I love them as people. They're good people, and it's always nice to see them around. And yeah, just gonna be a fun game.
Fantastic.
So same for me. I mean, we knew that Mouse, it's really great team, and they seem cool as a people, because I can see that they have like always positive vibe in their team. So it's pretty nice to see them here in the major, and that's it.
Awesome, good vibes overall. I think you're going to have a great match. Back over to you.
Yeah, the amount of sacrifice Dexter had to make to get to this point cannot go unnoticed. It can't be unnoted, but obviously the only thing that matters at this point is the best of three. We got the maps popping up on screen. Things we're not going to see today. Dust 2 or Nuke, I can almost assure you that much. Isn't that right, Maui?
Of course, and we're seeing that the pick from Maus comes out on Inferno, and C9 go for the Overpass. I think they could have gone for a Vertigo or an Overpass play. Both of them would have been solid options.
Ancient?
And it's, yeah, it is indeed going to be Ancient.
It kind of went to, I completely agree with you. It could have been Vertigo or Overpass, but man, right now, and I'm going to go on a limb and say this, I'm sure you're going to agree with me on this. The CD side and Overpass is the best in the world right now from Cloud9. It's almost like 1 round, 2 rounds that could be even good enough. We saw them, the way they shut down FaZe in that comeback train, where it looked like FaZe were finding absolutely no entry into that defense they put up, so I'm not surprised there. Inferno was, I feel like, the only option Mouse had. The only kind of like slight weakness that Cloud and White have, but that being said, they still look good on Inferno at this stage itself.
Yeah, actually looking at the veto though, I do want to favor Cloud9 in this one. I think that the first 2 maps are very strong for Cloud9. I think that the T side of Cloud9, even if they don't have that strong CT side, they can get it done. And it's one of those few maps in the pool, Inferno, where they're able to make an offensive comeback. Because usually we talk about how great they are on the defense.
Yeah, and Cloud9 is one of those teams that, historically speaking, can opt to go for that T-sided start.
Exactly.
Which can help them, can hinder them. I guess it just all depends on how it shakes down at the very end. And I think what matters is your pick'ems, also your predictions. So thank you very much, gentlemen. What we are ready for is to go to a quick break. So we will do just that. We're going to have our first maps coming up here in the second quarterfinal. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2022.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Speak to me, my son. What are your sins?
I have lived a lie. I have deceived those around me and abandoned those who matter most.
Okay.
I have abandoned my family to follow my dreams.
Fear not, my son. Your parents, they will understand.
And what about my children? I still remember it like it was yesterday. My son in tears, clutching my Renegades jersey. I said some things that would keep the devil awake at night. Fuck off, you little shit. You're ruining my dreams.
And in this pursuit of glory, my son, was it worth it in the end?
we're just a few moments away from going on that stage. I've come to annoy the guys a little bit. Torzy, how you feeling, man, after your superstar performances?
I'm feeling excited to go on the stage, and I just can't wait to have fun there, you know.
Have fun even against Cloud9?
Yeah, for sure.
JDC, big old stage out there. What do you think of it?
What do I think of it? I mean, we live for this moment, right? Yeah. So overall, I'm just happy to be here, and we're just gonna give the best we have. So it's a great show.
Do you think Cloud9 should be scared of your rifle core?
I think everyone should be scared of everyone, but they should, yeah.
I like it, I like it. Daddy Dexter over here. Now, you took matters into your own hands on that final map to get you to this stage. You gonna need to pull that off against the Cloud9 boys, or are you just gonna roll through?
I'll just let them kind of like the young guys show up a little bit, do their things. So I'll just lay back a bit, chill. Relax.
Let them have some time, yeah?
Yeah, of course, of course.
I love it. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much.
De volta! Façam muito barulho aqui na Jones Arena! Vocês estão felizes com o primeiro Major do Brasil? Nossa, não parece muito feliz. Vocês estão felizes com o primeiro Major do Brasil? Assim que eu gosto. A gente já tem o nosso primeiro semifinalista decidido. Outsiders avançou aqui mais um passo na nossa competição. E agora a gente vai ter mais um confronto para decidir o nosso próximo semifinalista. Então eu vou pedir mais uma vez que vocês me ajudem com toda aquela energia que a gente gosta do povo brasileiro para chamar aqui ao palco a equipe da Cloud9! Eles que vêm aí do topo da tabela, junto com a Fúria, eliminaram a Imperial. Vem do Challengers, assim como o adversário. E eu acho que por isso recebe um pouco o calor aflorado da galera. E para jogar contra eles, mais uma salva calorosa de palmas para Mausy Sport! por uma reformulação recente. Vem com a camisa do Brasil, a camisa verde e amarela, para conquistar a torcida brasileira. Sejam bem-vindos, times no palco. Quero saber de vocês.
Yep, that's right. We got them on the stage. We're ready to go, and it does look like a quarterfinal is just about ready to happen. So we've got Inferno, we've got Overpass, we've got Ancient, and most importantly, we've got only one team to go through at this point. So let's get the party started.
We just achieved one of our big goals. It's a massive relief. Everyone's just super happy and focused. Their whole combinations of roles and everything is just really set. All of them are extremely smart and sharp players, and Shira is having an amazing tournament. Makes them a dangerous team.
Shiro holds it. It's a 3v3 with lesser weapons. Shiro doesn't stop again and again. He catches these kills with absolute domination.
Каждый пытается показать свой максимум. Мы хотим дойти до финала и выиграть этот мажор. Они как команда очень хорошо себя показывают на этом турнире. Ты не ожидаешь, что они сделают, и как отдельно, как каждый игрок.
We just have to respect our opponent. We're aware of how strong they are. We're not going to give them any chance.
JDC cracking heads, 3 kills already. On the boost. Oh, that was so nonsense.
Я думаю, будет близкая игра. Мы не должны просто проиграть самим себе.
Yes, that is correct. It is Mouse taking on Cloud9 in this quarterfinal, and in doing so, we need to talk a little bit about the nitty and the gritty. That could be on either side. The word of the day today, boys, sharpshooters, and I'm pretty sure both of these teams have them. Who's going to show up in spades here, Maui? That's what I'm looking at, both sides.
Well, for Mouse to have a chance on this first map, it has to be Frozen. He's been their best player for years, I would say. He's been one of their best. It's arguable, it's debatable who was the best for Mouse, but he stayed consistent, he stayed strong. Despite the slew of changes with this roster, he's held on, and I think that he needs to take control of Banana if Mouse want a chance to take the first map.
Absolutely. Banana's where the fight's really going to be going down, and of course we cannot talk about Frozen and exclude Axel. He has been the guy who's woken up here in the Legend stage and is going to be delivering, and of course Shiro, his right-hand man.
That's who I'm looking at. I'm looking at Shiro to bring him out into the promised land here for Cloud9. I think he's been a torchbearer, Maui.
Yes, and we can talk so much about the individuals for Cloud9, how 2 of them are in the top 5, and that is why I put pressure on their leader. That's why I put pressure on Nafany for this game also, because you can have the best tools at your disposal, but if you're not able to beat a team like Mouse, then win. This has to be a time for them. This is a great path for them to make it to the semis, make it to the finals, even make a championship run. I need to see it.
Yeah, you need to see it right here and right now. Again, your pick'ems, what do they look like? Oh, we don't have time for that, guys. We'll get into it in due time. The time is now. The time is the right time, of course. Inferno, Overpass, Ancient, Mouse versus Cloud9, the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2022. It's a quarterfinals. This is our first day in this big-ass arena, so we might as well do it proper and jump right into the action. Inferno it is with Launders and Scrawny.
Thank you so much, Stunna. Thank you, Maui Snake. Thank you, Bled. Hell, thank you, Brazil. We've got the fans queuing in. We've got Cloud9 and Mouse ahead of us, a quarterfinal and a tale of 2 teams. One who was unstoppable from start to finish in Mouse until suddenly it looked like they weren't going to step over that finish line. Cloud9, nobody faced defeat closer than they did, and yet they held on. They grinded their way forward to this quarterfinal. A lot of people have this as their open road, but it's time to figure out whether Mouse can stump them early.
Yeah, they've seen death so many times, stared in the face, and still have overcome. So, looking to see what kind of team they're going to be today, I think is the question. I don't think in their minds they're worried about the thought of being able to be better than Mouse. I think they know that, and I think Mouse know that as well. There's been respect across the board, but I think like Axel said, it's like, let's not beat ourselves. And so we'll see. Now that we've switched arenas here, we've upped the antes, the win becomes more real. Is that going to affect Cloud9 and their normally fantastic Inferno games?
Silence so far towards the B site. Everybody holding what they have. Hobbit going to respond with some utility here. It is, of course, a smoke ahead of the tees. Mouse will not respect it. They're going to try to press into Shiro. He gives up that first coffin spot. Hobbit, a third of him gone, but the nade will find its home. Almost enough to kill Dexter, but he'll stand for now. Falls back into the side of sight. And we get the old 5v5 retake to get this quarterfinal going. There is a flank from Exertion, and he just started walking at what could be the perfect moment. However, Axile waits. Chops down the first. We've got the first blood, the way of C9, but bomb plant, if that counts, well, that's in the hands of Mouse. JDC is going to get this one going. 2 headshots to his name. Axile with a team kill, and left on his own versus 4. That retake had nothing compared to JDC.
Yeah, bad start for Cloud9. Have a TK in the first round. Their tactic looks pretty cool. They had Hobbit throw his first grenade to soften up the first target, then a second nade for the bomb plant in that specific zone. And it doesn't do enough damage to get the kill. That could have made the 5v5 retake a little bit easier. Things get awkward and tense as the clock bleeds down. And honestly, even if kills did go their way, there was less than a quarter left on the bomb. It feels like it came too close. But either way, Cloud9 come into it this next round with a force. We're talking about Cloud9, who played against Heroic on Inferno, where I gave them a compliment of saying that they were playing like they were playing online. That's how perfect the CS was on their T-side comeback, as pointed out by Maui. Really unbelievable scenes at that moment, but a good CT side is what we know they're known for. It's a kind of a great clash, fire and ice here with Mouse Sports, who have put up some of the best T-side so far in the major.
Yeah, good point. I like that. The impenetrable defense tested by the best of these T's. Mouse again, double up, in from Shiro. A little bit of money and a little bit of a warning maybe. When the pistol goes that easily for Mouse, nobody had yet been smacked or stunned. And now with that, at least 2 kills to Shiro. It's also going to rack up some money for his op. I think that is an interesting conversation when this head-to-head comes through, right? We want to say fire and ice. Well, we can isolate the oppers in that regard. Shiro has been unstoppable, and Torzi, despite being touted as being an up-and-comer and showing us great things when this roster first forms, this has been a rocky event for him. So we'll give him the label of ice.
Been very human, absolutely, and I think in the big game that they needed him versus Vitality, he showed up. On the games on either side of that match, he really wasn't there. And I think the most interesting thing is looking at Mouse Sports, his whole team on an individual level. There's no apparent hard carry, really. We had Exertion in the Challenger stage with a 1.40. We had Dexter on this last map to get them to qualify over Ents on Mirage with 31 kills. An aberration compared to a lot of the other matches he's played recently. But nobody's been consistent all the way through besides Frozen. And Frozen himself is not putting up Shiro numbers, not even Axel peaks, but just good enough that because this team of Mouse Sports has shown to be so good, they aren't relying incredibly on their individuals, which is nice. But the conversation gets a little testy when you go up against a team of elite caliber like Cloud9.
Shiro ponders middle with the Desert Eagle, falls back from that. It's going to leave Axile's ump back sight. Inter's just beneath him. The support of supports is Inter's. And a nice stacked up sight. Frozen continues to just move forward here. Nothing seen so far. Little Pillar will reveal itself, and off the flashbang, Inter's activates. That's the warning for Bomb to go back. And in doing so, it'll find Shiro again low because of his first foray down middle. and waiting for some kind of a desperate rotate. Cloud9, little to lose here, try to run out. Dexter very quickly catching the headshot of the counter IGL. They're worried about the pit, it's not occupied. Shiro's been dealt with. All the 3 remaining CTs over towards the arch end. Maus have gone and done it. They find this open A site. They get through nearly unscathed, and that's gonna be the 3-0 start.
My absolute favorite thing about mousesports, watching their T-sides, their Inferno games, where we've seen so many Inferno picks and deciders coming out against Maus, and they've been happy to play it. It's on T-sides, you can just see how much they've dry run, and I think you can't give that kind of compliment to that many teams where everybody is struggling on the attack to stay organized and not fall apart when they lose a kill. Mousesports are that team right now. And we're going to see a lot of R traps in this half, a lot of B attacks that look like they have crystal clarity on how the round will end. But as this goes on, lots of damage here from Cloud9. So Foregone knocked off the board, and Hobbit keeps an AK.
Yeah, think about that. We had 4 Maus members in the site when the 3 Cloud9 guys left with an ump. At the end of the round, it's Hobbit with an AK, easy rifle upgrade, and only a sole survivor on the Maus end. So sure enough, leaving that A site was actually more lethal than getting into it to begin with. So we'll add that damage up, and Maus buy in as Cloud9 have rifles for the very first time.
Yeah, I mean, that bomb is giving people nightmares, but it has made it a little bit more interesting now post-plant.
The old habits die hard. We've seen dozens of professional players still fall to it. And the exits will continue to deliver. Nice push from Hobbit through the smoke and almost in with a second. You know, Torzy's been pressed into that smoke grenade, waiting to maybe line something up. Dexter tries his hand. Exertion in the meanwhile comes rocking up, immediately coming in lane, and he's gonna get the better of Inters. We have all this fight going on in the background, and it's actually Exertion to just press in. Missed shot. Come on, Torzy. Those are the sitters. He's looking down ramp. There's 33 health left on him, but it doesn't even matter what's going down on Banana because Dexter brings in through the bomb, and it's all Exertion. It's all him. He slides through, finds his pocket, and walks away with Maus on a 4th, denying Cloud9 and their rifles.
Yeah, it was Exertion's trade allows him to smoke Moto down, and there's no chance to retake in. Inter's had a few seconds to try to win that, and Exertion wasn't looking in his direction either, so I was going to say, in terms of the entries, first of all, right here, it's a beautiful. They do have a gap on lane. They're not spotting it from Arch. Axel's taking a deep angle inside of Halls. So this one Liberty, I guess you could call it, swinging in that position, makes a lot of sense when you look at where Axel is standing. But they must have had a read on the situation. Now, JDC coming out of Halls was one of the coolest things to watch. Funnily enough, they played against Outsiders. I think they lost the map. And JDC went like 14 and 19.
Yeah.
I think 14 of those 14 kills was all Norbert sitting in pit, sitting in graveyard, and they won rounds behind it. So even though his overall performance wasn't that good, there has to be something said for being able to be an effective entry out of T apartments. It's some of the hardest entry work that you could be signed up for.
Keep an eye on it. That last round, though, seemed easy. Inters would have been that to recover, but doesn't find it. And now, listen, we've got the upgrade here. Cloud9, Shiro, on and off. This AWP has been dominating from the challengers through the legends, and now hopefully into the championship stage. This would be the absolute worst time to lose the likes of Shiro. Even in their attempts to beat, let's say, Greyhound, Shiro was still leaps and bounds above. He's been dragging Cloud9, kicking and screaming through the start of this event, long enough for everybody else to start to activate.
They've interrupted some important protocols here on Banana. We saw the targeted attack on Frozen the last round that was successful. Here they tried to do it again, but when that window flash came out, they gave up after mollying Bell, and I think they wanted to try to swing on it. Now they're playing without information in a 5v5. But we know Cloud9 are very comfortable in passive setups. Let's see if they can stop this attack.
Ooh, Shiro didn't shoot. We're going to get Nafany off of the oranges, at least deliver one. And Utility protocol good. It kept the T's stunned. That shot landed. Dexter's wounded. However, still gets the headshot. It's Nafany in with the hold as bomb goes down and the A site completely cleared. So as Shiro gets popped, we have Nafany deliver. And as we were leading up to the championship stage, we had actually a couple of pop-off maps from Nafany. And as he arrived at the stadium today, you know, James Banks gets in, says, hey, we've got our superstar in-game leader. How do you feel? The first thing he responded with, in-game leader, yes, superstar, no. But
Nafany, in all of their interviews, makes sure to make it a point that he doesn't have expectations. And that's something that he carries with himself. And we look at James talking to Axel. Axel's more comfortable saying, I'm trying to win this thing, man.
Yeah.
I want this victory, and I see it and I want it. And I think maybe Nafany for himself needs to make sure that he doesn't look too far ahead, respects his opponents, and that might be the way that he keeps his head in the game. And throughout Legends, the Challengers was kind of weak from Nafany throughout Legends, which was actually a very difficult Legends run. Navi and then FaZe the first 2 games. He was one of the best players on the roster as an individual. So whatever he's doing, I think he should keep doing it. That round was also great. 2v4 hold on the B site, and they found Exertion lurking once again over on A. They've been using Exertion very aggressively, very frequently, either lurking or entering over on the A side.
Keep eyes on it as yet again he's at the helm of this. Hobbit, previous major champion, graces the server and
Feels like
Cloud9,
yesterday,
doesn't it?
I heard they rolled out the red carpet for him
when he went back to Kazakhstan.
Yes, I think
government met him there. So definitely a hero. JDC, point of contact outside short. We've got nothing on the side of Arch here for C9. It's a pasted setup on the B site.
Again,
and Exile starts to feel pressure here.
Again, versus these CIS lineups, they're so comfortable playing without info, and I don't give anybody else a break, honestly, when I'm casting, but when it comes to teams like Navi and Cloud9, if they go full passive, I know they still have a really good plan or a read. In this situation, 3, they're in good position with a double pit to stop a Halls pop as well as any lane split. Now, this is that Arch trap I was talking about earlier. Where Mouse have very good dry run protocols, but 25 seconds, they actually can't go Arch anymore.
So now they have to come into what could be the meat grinder. Axile down at the hands of JDC, but Hobbit's right beneath him, pulling him inwards, and enters inside the site, holds it off. Oh, they get murdered by Hobbit. 4 from inside the pit, individual fights, just stutter stepping into him one by one. And for that reason, Hobbit, there's not a bead of sweat on his brow.
Yeah, and you can see him dancing around with that 3rd kill. I mean, he's really just playing the game as if there's nobody else around, not committing to any one big spray, being very calm about that Arch player who's coming around. Now, we did see a spot of brilliance there. JDC, hard kill. Again, so good on these angles. If I was to ask most entries, I think coming up lane, coming out of halls, some of the least fun parts of your job on any map, I would say. And yeah, this whole situation is well handled from there on out, because after JDC gets his kill, Hobbit's like, well, shoot, I wish my teammate got a kill first, then there could be a bait setup. They're not going to expect the double pit, and I'd be able to get 2 maybe on the cross, but he still manages to do the job all by his damn self.
If anything, it's just then Inters that offers Hobbit that exact chance.
Now again, we switch over. Cloud9 actually shoot higher on T side, so one of the few maps where they do better even on T side, despite this, of course, the narrative that it's been their CT comebacks, because of course maps like Overpass and things like that are really highlighting it, and they come up so often in their vetoes.
Bit more of a brazen setup here from Cloud9, looking and peering down Banana, seeing it that's completely clear. Pressing in versus what is the busted Mouse economy.
They weren't bringing the fight down to heroic on Banana like they are right now versus Mouse, so I think they feel confident that they can find Frozen and take him out. And I think the way they view it is if they take out Frozen earlier, then they're going to have a much easier round. Where I think they were less worried, I think, with heroic.
Now this is natural father instincts.
Yeah.
Take care of your kin. Lead them to death. as Hobbit primes the incendiary on the arch. Maus will finally round that corner.
That is something with these guys. I mean, they're always joking around.
Yes, the mood's always high. Hobbit, ooh, good amount of damage.
Oh, that
Flash sets him back up, and he mows down 3 players. Enters in with flash assists in abundance, and Maus are just gonna get stalled out over towards Arch. B players coming. Axile warming up as they remain in the open. So sure enough, as expected, pistols mean absolutely nothing.
Hobbit remembering his training there, perfect spray control into a perfect flash dodge, into another great spray, never overcommitting at any point of this. Getting some headshots off the corner of the wall, but receiving some too, and so staying alive. Oh my goodness. It really do be your own homie.
Oh God.
Okay, it looks like he'll regret that decision later. Don't worry, we're going to get you home safe.
Yeah, you can't make that guarantee.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's like Hugo out in the ocean. I mean,
yeah, we're trying our best.
Yeah.
Shiro, we're not talking about pressing down into middle. Well, how about that? Presses through the apartments. We talked about JDC being utilized as that apartment entry. He doesn't even get to the CT's apartments. Door locked. And Maus fretting as they fall into the 5v4.
It's a comfy spot. You know, the entry's down in this round, so C9 can really take a pause, let the round come to them. They were already in the 5v5 willing to chill for a bit. So we've got some of the kind of late round clear out grenades for Car in case they have any type of lurk here. And this buys them a window. Now we see a heavy rotation out of Cloud9, but they leave Shiro over on the B site, and now they'll start to walk it back. One of the symptoms of playing blind, but they still have numbers.
They're gonna follow through. Shiro posted, ready to get a second. Flash finds him, Nafany peeks in. He'll get the better of Frozen. Now they're gonna go for the boost, right in the nick of time. Bomb gets stopped by Hobbit, excellently done through that. And while Nafany's been toppled, it just falls onto Dexter. A valiant attempt here, 1v5. He at least gets that bomb down, but then Inters rotates through. That's 2 frags through the CT smoke. Talk about pressure without even knowing where or when it's coming from. Maus, that lead, now a tie.
We're getting relatively full-on attacks here from Maus, where they have lots of HP and grenades. Now we're starting to see Cloud9 find early pickoffs, which is one thing to soften up the attacks. But if you just tuned in today, you would think, oh, this is natural. Cloud9 are coming back into this game. But it has really been no small feat to stop Maus from getting 9, 10, 11 rounds on T-side Inferno at this event, whether it was Challengers or in Legends. And at the moment, Cloud9's game plan, I feel like, has really come together. We saw the first TK in round number 1 with the failed retake and low time on the bomb and thought, ooh. That's that Cloud9 that Nafany was afraid of seeing today. But these last few rounds have inspired confidence.
Ooh. Frozen, statuesque. But cracking at the seams after that frag. Got a boost outside. C9. Again, just wait. It's going to have to be Maus to take control of this one, and off of the flash and smoke, they'll press into the porch. Axile rocks him. 2 kills easy. Inter's always there. And honestly, it's a nice clean shot from the lowest HP player of the Maus camp, but that also gets stopped again at the front of brackets. There is no forward momentum here from Maus. That one time they get up lane, it was the entire team trying to press in, and again, abrupt halts. When Cloud9 decide to pull the rug out from beneath them, we see Maus stopped at a certain point, whether that's the cross on CT towards B, again, that A site entry, or in this case, just the brackets.
They picked the line to draw, and they have rarely actually left it up to retakes. So a very salient observation. 14-3 right now for Hobbit. Maybe the most consistent overall. I mean, Shiro had an unbelievable challenger stage. 146 kills in 4 maps. I think 228 kills in 8 maps throughout the entire challenger stage. Numbers that you've never seen before. I mean, I can't count that high. But Hobbit, throughout every stage with a rifle in hand, has really kept up. He was on sale on Fantasy if you missed him.
Thanks for rubbing that in.
I forgot to do mine. So.
Oh, okay. Hobbit, speak of him. Pressured somewhat, but the util's healthy. Minute mark, and Maus start to carve out some information off the top banana. We've had Cloud9 in recent rounds get away from what was just that coffin and orange setup.
Now, we don't have any mollies to stop the attack, so there's always a threat they come through smokes. Hop just goes right into the arms of Shiro.
Easy.
And the flashes to counter on the attack. Hobbit waiting for a push. Ooh. Damage goes in.
Ooh. Oh. Dexter, he's already deep, and they know that op is back there. Shiro manages to get a second on this hold while both the rotates go down. It is Shiro to try and keep C9 inside this B site. Man advantage in the post plant.
My God.
Smoke meeting them at CT. Inters and Axile trying to rotate. They are being flanked. Eventually, JDC will strike them down, assuming that by the time he gets into position, his teammates aren't already dead. Dexter off of his spot. We've got one in this close water, and they opt not to go boosting inwards. They think they can leave, but no, sir. Denied any further exit. Maus, they will get that entry, and it comes by way of Dexter.
Great rounds out of a great round out of Maus. Another rounds where they have the tools, they have the players to get away with like a full-on exec coming into the site. And again, to stop the attack, there was only smokes. It can be important to have mollies in that position. Here, also important for Frozen to not get tunnel vision, trying to join up with the attack. There was trust in the hands of Dexter to make that progress through the site. He found his frags. And they had a very late flash for him as he came into the site to make sure they could kill Quad. He could have died in that moment, absolutely. So you better believe that Maus are still going to fight. And even though it's been a little streak from Cloud9, Maus are definitely still in this game.
How nice of them to serve up a reminder.
Cyclone standing behind them. Kind of one of the coaches that you think must be doing a good job.
Right.
Coming up from the Maus NXT lineup.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Right back at it. Oh, it's deadly. Perfect flash in from Hobbit. Expectant of the wrap from underground. Torzy.
See that angle? Exposed to CT, not worried about it though.
All good. And who do you have to support? Shiro sees a sliver of exertion, chops his hands right off. And middle belongs to Cloud9. So they'll take that last round win personally, and they decide to throw their heaviest hitters straight down that mid lane. Axile excellently done, looked like nothing but confidence and, I would say, even pre-existing information. So ready for that first player to jump back up, but JDC, hold your breath, because he's going off. And while he does get those first two, they'll see that open route, envisioning an attempt to entry over at that B site, 2 versus 5, in what was such a confident first fight from C9.
There's lots of time as well. C9 are reading this pretty damn well. Enters has his full set of utility, and he's starting to drop the counter utility as well. Mollies go down back site. Dexter, the hero of last round. JDC with the 2 entries now. What can they do?
Ooh, not cross for free. That much apparent. And Nafany's going to go ahead and lock in those last 2 kills. So listen, props to JDC, bringing it back and making us think it's possible even.
He's so sharp on these T sides.
In the first 10 rounds, that one looked done.
It was a good effort for sure. Starting to wrap the half now, and I think another compliment to C9 for having so many different tempos. You know, the confidence from Axile as well to take that deep angle on underpass after killing the player holding from spawn. Just a perfect read on the default and what he actually has to be worried about, and not just simply covering all options. That's, of course, a sign of a great game plan. And so, well, C9, they started off slow. They got a feel for their opponent. They turned the pace up, and when they lose, they turned it up to 6. But now they're back to similar strategies of testing Banana a little bit, passive on the A site, and JDC, this is what he was specialized in.
Looked good last round. Can he do it here? Axile sees him flooding out. Inters trying to help, but JDC locks into the little pit, and Axile decides to get Dexter over top. Still alive, and Inters, of course, lending that critical helping hand. It's a singular point of HP. And Exertion waits him out, bullets whizzing by him, but still there is a fight, and it comes by way of Torzy. Exertion gets the better of Hobbit. 1 HP was not enough to keep that one going, but Inters is pinned in the corner. being spammed in from lane. They've managed to crack it open, but they have to cross. Ooh, and Shiro misses the first shot, would have a chance at the second, loses the tracking, takes a chance. And what do you know? Maus have pressed through in what looked like such a dead situation.
Unreal spam in a cold from lane. That was real beautiful. That was one way to guarantee that trade, and while he didn't get the kill, I mean, it did something like 90 damage. Torzy had to fight tooth and nail just to get out of the holes, and exertion from the pit. There are some time left on these trades to allow Maus back into the round, but they're the ones with less players, right? And dislodging pit after all of that efforts, I think, was the most important thing. So they could finally face forward onto the site, face forward onto Shiro, who was coming through Arch. They understood, making sure that they didn't overthink that situation. They knew the most important player in Axel had to die first, and then they could move forward with taking more duels. There it is, a good spot. We've got an emphatic Hobbit. I say emphatic loosely here. Hobbit, of course, just anytime he's looking a little bit energized, I'm going to call it emphatic.
That's fair.
But getting into the conversation, it's actually Shiro who's been the most emphatic, I would say, on the tack pauses. Would love to hear what kind of input he has.
Nafany trying to press forward. He's in the right position. Just a matter of hitting it. Oh, just a matter. And it gets taken away from him. Luckily, Shiro's set up there to trade it, but this could just transition Maus into a more aggressive A-hit. And when they hit this site, they tend to succeed. Inter's predictably in the same position. Hobbit decides to get hella aggressive. And all the while, we start to get that arch wrap. But look at your mini-map. CT surrounding this setup. And Hobbit, he's going to hear Torzy leave from Boiler, ready as he watched Smoke for a moment, slipping in between it all. And Maus don't know what's going on. Torzy pulls the trigger, instantly dead just as quick. And JDC will find Hobbit by surprise.
Low in the site is Inters with 46 health. He's tucked into a good spot. Rotation.
Same spot.
Yeah, the help is coming. I don't think he's getting spammed this time around, but he might just straight up lose.
He's a little deeper in. He gets the best of JDC. Dexter's going to burn him out of the open. But you always have to be worried about that op, and Inters doesn't move. Dexter straight up gets the kill. Shiro's going to start to round back around short. Dexter, gun in hands, but back turn. And with that chance, Shiro will not miss. He strikes him down to give Cloud9 that 7-6 advantage.
Yeah, that's well done from Shiro. It's another pretty precarious spot here for Cloud9, even with the opening duels in place. Okay, they didn't actually get it this time around, but you saw at the bottom of logs right there, they're sitting to wait for them to come through the smoke and dodge the flash and set themselves up for the perfect kill. And it still doesn't come their way, but Shiro finds the refrags. Shiro has been consistent. Shiro's hitting the hard shots. And this round belongs to him, I want to say. I don't think there's a single score line in this half. You know, barring like a 13-2, that would make me believe the game is over when we switch over. Both teams are going to put up a hell of a fight.
Every step of the way. JDC, tough spot here. But again, it's variation from Cloud9, and I really like that we alluded to the JDC setup. The specialism from him, but yeah, poke the bear, and it will tear you limb from limb.
What?
You welcome that one. Here's the press. Nafany fully blind. Wow, somehow survives. It's a pistol out, a flash in front. Dexter gets him down. And Shiro, well, he kind of gets drawn into the open, missing one or two shots and giving Hobbit a chance to just clean this up. It looks scary, but he holds. Frozen a little bit further back. This could actually catch Hobbit off. No, sir. Nah, too sharp. Hobbit continuing in his winning ways, now 17-7. And it's going to be Maus with, well, about more of the same. Inters inside bomb site, Axile up towards Graveyard. And a nice slow flank coming through from Cloud9. Exertion awaits it. Unfortunately for him, he can't go help Torzy because he's worried about that flank. If Torzy can get one kill, then maybe they can get themselves flying into the A site for what feels like a fifth time. But they'll pull the cord on this one. They're going to give it up. They're going to allow Cloud9 to establish that 8th, and it just becomes about saving this op and AK.
Yeah, a little awkward, but yeah, the Torji op's just too expensive to get back, so they'll give it a go to try to lock up a 7th round at minimum. And man, it's been a pretty competitive game, I would say. Like, you know, if this ends up 9-6, you still got to credit Mouse for the quality of. Oh, is that Oni Pixel in that hood? Is that what it is? Okay. Recognize that face anywhere. This is
just sit down. Sit down.
Wow. You can't help but laugh in that situation.
No. Wrecked.
It was literally somehow Axel has perfect crosshair placement when there's not even an angle. There's not even an angle there, and he still figures out where the head is.
Little bargain by for Mouse to close out the 15th. Already again with some presence inside brackets. We've got Axile up in apartments. And JDC, you know, we give him credit where it's due. Played great, exceeded expectations even, but I think that last round is really just a sign of things that could come. If once we swap sides, it's more of that. Minute left in this offense here from Mouse. Can't forget, they put 4 rounds up before Cloud9 got any. And then Rifles really turned the tail of this one.
Nafany right now is getting a lot of free play off of this spot on the half wall. And they're still setting up to get him back. Mauser obviously is too smart to let this go for free. But with so much time burned, Mauser getting shut out of the idea of taking the B side. I think Nafany is smiling internally right now at the information gain. Oh my God, with the swing!
Oh, old M4A1S would get it, but he finds that pocket, and it feels like just because he was given all that space, that little, you know, sanctuary towards top banana, no wonder he gets comfortable enough to slide out and to chop them down. Would have been a 3-player mowdown, and now Axile feeling as though he can go forward as he damn well pleases. That A site's actually wide open for the taking, and what could have been a clean entry versus Hobbit would have let Frozen in. Instead, it's the burden bearer to take it. 19 kills, 7 deaths from Hobbit, and an excellent CT side from Cloud9. That is what we've come to expect from them. Let's see what they can offer on the offense.
Kogu, my man. How are you? I'm good, I'm good. How are you, superstar?
I'm drinking a little bit, watching the games. I'm gonna chill, but actually I might have to go to my sponsor job, so I'm rushing a little bit.
But what do you think so far of having our major in Brazil, man? You're a legend from the Brazilian scene. I bet you've wanted this for so long.
This is the first time that I go for a major, like on CSGO. Like it's never inside and never outside, and it's crazy. The crowd here in Brazil is totally different from everywhere. People like scream like crazy. They don't stop. They just don't stop. It's amazing.
And the fans, they still love people like you, right? They still remember the good old days. Everyone just loves Counter-Strike.
Yeah, everyone like most everyone who is older like have beer in the face. Go everywhere. Hey, come here. It's the warm here, like is the people here is exactly.
Kogu, it's a lovely pleasure to see you as always, man. Look after yourself. I'll see you soon.
It's a stellar CT side from Cloud9, exactly what we would have expected coming into this series. And MOUZ, well, they started strong, 4-0, made you think for a second, that maybe they'd be stepping onto this stage and, you know, turning it all upside down. But they've got their work set out for them. A defensive half on Inferno isn't something that we won't expect MOUZ to put up. It just really boils down to Cloud9 and whether the individuals of Hobbit can continue to dominate, because that's what he just did in the first 15. Leaps and bounds above everybody else, and even the off conversation slides the way of Cloud9. Frozen. He'll find Inters. Torzi on the other side, applying pressure versus the bomb as he currently holds alone. Oh, but Shiro, that's two on the side of the smoke, completely cuts off what MOUZ had hoped to get going. That flank around mid, no sir. Bomb down and Axile point blank. Make sure it's C9 double digits right away.
Yeah, now it gets a little scary for MOUZ, who needed a little comeback, of course. They're used to actually winning off of their T sides, and I think on their CD side are still quite competent, but Cloud9 are no slouches. Like this is something that they understand. And again, when we watched them play against Heroic, they pulled off a T side that I could not have ever predicted to see. It was like we were in 2020, online, in their room, with their big couch behind them, with Groove on the player cam, floating there at his own desk, in the quiet. Yep. That's how well Cloud9 were playing in an arena versus Heroic, who before they played against Cloud9 in that 2-0 matchup looked insane.
In a head-to-head that always delivered.
That's something that's stuck with me in the days between Legends and now when it comes to talking about Cloud9 coming into playoffs. And we'll soon see if the T side kind of gives us that same level of substance that we saw versus Heroic. Incredible stuff if you missed it. Worth going back to watch. Or maybe you'll just see it again right here. We'll see.
Yeah, right. That's what we hope. Current B setup's nothing but Frozen. Still a young man, and yet so much experience on this roster. Longest standing member. That nade, yeah, that's gonna welcome a ton of damage versus Frozen. All he wanted to do was chuck a frag. Instead, he's sitting on a single point of HP as Cloud9 flood through this B site. Nice deagle damage, though. Exertion can play the same game. He'll take Shiro down to 2 HP.
Frozen, more maps played than all 4 of his teammates combined.
Insane.
How many, and he's 20, how many can say that? Frozen looks like a rookie, you know, and it's like he has been one of the least talked about, consistent top players in the game. And that's partially because he's never had a team good enough to give him a spot in the top 20. Your team has to be good enough, even if you are good enough. And MOUZ Sports have always donated their not donate. I mean, they got some money from it. They try to stay cash positive. They've given away players to other teams. They've seen Nico, they've seen Kerrigan, they've seen Rops, they've seen Crypton. Lots of great players in history have come through MOUZ Sports, but they've all also left. And Frozen, as the last kind of remnant of one of the major lineups that was the most consistent carry, has stuck on as a player who was just like Rops. He didn't get as much attention as Rops did because of the FPL accusations that Rops was cheating, all of that stuff. But Frozen just quietly chugged along as a player who, as was talked about in our interview before the game started, you know, he was grinding through FPL.
Egoless.
Diamond to Masters when he was 12 years old.
Yeah.
He's a phenom. He is a phenom. And this year, I mean, I think we're almost certainly going to get him in the top 20. He's been great. Right now, I mean, maybe a weird time to talk about it. 8-13, but if they come back on the CT side, you better believe it's going to have a lot to do with them.
So far, MOUZ, again, this is just the recycled buy of the last round, so we call it a freebie. Couldn't stop C9 from pressing into that B site. Not with Frozen. So little HP so quickly. C9 will make you sweat. They will press into all different positions. Your utility will be gone, and you wouldn't have seen a soul before all of a sudden all hell breaks loose. And right now, it's looking like Arch side's going to be that battleground. Torzy, a talking point.
Nice tracking.
And he gets away with it, plus some damage onto Nafany. He's going to go right back in. Second servings, but he turns his back to Nafany, and Shiro had already got Bank around the corner. Dexter fired his feet. It's going to leave a man inside sight, isolated. JDC, what can you offer? 25 seconds, a great distraction out from Library. Sight player seen, Axile's low, right there with Nafany, but Shiro takes up the reins and charges through the sight.
Axile's spray is nothing short of unbelievable sometimes. He adjusts back about 45 degrees and makes it look like his mouse is in the starting position. Like, yeah, it's just a player who has half armor and a pistol shooting at him, but that's the Axile we have come to see really frequently this year. Maui called him best rifler of the year. He's not even the best rifler on the team right now at this major, but in the grander scheme of things, yeah. And in terms of higher peaks, I think if you asked Hobbit directly, he'd be like, yeah, Axile. Yeah, he's the guy who I expect in the beginning. When I saw that Na'Vi comeback match, 16-14, Axile 33 kills.
Yeah.
You know, but outside of that, has struggled here and there. You know he can do it and regularly is consistent, but Cloud9 doubters at this major have brought up that Axile's and Shiro's playoff stats. And it really is about betting against the past when it comes to them. Did we see enough in Legends where there was an audience, where there was pressure, where they were, you know, start out challenger 0-2 down, on the brink of death constantly, had one of the hardest Legends stages possible? Is that enough to show that they are fine now on LAN? That felt like a playoffs to me, so that's kind of the question. Did it for them?
Add to it the stack of experience they gained in Dallas, where they said they have never felt like they were more at home. It all comes together here in Rio. We've got guns up from Cloud9. Mouse, let's see it. Right now it's a little bit of banana pressure. And the apartment's entirely under the feet of C9. They decide on their own to walk away, and Dexter, well, he's looking for a little something, as was Frozen, but with presence now being heard, he's gonna fall away from this. They could try to press through. Nafany's looking at the entry. Nice grenade though. Axile dropped to 46. It's gonna make it hard for him to follow up. Oh, Frozen and Torzy. Oh, it is all too easy. Woo. Mouse, they just have Cloud9 trickle out of a smoke in front of them, uninspired, no players blind. They put them where they need to be, when they need to be, and with it, Mouse a 7th.
Clearly, Mouse knew exactly what was coming right there. They were pressed up both against Oranges and CT, ready to fight. Torzy jumps Coffins as well, looking for this duel. So coming out of both sides of the smoke, it's a novel concept. We've seen teams try to do it. I don't think you're often going to want entry into B site, having to run through a smoke, but they had a game plan for it. It just did not work out here at all. Look at the CT swarming on them. The trifecta of players, and without any of them dying. There's no way to kind of make dealing with that crossfire any easier. So one player enters, saves an AK with enough money to buy on everybody else for Cloud9, and they've still got this 5-round lead in the game. So I think no sweat off the brow. Nice on Cloud9, sorry, nice on Mouse Sports, most importantly for holding utility, using it at the right time.
Looked like all the internal timings on that last round was just all Mouse. There's a life here on the CT side. That much we know. That's what one round win can tell us.
There it is, the pulse. Oh, that's a married to the game moment right there. Okay. Respect.
Yeah.
Just a little fun. They were both in on it. And look who's in on Banana. Frozen. He's getting Snoopy here. He was the guy on the attack, trying to do the same thing. And Axile's close up here. Oh my God, Dexter.
Let's go.
My God.
Finds Hobbit trying to just prance around the mid setup. Frozen very much stuck in behind sandbags. Nafany trying to hone in on him. Axile's been hit. Look at this. Look at all the damage stacking up against Cloud9. And Frozen still just throwing thrives on top until Nafany runs in, lucky to be alive. But his nade just bounced back. It hit the door frame. An unlucky smoke pings off of the wall. And with that, they can't continue forward here. Nafany would have loved to try to find another kill. He's the only member of C9 this round to offer anything. And that utility bombardment on Banana was the demise of Cloud9 in round 20.
Gotta appreciate that little one-way smoke that Frozen throws to the in front of the sandbags. Gets up on top of it, doesn't get 2 kills. Of course, Nafany's the one to find the trades, but they made that very hard to approach him. And the smoke missing is one thing, but we also had Torzy miss a very easy shot. He had a great setup for that attack coming through CT spawn. Felt like he was going to win that round straight off. And it kicks off right here with Dexter in the hard angle. Nafany playing well is an important storyline here for Cloud9. Oh, there we go.
Redemption.
There we go. It was all a ruse. It's all scripted here in Rio.
Honestly, with Cloud9...
We got Furia into playoffs 3-0. You think that was an accident?
No. We got Cloud9 being beaten by Greyhound and then not dropping a map yet.
To kind of set up the old Cloud9.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't have to miss the old Cloud9 anymore.
They're back.
Straight to the go, Cloud9. There it is, Shiro. Italian Shiro.
Yeah.
Coming in with the comms.
Look at him go.
Red beans and ravioli, Shiro. Talk to them.
Into the double fist bump. You berate them, and then you build them back up again. Shiro, the foundation of Cloud9's firepower throughout this event. Again, just never before seen consistency.
I think he's a Chad as well.
Trying to take him to a whole new level. Trying to prove that Cloud9 can do it at majors. In Antwerp, they fell in a spectacularly unexpected fashion. Redemption in Rio thus far. Dexter, love it. Gets aggressive, plays into the apartments. He's got players right outside, but they have seen him. So Dexter knows when a game is too dangerous. And he starts to peel himself away. But Shadow spotted. Hobbit, easy, gonna gun him down. He's trying to reach for that M4. And sure enough, adds it here to the collection of rifles. Cloud9 will swing in round 21.
Yeah.
Shiro didn't see anybody.
Now it's about adding time to the clock. They picked up a gun where they didn't know if they would find one. This kill, oh man, Mouse Sports. This is their map pick. They just won a great round and a couple of rounds here on CT to make this comeback. But you better believe, even with the guns here, they're going up against one in the site. Exertion playing for retake protocols, and they're going to come through this.
That they will. This time with a smoke in front, but at least the incendiary holds them back for a couple extra seconds. It allows Frozen to add himself and really sets up Exertion to shine. Quick trade back from Hobbit.
Oh, they waited. Another gun goes down.
Stalled and stuttered. And still they follow through.
No one in CT to nade the plant. Mouse Sports, one of the highest retake percentages, the highest retake percentage of any team here at the major.
Well, let's see it. Inter still standing on the ledge. Axile pressed into the pit. Hobbit showing nothing as Shiro continues to hold flank. There will not be a CT from this direction. JDC takes it into his own hands, gets wrecked by Hobbit as he finally decides to emerge from back sight. And while Torzy's connecting shots at this point, they're all coming at him. 2 hit, and Shiro, well, he'll push C9 over the edge into that 13-8 realm. But can we say it again? Hobbit, every time they need him, steps up from behind quad, gets himself, again, a little buffer, 22 and 12.
Yeah, and just his Tech-9 frag, not only the opening kill, the closing frag, or one of them, and just hunting down this gun is too much. It's way too much to give up on an anti-eco. This is tough sledding for Mouse. It really did start to, I feel like, win some confidence back and scare Cloud9 a little bit. But after a round like that, 13-8 now, it suddenly feels like it's Cloud9's game to lose once again. Now the CTs will call a timeout. They've actually got some calculating to do because they have money, but there are going to be some concessions. Poor Exertion here on just an MP9. The out from Torzy hasn't been, actually had a couple of rounds. It's just that he takes a high percentage of shots and he still manages to have a big round in there. but he's not hitting all of them, and he's missing some easy ones. So it makes him hard to kind of figure out whether or not he's doing enough. Quite a great team around him. So this team isn't all about the op like he thought it would be when Torji joined the team. And that much is cool.
Yeah, that kind of was like the trailer for Torzi when he first joined. That's what we all came to expect. It's what we got as well, to be fair, right? A few months of just excellent play.
Psychologically, the other problem for Maus in this round specifically, it is going to be crystal clear how much they have to go up against. This is the first in Cloud9 we're talking about. They know if they win this round, it's like almost literally match point. So if they weren't sweating enough already, I mean, they're going to have to take a shower after this round because you know they're going to squeeze it for everything that it's worth. And that means trying to even get as many kills as possible, even if they lose. They're keeping Maus on the brink with every little bit of strategy on top of having a big advantage straight off. And now they've got 3 attracted to B. We're looking for a B retake right now in this in-between timing, and Cloud9 are trying to beat that timing with A hit.
It looks like they are going to, assuming that they can follow through, assuming that the double Balk setup doesn't shred them. JDC turns away, still he gets Nappany. The fallback's there for him. Dexter in with another. Inters hunts the second kill, but JDC awaits him. It's such little HP for Inters that JDC comes up with the reload, and Hobbit, well, point blank, he gets wrecked. Shiro turns it back towards short, and now on the escape, oh, it's over top the wall.
Wow.
John De Castro puts up 3 and keeps Maus in this with, as you alluded to, what's most important, weapons, right? Economy on the line. They're moving forward with it.
That was a chance right there. 2 double on balcony with a bait, and the first player scaling sees both actually. Nappany tries to corroborate this information, but JDC staying alive in pit underneath the guise of Inters, Hobbit dying in the smoke right here. Everything just falls apart. There was no real advantage for Maus when that attack came on. Cloud9 got them to stay B. They beat the retake timing. They hit the A site. They flashed the 2 players that were sitting there, and they still couldn't win. And now, well, now Maus Sports have a chance to get into that dignified territory of double digits.
Couple of flashbangs for Axile. Exertion justifiably taking a bunch of space for free. He sits within those smokes. This is going to keep Maus on high alert. Torzi, missed shot on the jump over. Dexter being set up. Ooh, nice and easy. 2 off of the M4. Shiro with the Glock out. Looking for a little more damage here. It's all going to count towards something, but JDC swings out, and that's Maus onto a 10th.
Yeah.
C9, again, it's a lead, and it's a buyback soon enough. But for the time being, Maus are putting up what they had to.
Yeah, you know, they're still working the map really well. They still look good. I don't think they're at all worried, but Maus are proving they've still got. I think the most important thing, actually, funnily enough, is just Maus to prove they can keep up with players who, well, they'll have multiple instances of top 20 players on the team of Cloud9, right? I think that's the actual thing right now. It's the Cyclones' first major playoffs against Groove. They're shooting for tournament victories. They already won Dallas this year. I mean, it's about keeping up 1-for-1 with the guy on the other side of the map that's in your role. Exactly. You know, it's Exertion to Axel, it's Torji to Shiro. There's not one single player where you're like, Maus have the better version. And well, what they have shown is they got here because they've been the better team. In that previous round where they get outplayed and they still win, you've got to do that in order to beat good teams, because you will get outplayed sometimes, and they pulled it off. So let's see if they can really set things in motion and take away Cloud9's money once again.
Deadly rifle combo. Exertion and Frozen playing around Banana, but again, Cloud9 just sit on the other end of it. We've seen them stuffed at the B site. We've seen them follow through with the B site. It boils down to how much health they have as they get to the front of it and whether that closest support is in position. Frozen already moving back over.
Sometimes you force a team to gamble if they get tired of going through those protocols, because we saw C9 try to cheat them last time. So instead, Mouse are not playing 3B. They're ready for this A hit. They've got eyes on mid.
It's going to be a crunch. Dexter eyes up. Ready for the first fight. Nice and clean. Won't be able to finish off Hobbit, but now it's Torzy's chance. We can't see missed shots, and we don't. He finishes the little that was left of Hobbit. JDC presses in. Woo! Best enters heads up. And with 25 seconds, they're going to try to get into the bomb site. Axile has not been given a target. Torzy decides to take the initiative, and Shiro simply has to walk away.
Good call here from Mouse. Perfect position. Even though Dexter goes 1 for 1, he gets the info. Torzy stays alive on lane, deep angle. They're waiting for the fight. They're not trying to peel back and go for retakes and wait for rotation, so you have to appreciate that. Mouse knew what they were signing up for. And it wasn't the strongest defense to kick things off, but it was good enough. And that final molly getting missed on top of the halls to make sure that JDC can't get back out is what just ends the attack completely. Good moves here from Torzy. Easy one here on Axel, not letting him be the aggressor. And it is a 2-round game.
With nothing but an AK in the hands of Shiro.
That's gotta feel good.
Oh, nice headshot.
Woo, what a trade. Actually, exertion. Wow, I don't even know how he did that.
Kept it clinically clean. Smoke down again, keep him staved off, keep him starving here for anything. There's no rifles, there's no armor. Oh, but not everybody needs it. Hobbit, hell of a shot. Nafany just runs around the corner, tries to grab the gun instead. And that'll be one member of Mao's reconfirmed. But seeing as it's JDC, who tends to lend himself to apartments, I think it makes absolute sense for Cloud9 to try and press through here. They don't have a flash to get out from pit, so JDC should, emphasis, should be able to just sit in that bomb site. But as he goes for the reload, that's when they start to trickle out. C9 have found timing!
Hobbit again!
Double deagle, what a round! And exertion, well now he's met by smoke. This was Shiro with an armored AK and the rest of Cloud9 with nothing.
Not again. Not for 14. Mouse have to think about this. Gap on the smoke, but no mistakes right now. They can come into the site.
They're going for it, and Axile's just waiting for the jump up. That's all he anticipates. It's all he wants. He is staring at the sky, praying. And now, oh, he jumps at the same time. Exertion's weapon simply better. He's going to pick up the kill. We've got this push in. We've got a smoke. We've got cover. But we've also got Hobbit, and leave it to him to hold the burden of all.
There he is.
He stands taller than anybody else and shreds them one after another. 4 kills on an unarmored deagle to put C9 on 14.
Posterized with a $700 gun. Wow. So many targets pinned to the wall. But we're talking about 3 shots, 4 shots straight up. Hobbit hits 27, Cloud9 hit 14. And Mouse hit the brink of defeat, at least emotionally. They're throwing it all in on this round.
Talk about impact. In addition to what was the Gambit youngsters, the one experienced player added to this formula to elevate them to a whole new level. The only major champion in this server with the world-class 4K on the Deeg. Now still working with pieces. MP9 FAMAS, double M4 AWP, and C9 maybe having felt what was once an open balcony. They're going to try to find that timing again. It worked out wonderfully last attempt. Dexter's MP9 is being helped out by JDC, but Dexter's dead, and JDC still looking to hang on, won't be able to, not with Hobbit firing that sharp. Another headshot comes through, and a bomb plant now inevitable. We've got this press in from middle. Exertion trying to puff his chest, trying to serve up the distraction, so maybe timing can lend its hand to Frozen, to Torzy, to Mouse. But silently they scuttle away, back to underneath the floorboards. At this point, all they want is safety, and Cloud9 have broken through that A site yet again. 15 locked in, and 4 map points on Inferno.
Oh, all the halls pop right there, and that's Mao's full investment. I mean, something changed. Hobbit hit that 27th frag, that deagle round into the next. A very clean and fast call. It's not thorough. They don't work too much map control. They just go for it, and Nafany out front. They take pit, CTs get flustered, and Cloud9 are about to win Mouse's map pick.
Oh, Nafany eats that flash, turns back at it as Axile's throwing the entry support. Doesn't matter, got wind of Dexter. And the AK graced him with a headshot. Last timeout called here from Mouse. Whether they win this round or not, Cyclone no longer having any chances to just pump those brakes. Buy's gonna be abysmal.
Yeah, they can try to predict what Cloud9 want to do, but they've had so much variety in the way that they've attacked. It'll be proved to be difficult, I think, if they figure this out. They got the money for Torzy's favorite gun. That's something. Well, it's getting scary. It's gotten scary. It's getting desperate.
The most horrifying piece of it all is Hobbit. And yet again, here he goes. Unwinding onto Exertion top banana. Frozen lies in wait. Look at this, peeling already all of Mouse away from that A site. They are so worried about the follow through here from Cloud9, and honestly, it's not a bad call, not for the time being. Interruptive utility thrown out, and silence from C9.
It's about to be a dogfight here on the B side.
Torzy lands it, but Nafany survives. And having seen that op, is it enough to peel it all back? Are they going to send any kind of a scout party over towards that A site?
They seem so nervous about the fact that Torzy just showed his face there after the rifle went down at the top of Banana. But on the scout here is Nafany, and I'm not talking about the weapon. He's going to try to gain some information and either get a kill, find out how many are here, or bring his team back.
Time is critical.
Yeah, we'll see if he catches this.
Looking to follow through with still 3 members of Mouse in position. Ooh, the flashes find their home, but it's Axile to take down Frozen. Meanwhile, that A fight goes down the way of Mouse, so now they fixate into B. Hobbits with such little health continues, but Dexter's back at it, and he gets chopped off by Shiro. It needs to be Torzy, and he was so preoccupied on the other side of this map that you'd think he has no footing left in this one. Mouse's pick of Inferno. He hopes, and another miss could spell disaster. A second chance at life versus Hobbit, but there comes Shiro from the corner, and there goes Cloud9 to map 2 with 1 already in their pocket.
Must be sad being frozen, carrying this dead garbage team all the time. And then fucking Dexter decides to push and die every round. Or JDC, take dumbest possible, and throw the round.
Poor guy.
Poor Frozen.
Back then, at least, there was RUPS. So they would play 2v8, but now it's 1v9. They should double his salary at least.
Yep. It's painful to watch. Literally 1v9.
Also, it's sad to be Frozen's fan and see this.
Yeah, facts lol. Was 2v8 for a while.
Yeah, back then they bombed out of every group stage. Wow. Now they make playoffs in 2-tier events in a row and people cry. Insane.
Delusional.
Feel bad for him. I'm glad Mouse lost so Snake Crone can cry again.
Dexter playing for Info. XD.
You actually read out mine. Dexter is the worst player for ever exist. Goes to push, dies. Goes to push again, dies. Decides to repeat.
Definitely not worse than up-and-coming talent JDC.
Both are utter trash.
Frozen got moved to the academy team, LMAO.
Hashtag save Frozen.
Mal's pick Inferno, but it's Cloud9 that pick up the check, and they do ultimately grab this map. And of course, that sets them up nicely as we jump into Overpass. But not before we get the opportunity to break it all down for you all. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We're at a major, everybody. It's just the quarterfinals, and the place is starting to fill out just a little bit more than it was just a little while ago. And that can only be attested to one thing: the common dislike of Cloud9 by this fan group here in attendance today. 16-11 kind of speaks for itself. This was a little bit strugglesome for the side of Mouse, and I'm pretty sure that's evident, Maui.
After the first 4 rounds, I don't think Cloud9 looked back in this game. They were well in control. They got the nerves out of the way, the jitters, the crowd roaring at them, booing them actually as they were getting on the stage.
Yeah.
They were able to piece it together, and then we started to see it coming together, that great, excellent, fundamental Counter-Strike that Cloud9 has patented.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that, like you said, the crowd was roaring against them, and they don't seem to care. And that's the sort of mentality that Cloud9 will need if they want to make this deeper and potentially even win the major, right? That's what they're hoping for. But yeah, from the side of Mouse, I feel like 6 rounds on the T side, reasonable, but too many unforced errors being made there on the CT side. And Cloud9, like you said, already a good system. And when they find those tiny little holes, those little mistakes, they're going to get punished. And that's what they did to the side of Mouse.
Yeah, and when you look at the Cloud9, we know them to famously be able to switch up a little bit of the tempo. And I'm pretty sure that that's something that they were able to do right here and now in real time, Maui. Round 11, ring any bells?
Let's see it. Let's see it. This is a round right after Mouse were able to take one away from Cloud9. And if we get it rolling here, we're going to see Axile walking down, Shiro holding for him. Perfect flash setup to get him that first kill. And look at how he predicts the next kill perfectly as Shiro is still holding his top line. There's no possible swing from alt mid. And this is a round where Mouse, they were finding themselves. They were getting a little bit of momentum back in the game. And then Cloud9 threw a curveball right in their faces, Black.
Yeah, this is absolutely what you love to see, right? Cloud9 not really necessarily known for these sort of aggro plays down mid. They don't really throw this, but they're like, all right, Mao's making this competitive. They're getting a lot of space, and let's put the fear of God in them, and that's what they did in that particular round.
Yeah, and you know, if you go on to grab this for Cloud9, you think about them ultimately having to slow it down a little bit because there was a little bit of a ball rolling there in the Mouse camp, but it wasn't enough to push them over the edge, Blay.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think you go back to the second half there, you can see the nerves start to play. Some of the plays coming in from the side of Mouse were getting punished. We actually have a round we can probably talk about just to bring it up. I believe it is round with 21, which was just the pistols from the side of Mouse.
So what you're saying is Dexter pushing for info.
Yeah, he pushes for info, that's fine, right? But the timing we found from Hobbit here, and Dexter completely unaware, there's no one right next to him, Apps is completely open, he sees a shadow, he gets a kill. Now bear in mind, there's just one AK and an AWP in play for the side of Cloud9. Now they have 3 rifles, the flashbang comes in, and I know they're trying to prevent his push from taking place in Exertion. He needs a multi-kill, but he finds one, and then a trade by Hobbit with that picked up M4 through the smoke, rounds done, back at home.
That was just another, I mean, that was backbreaking. That's basically how I'm going to frame this one. I think Mao's right then probably knew they were outgunned. They had a chance to bring that back, but losing to pistols, you can't accept that if you're Mao's in this situation.
How deflating is that in that moment? I mean, we talk often about, you know, not converting, losing to pistols, but if you're a new viewer, how important are rounds like that?
I mean, the thing is, with Mao's in this game, they already were having a difficult time winning gun rounds. They were already finding themselves falling behind. I mean, 4 of their 11 rounds that they found were just off the back of them winning the pistol at the beginning of the entire game. And so they're slowly finding their way back. I mean, I think they were down 6-11 or something like that. And if you're just going to get just trounced like that in that fashion, you just start to feel that the firepower now lies with your opponents too.
Yeah, it's something to grab onto. It's something tangible. But of course, tangible would be taking an L on the first map of this quarterfinal, which is what Mao's found themselves doing. We're going to get checking with Banks. Not a whole lot to say there from the Mouse camp. I think we can kind of deduce that, you know, you lose the first map and, well, that's just the way she goes, huh?
I mean, this is where, you know, you show what you're really made of, right? Dexter, as the IGL, he needs to really dig in deep. Look, it's not like Overpass is an impossible fortress to breach for the side of Mouse. I feel like if they're able to put up a pretty solid defense, they can potentially minimize the number of rounds that Cloud9 can get, right? At the moment Cloud9 get 3 or maybe more rounds, I feel like that's a done deal. They need to just start off with guns blazing and not allow an inch, at least starting off on the CT side here.
Yeah, I mean, for Overpass, it is a map that, for a multitude of reasons, you're going to need everybody on deck, all hands on deck affair. For the side of Mouseports, let me just ask you before we get too far into this. Maui, what do they need to do to get back or even stay in the series whatsoever?
Well, I do need them to play better. I need Torzy to play better because Maus, they've had a slew of excellent oppers in their history with this team. They've had Oscar, but I'm going to tell you right now, he ain't walking through that door, Blev. We're not getting Oscar coming through that door. Walksick ain't walking through that door.
Chris J?
We're not getting Prime Chris J walking through that door, Blev. It's not coming. I need Torzy to step up right now.
So, I mean, you look at that. Are we going to go as far as to say liability?
I would call him a liability, but this is a time when he's really supposed to shine. This is where, you know, he needs his puberty to hit. He needs to become a man in the server and just take people down. Show it. Show what he got, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. It's so eloquently put, I can't even really top that if I try. For Overpass, tell me what the viewer should be looking for at home, Maui. If you're a new viewer, you just got here, this is your first major, you just did your pick 'em, you're like, oh, well, I just put Mouse to go ahead of Cloud9. What was I thinking? What do they need to be looking for?
What you have to expect for this one is Cloud9 to methodically break down the map. They are so meticulous. The way Cloud9 moves on this map, it's like you're watching a storm cloud slowly moving towards you, slowly encroaching. And what I need to see from Maus, I need to see some combating going on. I need them to actually reach into that storm and actually try to disrupt it, or else it's game over. Cloud9, if they are close to that bomb site, they will breach it with no regard for human life.
Oh, absolutely. If they're going to be playing turtle up, just playing defense, they're going to be completely screwed. One thing I do like is the fact that towards an A bomb site especially, they do play a little bit aggressively towards bathrooms on the CT side. But here's the thing. Be short control. If you're going to give that up to Axel every single time, you are screwed. You need to be a little ballsy. You need to take some gambled risks. If you're going to play it safe by the textbook, you're screwed.
And, you know, you talk about Torzy, we often reference an AWP at some point becoming a factor within these games. A map like Overpass does set up Oppers to have a good time or a really awful time, one way or the other, right?
You would hope that he's able to navigate these kinds of situations, but it's been tough for Torzy at this tournament. And I think that the way Cloud9 play, it is too disruptive. We have seen Torzy struggle against teams like Outsiders, and they play a very similar brand of Counter-Strike to Cloud9. They shut down aggressive Oppers, they use perfect utility when they need to force them off angles. And so Torzy, he's almost got to play unlike himself completely, and that's why I favor Cloud9 so heavily going into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. And one interesting thing about the CD side, people can probably take a look, is the fact that instead of the IGL usually being the rotator on the CD side, it's actually Frozen, the star of the team, who's playing the rotator role, right? So he's going to be very pivotal if that defense is going to hold. From what we know, Cloud9's going to be bringing in on the T side.
Yeah, and for Cloud9, they're no stranger to starting on that T side, so that's what we're going to get a taste of as we jump into Overpass. It is the next, potentially final map for Mouse here at the IEM Rio Major. So we cut to a quick break, we come right back, we go right back into the Counter-Strike, everybody. Don't move unless you're going to get a snack, and make sure you bring enough for all of us, please. It's Rio 2022. We'll be right back.
Introducing the Black Friday Madness. The biggest sale in ESL history. Special weekly deals just for our fans. Shop now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Пацаны, я не знаю, это смог.
Я знаю, давай.
Чего ты смеешься?
Там уже не пускает обай.
Да, я кинул, короче. Это чё, фейл? Ой, а чё я оттуда не кинул, реально? Почему я как Тимоха не кинул? Тот я знаю.
Полетел.
На 20 тоже кинул?
Да.
Серьезно? Ой, красота, красота.
Да.
О, я тоже знаю.
Да, я его кинул, бэй.
Не надо его кидать. Нечестно, Серег.
Смотрим.
Перелетел.
Только у меня не кинется, наверное.
Ну вот это, по идее, самый легкий.
Он не кинется, он, видишь?
Промазал. Куда теперь?
Оп, изи.
Ой.
ПЛЗ.
С этим смогом проблема.
ПЛЗ. Это куда он перелетел вообще?
Тимоха!
Найс, Тимофей, good job.
Ладно, надеюсь, что...
Посмотрим.
Найс.
Все-таки не по центру вставать.
Guys, you need to learn your smokes, please.
Вот сюда надо.
Ты кто кинул?
Я кинул.
Дима, ты чё, хитрый, что ли? Ой-ой-ой. А я его не знаю.
А я
Куда?
знаю.
Вот здесь подскажите как, что ты здесь
Не
собираешь?
подскажем.
На фарт, короче. Ладно, я кинул.
Найс.
Серьезно, я попал? Ой-ой-ой. Ай-яй-яй-яй-яй. Кидай. Найс. Найс.
64, да?
Good job. Дима, ты что за смоки кидаешь?
Да, вот он так должен идти.
Ай, о. Ой-ой-ой, а вот его я не знаю. Вот это без шуток. Короче, опа. Я не знаю его вообще, вот прям вообще.
Мимо.
Пойдет.
Пойдет. Он половину закрыл.
Пойдет.
Я за Тимохой.
Тимоха попадет. И, кстати, почему я первый кидаю, не понимаю.
Найс.
Ты попал? Ну пойдет.
У меня проблемы с этим смоком.
Вот сюда, Дима, вот сюда куда-нибудь кинь, пофиг. О, о. Guys, please learn smoke. Tomorrow we have game.
This is the Fan Fest, and this is where I want to spend the rest of my time. This is incredible. Everyone's here. It's like a party for Counter-Strike, living and breathing here in Brazil, and I get to have a bit of fun.
Okay, Banks, I see you. I see those moves. He's been working on his slides. And, well, I guess it's a party outside. And inside, we've got hopes and dreams on the line. All right, Cloud9 hoping to make this one their run. Mao's obviously looking to rebound after a loss on Inferno, and we find ourselves on Overpass, Mohan. Overpass between Cloud9 and Mao's. Where do your expectations lie?
We've got no real T-side to speak of for Mouse Sports on this map, but 2-1 in maps, and because they start on CT most typically, as it's not their pick, they've actually shown some comfort, at least on CT. Now for Cloud9, they were able to make that comeback happen versus FaZe Clan on this map. That was kind of the miraculous start to Legends for them. It was 3 rounds on the T side for FaZe Clan, including a pistol and conversion. That's how dominant that CT side was. So that's what the story of this map is going to be about for Cloud9. And then for their T side, it's going to be about figuring out what it is that's holding them back. They love to do a lot more set plays on this map than normal to get through T sides. Now, other teams have actually shown that they can do a little bit better. So I would say that even though Cloud9 have a massive win streak, outside of 1 loss to Liquid, kind of destroy everybody on this map, it's simply because their CT side is just that damn good. So they'll start off on T. We'll see if they can put up a better half than normal, and we'll see what they've learned. Because I've been watching closely at all of their T sides and as it's kind of iterated versus a lot of these top rosters. And for Mouse, they're trying to beat C9's map pick. It's a great place for Cloud9 to go to end this series.
It really does feel that way. Having to do more than FaZe did. That just seems like a daunting task. A cold statement, but hey, exertion. They'll have to deal with that in the second half. As far as CT side, he's going to press the dual Berettas into short. Axel, nice and patient there. Really let Hobbit go out on his own.
That was sweaty, wasn't it?
It was kind of gross. It was kind of dirt nasty.
Imagine trying that hard.
But, I mean, when you're crawling around in the sewage waters of Overpass, you got to get nasty.
They were actually setting up the same B attack where Hobbit comes in first, entering off a short. Now they have to improvise a bit, but all the pieces are in place.
JDC to the left side of Graffiti. Inter's gonna plant that bomb with a nade destined for him. Ooh, the second finds its home. Frozen chucks 2 and gets them both, then boosts. So man advantage here in the hands of Mouse. They try to press forward. It's a gush. That's certainly not going to help Frozen. So Torzy, maybe it's on him. But Axile's found his hands onto a beautiful pair of Berettas, presses outwards, finishes off Frozen, slides back into the short side, confirms both CTs, continues to tear up their HP, and Axile is simply better with those guns. But Torzy, it's a tip, it's a tap, and it comes down to time. This pistol belongs to Mouse.
Oh, he's locked it up. He's made it happen. The cleanest second kill right there from Torzy. Wow, they absolutely needed that. It didn't seem like Axel was going to stop. When he first pushed off a short, got the kill into spawn, it felt like it was all over. Shiro is playing games right here just saying, I'm going to come in, see if you're on the bomb, see if you stuck it, try to go for the fake diffuser full, and then I'm going to tuck, and you're screwed. You're out of time. Torzy has one chance, one opportunity. That's a good one. Whoa. Whoa, Torzy into the op on round 2, but into the buy of Cloud9, who got a bomb plant. What is this?
Yo, we're getting weird.
Like the most serious buy I've ever seen from two teams in round number 2 of a map.
Torzy being set up to succeed with the op early. Mac10 jumps in, almost besting Exertion, but Frozen gives the cover. JDC locks this in. 3 frags off of the pillar. Peaks on both ends. Bomb hits the dirt, and that buy early from Cloud9 now relies on Shiro to go God mode. Nice read on the flank. Dexter barely standing, and that's really the tail of this. Frozen also lucky to be alive. And Shiro taken down to 40. He'll get his headshot, but JDC is not too far away. 4 kills for JDC in round 2.
That's massive. And again, we talk about JDC's T-sides in particular. Very good entries. He put up some pretty miraculous site defenses on CT as well. First Outsiders on this map, that was something interesting. It was a cool place where they were able to take Outsiders, and people have been continuously testing them on Overpass. We know they could play it in the past, but they got Norbert, they got Fame. And we're trying to see what their map pool looks like now. And we found that Outsiders were able to piece them up, you know, overall. But inside of some spots, we saw some good rounds out of Mouse by the way of JDC side holds.
Torzy's going to give cover here to Dexter, who leans in. Exertion just got rocked by the Desert Eagle. And Torzy now awaits the pop over top. Yeah, he's reading it. Oh, they waited too long to come around the corner, so he sees it big picture. It already starts to claim some kills on this AWP. If there was ever a time for this sniper to come online and to do it early, it's map 2 versus C9.
We got the coolest part of all of this for people who have been watching since 2020 is we're Mao's NXT. We got JDC, Exertion, Torzy, got to promotion to this roster. But Cloud9 were the trailblazers when it came to flipping the main roster. And in fact, that was driving the narrative of why didn't Mouse pick up everybody and bring them up to the main roster? Well, I think the main reason was Frozen. You can't simply replace him. But when we looked at Cloud9, Gambit youngsters to Gambit, they did that. And the cool part about this map is Overpass was their best map. Axile and Shiro on the A side of Overpass was the story, and a big reason they pulled out some of their biggest wins and ultimately got that promotion. Just flipped the main lineup. What a brave move that was made back then. Seems obvious now.
Right.
And now we get to see these two teams going head-to-head in a top 8 at a major. You can't write a more beautiful story.
Ooh, nice flash. Kept Torzy out of it for multiple seconds. But then Nafany still finds himself slain. Torzy in a tough spot. We get the spam coming out from the B site, so Hobbit will be turned away from this. Hobbit, nicely done. Lines up a little bit more damage into Torzy on the escape. However, Torzy getting back just bolsters this B bomb site. And this defense, well, we'll see if it can stand the onslaught of Cloud9's AKs. No Nafany included. Counter-terrorists happy to press. Look what it nets them. JDC down to 49, but already with a pickup versus Hobbit. And it's not that dominant Hobbit from Inferno that jumps into the server early on within Overpass. 0-4 so far.
When we watched the FaZe match, I think the most annoying part was that Cloud9, it felt like we're going to go for contact explodes because that's what would work for them the most, where they struggled in most defaults and stuff on T side. But then what happened was they didn't do that. They kept trying to default. They threw in very few of those pocket plays, and they ended up losing the half dramatically, right? And they made that giant comeback in the second half, but that doesn't excuse getting 4 rounds in total in the first. And so I wondered, coming into this game, Overpass again, are Cloud9 going to try to kind of chew on granite and make this T side work the way they want it to work, address some of their problems and defaults and prove that they can do it that way? Or are they just going to just jump for what they know has got them through a half in the past? And right now, Mousesports, they look really prepared for that first version of their game.
Yeah, to assume that things would just go swimmingly would be a dangerous, dangerous idea. Nice forward position here for Mouse. I love everything about it. But the timing, that, well, nearly didn't work out. Exertion still gets the better end of it. A little bit more damage done. Frozen slides out. Woo! And it's 2 clean headshots. But Nafany, oh, he's been spotted. And he just got taken down to 19 HP. Won't be able to find the upgrade you'd think. But still with that flash now has hands on the M4. 3 bullets. 3 bullets. Needs the reload. And knows it. A flash and a desperation jumps across, and now he's going to get pressed in from short. Again, the bullets are simply not here. You cannot kill 2 players with 3 shots. And so Dexter finishes him off to give Mouse that 5-0 CT side.
It's a clean one, man. That's good. We get staged. First of all, let's just compliment Mouse here. The setup's perfect for a B-side attack. They have the 2 players, Monster side, ready for anything to come heavy towards B. But not only that, those guys are imbued with confidence, because on the A side, we've got deep map control. A rifler staged up inside a playground. They've got the top of stairs covered for the rotations. They know it's B until further notice. And Mouse and Cloud9 don't go try to push them back. Who's Cyclone going to kiss? Huh? I think that would be...
Taking applications?
Yes, I mean, hey, if I was down there. All right.
Oh, I like that, Nafany. I like that. Dangerous little game. Just said, we'll see. But nothing nets from it. So we've got Axile, 6 kills. Next up, Shiro 2, and the Cloud9 camp just kind of waiting to get this ball rolling. Now is already ferocious bits of aggression. Look, this is just a couple of guns. But Shiro's going to swing for the fences, and as he does so, sets up Axile to at least even this out. These are retrievable guns as well, right? The rest of Mouse's pack are nowhere nearby to stop it. So by going for this, and by Shiro hitting what he had to on the scout, you'd think Inters gets an upgrade, maybe. He's still a little passive back by Playground. Exertion's got a great spot. Only his head really popping over. And now Shiro, yeah, he's going to miss the first one, but AK now in hand. Had a chance to leave. It's the long press from Torzi. He's going to blindside Inters every day of the week. Now the question is, can Shiro do the same to him that was just done to Inters moments ago?
Torzi yet to die, but in the most vulnerable spot yet. His assistant's coming up the stairs is a bit behind and will turn. Now he'll go down 8-1. Shiro knows where he came from, so he's going to follow into his past. But actually takes a hard right down the bathrooms. Exertion would have heard this.
Yeah, Shiro. Oh, wait! Okay. Exertion, cold as ice.
Jeez.
Sits there for a second because Shiro, and that's what you've got to fear, right? Those moments from Shiro. Knows how to clutch.
Making this expensive was important. We just had 2-3 players over 10K to start off round number 7, and now they have to rebuy. So it really keeps them in check. Cloud9, we're getting what we're used to. But it doesn't change the facts. No matter what happens for them to start over past games, they win. They win because they have 1 loss in overtime to Team Liquid. No shame losing to Team Liquid. Outside of that, it's their best map by far. 7-1. With some big scalps. All right. Let's see if they try it again.
Ooh, missed shot.
Let's 2 cross. Op gets spotted, which means now you can just run long. You can't necessarily turn the corner.
What?
But you do. cheat the clock. What just happened
Maybe
right
Dexter
there?
tried to wiggle.
Oh my God.
Maybe he wanted to back up alongside Torzy. I'm not sure, but Shiro slams him against the wall. And Dexter will call from the sidelines. Axile incredibly passive here towards T-Spawn. Frozen thinking about getting into shenanigans. He's going to hear this moving back.
Yeah.
Oh, Frozen. They're looking. Oh, he finds one. But that's a ton of information, bomb included. And you'd think maybe Axile could actually just put pedal to the metal, sprint this into the B site. Obviously cautious because they just don't know, but that timing was there for the taking.
Yeah, and now they have to create a new one, right? If they go too fast here, it's way too obvious 2 CTs will be in place. If they wait a long time, well, they might have not enough time to, oh my God, comfortably. And they were just walking out onto this site. There's 2 on short.
Balls.
They're actually being held into this by Hobbit as well.
One, but not the second. Now Exertion also back turn, so Hobbit pieces it together. There we go. For a second, if Exertion had just kept watching Connector, then he's going to come out anticipating JDC. Oh, and Torzy. Wow. Okay. Parting gift. Keeping those numbers high on this CT side, but Hobbit already going for what will be a clear of this AWP. They want to take them down as C9 establish their first.
That was quite a clever call. Now we have seen C9 keep trying to get out Monster. Most of the time, Mousesports are 5v5, 4v5, whatever, and have 2 players on the right side from their perspective on the Monster. When there's that CT setup, you kind of know you're going to win. Like the whole point of the T side is pretty much dislodge those players so you can take Monster, so you can put pressure on the B side. So I think right here the call from Nafany is that op setup, that aggressive A setup, okay. That's one thing. They get a kill with Shiro, a hard one on Dexter, who's supporting in the B site. All right. If they're rotating back, which they might very quickly, well, they still can't get right side Monster. They still can't get into the very good positions to defend B. So why don't we just walk out? But of course, it's not a one-dimensional play. There are still an extra layer here in Hobbit with the well-timed lurk. You know, it's not a selfish lurk right there. It's, he comes out as soon as he gets some info. He tries to get into the mix, and he doesn't let anyone go.
Oh, missed Molotov. We see those mistakes. Cloud9 looking rambunctious here. Hobbit feeling better now that he's got kills on the board. And Torzy's going to miss that snapshot down. Doesn't mean he's going to shy away, though. He'll have another chance to deliver if they walk into this crosshair. Oh, what? Shiro!
Did that bullet come out of his shoulder?
Just bends one around the bathrooms.
Jesus.
And instantly, just like that last round, they transition into this B hit. Difference being no Frozen deep in connector, no info for Mouse. So what do? They actually evacuate and then go and excavate forward from the A site, finding nothing. No remnants here from Cloud9. Just a bunch of empty-handed archaeologists. Mouse, yeah, quick change of career path. They're gonna run it back down to B. Can they get in time? We've got Heaven Smoke, but we've got Exertion in a prime spot to drop Axile. Big player to take. Still plays around in the swampy, Frozen trying to get in on this, but it's only Nafany to answer. And now the bomb's been taken down again. Exertion is holding his line. And Shiro with Hobbit by his side. Looked like they wanted to leave. Bomb's still down in the open. Look at the damage that's been done. Hobbit's gonna come back into this. It's such little HP. JDC slides forward with another. Shiro, a clutch attempt again. He saw the skin of Frozen, but doesn't have the time. What was an open invitation? Because imagine if he gets both those kills. Shiro's not missing shots. It's just about getting chances.
Yes, and there he knows, of course, that that second player is there. He had an inventory. He had an accurate stock of what was coming. That just, as you mentioned, no time in the clock. Look at this kill, man. Unreal. Unreal attack from Shiro. But he's really let down here. Perfect amount of support, however, from Mouse. They not only have Exertion back pit, as one guy kind of within smokes that can attack and defend, but then they also have the boost in CT spawn above him, and even if it doesn't get the kill right away, that's 2 players who are very close by. That's a scared short player who can't scale on Exertion, and Exertion gets his. Like clockwork.
ominous feeling here from Cloud9. There have been Mouse players poking forward, and now that prog's been found. Torzy not swinging with the op, but still hitting shots. Hobbit dropped to 9. Oh, and the nade from downtown. Dexter dunks on him. Nafity gonna use that chance to slide out and take away the front player. 4-4 again.
Yeah, that's actually a really clean I mean, they'll happily go 4v4 right now. It's a clean refrag with tempo. But this position from Dexter, it's
Big
tricky.
Chance. Nicely done. Woo! Double off of Frozen's flash. Dexter locks this in, and poor Shiro turned away because it's only 2 HP left over. Axiles Galil with too many targets. Tries his hand at all 3, comes up with nothing. And Shiro will limp away with the AWP. He's already being hunted. This is a clean sweep of the Cloud9 players. Mouse continue a rock-solid defense.
Listen, I don't care how consistently Cloud9 can come back on CD side. It will still tilt you every single time you go into a T side on the map you always win, and you just can't put up a competent attack. They're struggling right now. Can only imagine Mouse Sports have looked at every single demo possible to figure out how to make their life even worse. And as many steps they've taken forward on the map, Mouse knew was coming into the veto. It's clearly been adequately prepared for. The aimers here from Mouse are showing up. And while they themselves can't figure out how to win T rounds, they also have an ostensibly good CT side compared to a lot of others.
Hobbit's back and powering up now, but Exertion. Here we go. A little bit more damage done to Axile.
Ooh, man, Exertion really wanted to stay out for that fight. If he disengaged, of course, it would still been 4v4, but he didn't feel good about that. And now there's a real opportunity here for Cloud9. We heard that jump back.
Ooh, and Torzy doesn't hold it.
Did he spot? Oh, no way. He's running back into that.
Shiro gets the better.
Second re-aggression where you're testing one of the best overpass operas in the game.
Take too many chances. Life finds a way. And in this instance, Shiro does it again. So, you know, despite the best efforts of Torzy and what has been some clean kills, we've also seen misses. And in this chance, it's just a presentation of himself on a platter for Shiro to feast.
That's no flash on the peak. It's it's a slow re-peak, but it's still a re-peak, right? You're going to the same angle. It's not a more depressed angle. It's not safer. There's no other CT to draw attention. There's no dimension to the attack. Instead, it's a really big risk. And towards the end of the Academy League, he was a risky opper. And he actually was so good, of course. I mean, the level of competition wasn't as high, so it made sense. But he still stood so far above the rest. I think actually because of him on T side. He was very confident at peeking into a CT angle and a CT op. But keeping that same energy on your CT side can really ruin the map for the rest of your team. And I think playing the advantage on the CT side is everything on this map because there are too many to give away. That was in a good position, but not safe.
Sure.
Not safe.
Yeah, there's rumblings of an opening here for C9. And then for anybody with doubts at the current moment, we reiterate, CT side on overpass was phenomenal from C9. The likes of FaZe could barely break through.
Couldn't break through.
Couldn't break through, yeah.
16-14 loss.
Yeah, okay. In the words of Maui Snake, FaZe?
Being toxic is a choice.
Hobbit presses into the short water. JDC behind Exertion. This is looking like a Cloud9 B commit, nice and early. And it's nice to see that NXT generation with kills already on this map. Torzy, Exertion, JDC. That's who we look to at the moment here on B. Shiro bringing up the back end of this, but there is no commitment just yet. There's no movement from Mouse on the A site, so you know that this B hold better be wary.
Oh man, it's actually a pretty weak position here for Mouse. They're falling back too.
Caught in transition. It's all about the kills though. They do get down into the water. They have the smallest position to hold on with, and it's Exertion at least to catch them off guard. But I mean, just culled into the corner, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Cloud9 beating down from above them.
They just
man advantage, Mouse, they just weren't ready.
They just didn't believe it was going to be B. If they were going, if they're transposing into another setup on the B side, another passive one, it could have been better. Of course, getting caught jumping as the entry comes out, a little unlucky. The timing is perfect there for Cloud9. They might have manufactured it. It's hard to say. But if we take a snapshot on that default before anybody trades glances, we have a similar amount of map control for Mouse, but it's more heavily. It's more demanding on the A site. They have 3 slightly more passive positions. They don't have one guy in party like we see on the mini-map right now. They had 2 holding bathrooms, 1 outside of bathrooms as well. And those players are stuck in. I mean, they don't even have a fast rotation downstairs. So no middle of the map control here for Mouse Sports. Lots of emphasis on the 2 players in B. And, well, yeah, you'll definitely get to see her as well. That's funny. But the 2 players in B, they just couldn't put up the defense by themselves. They did in the past.
Second timeout called by Mouse. See if they can deal with that internal timing.
Yeah.
They were so confident it wasn't coming B. And I like that. I like the Cloud9 follow
I wonder what they were going to change to, where they might have had a good positions to change to for sure. And again, Exertion, JDC, they're the ones putting up big numbers on that half of the map. All right. Yeah. Well, the door is ajar. It's ajar. They've got a foot in. Now, Cloud9 want to ask them if they've got a moment to talk about the Lord.
Yeah. James, our Lord and Savior.
Let's see if they can get on the couch and really make this a meal for Mouse Sports.
Gonna force Mouse to get a little creative in this, seeing as they're working with the lesser weapons, seeing as utilities non-existent.
Oh, it's the Furia crawl.
But Frozen has that kit. It's like it's bare bones, but it's a miraculous moment, maybe. Torzy. He's got more where that first one came from, but Inters keeps it clean.
No flank.
Hobbit at the forefront, 2 USPs, of course, as Frozen tries to scramble inwards, and Hobbit's gonna stuff Exertion in an instant. USP down for the count, bomb planted, Shiro finds Frozen, and JDC, nothing left.
It's a Metal Gear Solid call. Snake out the outside of bathrooms, don't alarm anybody. And before it's too late, trap the riflers inside of bathrooms before they can fight back. And again, I call it the Furia play. It's so ironically Furia. It's something that they did a lot on Overpass, where the team that makes so much noise always lets you know what they're doing, but then they're a bit farther than you expect. But somehow, once in a while, we'll do a crawl up through the outside of bathrooms without throwing a single nade. And Nafany likes to make this call as well.
I think it's kind of comparable to exactly what we just saw at the B site, right? Much more utility in that case, but it's still just that slip through as the smoke fades. And kind of caught Mouse sleeping. So Cloud9 getting real dirty.
So well handled here by Inters as well. Denying the trade, that's the biggest chance.
Ooh, glass cannon Torzy. That's what's coming, folks.
Might be worth it based on some of the earlier rounds that we saw.
That's what's coming.
At the same time, a couple of small blemishes on the record here in this first half.
Sure.
So, but hey,
you'll have to clean it up.
You've still got to believe in your opera, no matter what.
And he has hit some zingers.
Yeah.
It's just about minimizing those mistakes. Don't flash into the likes of Shiro without assistance. Exertion again. I love when he presses in. But Inters has been hot on the trade. For only 3 kills, that's 2 efficient trades. One in bathrooms versus Torzy, and now this here at B.
And they made sure to add a layer of insurance when it comes to approaching B. That pistol round, Hobbit, and hot. Nafany peeking out, getting the refrag, or Axile, I should say. These past couple as well. Now, normally it's Axile by himself, lurking out on his own timings.
That's how it started.
Yeah, here they're planning for the worst, and it's actually, allotting them some interesting mid-round situations. 4v4, long control. They've won the middle of the map. They won short. No one's pushing Monster because that rarely happens. So the CTs, this will expose their insecurities. They'll look for some info back. They get short water, but they've come up to the A site. Are they late? Let's see. Torzy up to the plate.
Sees the util. Nice freebie versus Inters. and gets back around the truck. Axile can't keep it clean enough, and an excellently timed flank here from Dexter. So Shiro's chance to clutch because 3 separate fronts all fall the way of Maus. And with 20 seconds on this clock, Shiro doesn't want to go home empty-handed. He's going to press in, dies immediately to Torzi. What goes around comes around. Maus, stellar defense inside that A site, especially with the connector flank.
Torzi unscathed this round and can now buy armor off the back of it. So they trusted him with the no armor buy. Of course, the main weapon that you can go no armor and it can still make sense. He avoids getting naded, he avoids getting flashback and mollied. All of these things could have caused him hellish troubles, but he found his clean opening. They got the info for him over on the B site to know, hey, it's coming to be A in a few seconds, stay sharp, and he is sharp.
Dexter, who is this? Hyper aggressive, and he gets the kill inside the playground. Some pressure back from Axile. Torzi on an aisle as Dexter peels away from Long. At least he knows that playground's fully clear. So Torzi confident to stick around. He knows there's nobody breathing down his neck. And then when that shot is missed, okay, washes his hands and walks away. If Cloud9 think they can transition into the B hit, well, they better be ready for what has stopped them before. Flash over top, Hobbit at the front, Axile and him already dead, and this one gets locked down.
Oh my god, wait, that smoke that came down at the other end of Monster, was that also thrown by the CT side in anticipation of the B site hit coming out? So when you have the deep smoke on the far end of Monster, it's hard to watch, and so teams will flash and try to come through it. And the reason you do that is so that you have like a lot of time where they can't actually get into the site. It's preventative. It's prophylaxis on the part of the CT side. But I think they threw down an extra smoke at the end so that they ran through a smoke into another one. And even though Hobbit had 2 blind players, they couldn't take the door off the hinges.
Couldn't see Jack. And Torzi, okay, fully blind. Stuck inside the party. He'll now be going down, and Cloud9 gun for a 5th. A 5th on this T side is enough. Hands down. They've already proven that. At Axile, well, he's going to get caught out. It's Dexter down beneath him. Always getting into antics. C9 transitioning into the long push. They don't have to worry about that operant position. Remember, every time they press to A, it's generally Torzi. Not this time. We'll have Frozen outside bathrooms. JDC behind the dice. And Maus looking to roll Cloud9 in this 15th. Still a minute, though. You'd be foolish to think Cloud9 are going to force the issue or follow through before they're really prepared and ready to go. At Exertion, since he does have some space, tries to press forward. Again, enters. Minimal amounts of kill, but it's a good one. It gets back man advantage, presses them closer towards B, opens it as a possibility, and the off goes back. Shiro can sense you, and Dexter dives into the short side, picks up 2 kills, pistol out, and Inters will bring this back. It gets into JDC V2, and if he finds that timing, well, he would have found them by surprise. Instead, Hobbit closes, and Cloud9 take double digits as they kick off what could be a spectacular CT half.
It's Cloud9 versus Navi. Map 2 coming up now, the first semi-finals. This is going to be one hell of a game.
Cloud9, they've picked up the first map.
Let's get this show on the road.
Throughout the years, Cloud9 surely had many ups and downs. However, in 2017 at ESL1 Cologne, many did a double take when they witnessed them in action.
No utility at all for NIP. They want to go hard at this, but already Automatic with 1 second as well. Automatic, unbelievable.
After taking care of NIP in the quarterfinals, it was now Navi's turn to face the speeding American train. And face it, they did. forcing Cloud9 to fight hard in order to secure the first map. Then, history later repeated itself on Overpass, but initially Nada Spencer were on the run thanks to one player, and that player was Shroud.
Like Skadoodle had actually come out on top there. What a flick coming in. Shroud getting one of the headshot. He's tapping away. Shroud. Can he do it again? He's up to 11 kills and looking for number 12. Are you kidding me, Shroud? Can anyone take this man down? He's got 12 and 0. He's a one-man army.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love.
Cloud9 doing what they do, sliding rounds through on this T side and priming this match for what could be a lockout on the defense. Better teams than MOUZ have tried, and those better teams have failed. They've fallen, gone to the wayside. Our phase, it's MOUZ's chance here and now to try and get the better of C9. Can they do it? Can they overcome what is meant to be one of Rio's favorites? The hopes of the CIS region versus Na'Vi, maybe, we'll see. But first, it's this NXT generation that they need to come back from and dispatch of.
Yes, and on that story, it is time potentially for the Shiro Axile duo, who made their name on this map, who flipped their main roster because of huge wins and dominance across a few, but specifically Overpass. And Axile, who has shown unbelievable games and some inconsistency, looking to beat the previous playoff stats. And if you could do it in a comeback versus another roster that was born of the academy, well, wouldn't that be special? But MOUZ looking to stop that in its tracks.
Ooh.
What a clear, what a clear.
With conviction. Hobbit pieces together the peak. We're going to get a fast rush from MOUZ up through bathrooms. Now no longer wasting time. Axile locking horns down long. Nafany inside the bomb site kills Dexter on the other end. 3 kills back in from MOUZ. If there's one thing that goes their way, it seems to always be pistols.
The bomb is left here at long. They're taking over bank control. The CTs are trying to be patient, but they're being hunted from the back.
Nice. Torzy gets that little fight forward. Hobbit smoked off for a moment, trying to do it all on his own. And he just gets lost inside of that smoke, so he has to peel away from it. MOUZ will find the post plant. Frozen on 70, Exertion on 40. And Hobbit, who looked world class on Inferno, is now hunting a 1 versus 3. As he slides out, he's got one pinned against the truck. It's a little dance versus Torzy that Hobbit's come out on top of. And he's still got that 100 health. Wouldn't this be a miracle? Yeah, he'll get caught on the cross. Now with such little HP, it goes down nice and smooth. Body shots make the difference. MOUZ stand tall in the pistol, and an 11-5 lead looks great.
And I'll tell you right now, as much as we could expect a really good comeback here from Cloud9, if MOUZ can close on the offense, even with a pistol, 10 rounds, and are this close to ending it, it would be an insane performance still. That's how good Cloud9 are. So, knowing Overpass was going to be coming up, what can MOUZ Sports do to stand to their own follies. Not even in their wins, just not really having to play T-side at all. Now, that might be an advantage for them coming up against C9. C9 will go instantly into the bye versus a really well-stocked Mouse.
Ooh, this is kind of fun. Scout versus Scout.
Yeah.
Although it is Axile. Shiro leaves his utility, decides to take the forward press. Dexter is right on the other end of this. Molly for the front of the bank. Axile looking to support. There it is. Shiro's ump revealed. JDC tagged up, and at least he gets the kill back. But it's not just that single UMP. Nafany has also slid forward as they lose the scout. Now their back's exposed and the rotation starts to come up. The 5-7's enough to kill JDC. They almost line up for it. The site's being held. More damage done, and Frozen starts to bail them out. Enters with the 5-7, 2 bullets away from upsetting in the force. And he slides back into cover further towards the dumpster. Mouse will leave.
Wow, he's making this so precarious. I mean, he doesn't have another gun on his body. Inters, he's been good for a clutch every once in a while. They're so low, and he's beat them to the site.
He's got the bigger picture. It's just about the delivery. And Inters is sliding in between 2 Ts. Bomb will be planted. However, that's JDC down. And Frozen, with ice in his veins, cannot afford to take a single shot. Inter's just trying to expose anything, and he knows that a tap is what it needs. Now with the automatic gun, you'd think it comes easier, but like I said, ice in his veins. You think they bought a kit? Because Frozen doesn't. He doesn't budge. He doesn't move, and with that, he'll keep Mouse's momentum well alive.
Oh, it is all in the name with Frozen. 5 HP, no other option, but still, a worse, less composed player would bite and try to get that info or go for the swing. And that's 12 for Mouse. You got to think Inters had the best opportunity to win that round when they were both up close. He might not have known with certainty that they were both low. So there's that. From our perspective, of course, run at them. 5-7, start spraying that thing. But that's with perfect information. Still, great shots being hit here earlier on from Frozen. A clean one also from Exertion towards the scout on site and Axile at long. They had to work for it. And now they'll have to work even harder. Better guns here for the CT side. Another aggressive stance.
Wow, man. I mean, this buying trend really doesn't feel sustainable, but they got so close in the last one.
They have 0 grenades.
Nothing.
At a minute 22, no kits whatsoever.
Just guns. Weaponized meat bags.
Everything going on over at B is a false flag. There is the bomb with the majority on the A side, moving up in this direction. Dexter trying to sell this fake, walking in, gonna get damage off and a kill.
Did you look at that?
And now, is there another rotation? Look at Axile. We got to pay attention to him. If he's staying confident, he stays. Oh, they are seeing Dexter and thinking it's going to be a bait. Frozen sits on B, but they've already rotated.
And the bomb's locked in on long. I mean, it could leave and still make it, but it would have to start its long journey now.
Oh, man.
Cloud9.
They can try to wait for the walkthrough to the site. The T's are actually going to think about going back. 30 seconds, and they might run into this.
Hobbit is the one chosen for this moment. He keeps it tucked beneath the ledge and goes down empty-handed. They needed that. It opens up the rotation for the bomb. Frozen's already deep, and Cloud9 will now desperately start to run this back over. Oh, what? JDC just slams a shot through smoke. Axile comes through, dropped by Frozen, who slid past the dead body of Dexter to confirm B is free.
Wow, the 2-layer fake, and it looked like Mouse just dug a little bit too deep. They got a little bit too crazy with it. But no, they had enough time to do it. They only had to get through 1 MP9 in the staircase. Even if Hobbit gets his kill, it's going to get traded by the second guy. They still actually have a good way to get back to B safely. It's not as desperate as it seemed. And Cloud9, they put a lot of money into that. They're into a half buy. They're going to try to fight back from 14, or, of course, do the unthinkable and win with just pistols and a UMP carry.
Ooh, not spotted as Frozen. So you'd think he gets to have a field day on the B site. But it is really just the warning. Hobbit, caught leaving the first corner by JDC. So things going swimmingly, it seems. A press into the short water. Will prime Frozen for a 3K. They line up, and he'll slay two. First up, next up, Inters. Puts an end to that party. Nafany, speaking of parties, slides through smoke. Him and Exertion crossing paths towards the bomb plant towards A. All is good in the Mouse camp. A 14-5 score on Overpass. And what could very well be the first map loss of Cloud9 since they took Greyhound to the limit.
We want to be careful with those words, but listen, eventually it's going to catch up to you. You can't keep getting away with this, Cloud9. The T sides have not been up to par. And here with the 5 rounds, no win after the pistol. How many times can they survive this? Well, we'll see. If they could do it again, I mean, they could do it again.
You telling me they could do this again?
If they could do it again in playoffs.
Then what?
Well, now, I mean, now there's no reason to try to keep this narrative going of, well, playoffs, well, Legend Stage wasn't playoffs, well, the crowd there was small. Like, you know what I mean? None of this stuff is going to matter. And when I talked to Cloud9, you know, they, with a lot of conviction, they said that, Nafany said that after some of those games ended, he didn't even know how bad the half was in the beginning when they made those giant comebacks. He saw people tweeting at them, he saw the posts, he heard people going, oh my God, I can't believe you kept your nerve. And for him, he said he just played it round by round. Hobbit said the most important thing is to simply stay calm. And they've proved that that's not just talk.
Sure.
So, but well, the problem is, Mouse T sides this event. Yeah. Mouse already in this half.
They've been better.
Lots of signs that, you know, one small misstep will be exploited by a team like Mouse. What a capstone comeback it would be for Cloud9 and this litany of comebacks that they performed in the past couple of weeks now. But you can't bet on it. You just can't.
Oh, no. It's up to them to put their money where their mouths are. Yeah. You want to approach this round by round? Well, here's round number 20. Axile, wow, timing betrays him, and still he delivers. Nice second one into Dexter there. 12 HP will keep Axile alive and standing, and will give Cloud9 a little sigh of relief. Torzi gets the better of it, but that's going to prime Hobbit for a one-tap flank. And he just instantly transmissions back down into connector, but not ready for Frozen to come through. Singular man advantage.
The multifaceted lurks once again here for Mouse Sports, finding an interesting way back into the round. 2v4 is unthinkable. 2v3, well, it's improbable, but Mouse still with money, still with HP.
It's good utility. Oh, missed flash. JDC gonna have to work in without it. Shiro comes up from dumpster, but misses his one shot. Did he not see his hands?
I don't know if he did.
Nafany was exposed, and now he goes left wide. And to the surprise of JDC, chops down both remaining members of Mouse. That's the first of a massive ask of Cloud9.
Look at the money here for Mouse Sports. I mean, they've got more than a buy. They're going to have everything they want and a few dollars left over. So why stress? I asked in the same roundtable conversation with Freya to Mouse Sports and Cloud9. Mouse, what do you have to say about making a comeback? And JDC has very similar words to, you know, the wisdom that Nafany and Hobbit put down, and said you have to be in complete control of your emotions at all times. You have to know when to celebrate, and that's what we know about JDC. He seems very in touch with, you know, him as an emotional person. But he said, while you're in the game, while it's still live, you have to be the master of yourself. And
wise words.
Think about what you need to do. Not get too excited, not get too sad, and just put one foot in front of the other. So, all right, early damage here on Torji. And actually, Not as much money as I thought. Dexter only has a Tech 9. That's the smallest concession, though. Everything else looks pretty decent. And with their way they're setting up right now, they don't have to do a full default. So exec into the A site.
Axile pinned on long.
Yeah, good progress.
Exertion's Molotov moves forward, but it's instantly smoked. So a warning side for Mouse.
Long
Big
smoke.
issue if nobody holds connector, because Hobbit's going to come at this again. And now that Torzi's hands are no longer busy, Exertion, oh, he got legged from Truck, but Hobbit still strikes. Down go 3. On the flank, he holds them. And Frozen, desperate at this point, his entire team collapsed as they tried to press through bathrooms. Hobbit yet again.
Wow, man, that's an unreal second kill. But the fact that it gets 3, that's one for the ages. Orbit had an unreal over 2.0 rating on the Inferno map we just witnessed. And now he's gotten through T side, him
Such
as a
little
con
help.
player. Yeah.
And Hobbit's job is easy. Look at these cleanups.
Every single one was an absolute necessity considering the site hold goes down. Oh.
Did I just die?
I did. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Siren's going to be playing tomorrow, actually. Oh. That was a little early.
Whew.
Who needs coffee?
I was gonna say, I never felt so alive. But Cloud9, let's try to get back into what's up. Glocks only, no utilities. Axile, ooh, dinked. Makes things a little more interesting, but that's just one M4 and it comes at a cost. Grenade's gonna chip away. Nafany sliding. How do they fit in that corner? 2 dudes, 1 spot. Had a chance now from Frozen. 21 and 9. I don't need to remind you of what he's capable of doing when he puts up numbers like that, but of course, it's the insurance policy of C9. Hobbit ends their hopes.
I think he had one map where he had 12. Frozen had one map where he had 12 kills. They won the map still. Apart from that, since the beginning of Challengers, hasn't had less than 17 frags on any map. Most of the maps over 20. Unreal consistency. Doing it again right now. And making that round really close to possible. And it really does, harm the money here of Cloud9. But Mouse are pretty much only interested in investing in round wins at this point. I mean, they could try to break the bank of Cloud9. Almost certainly, it's going to be an unreasonable task. They need to try to win 2 kind of full-on rifles. Very decent buys from Cloud9. Anytime they get that close, they're just going to be mad they didn't close it. So, buy in again here for Mouse Sports. As they look for a 9th. Finish line is nearby, but there are some pretty tanky linemen defending against the touchdown. What is that shot from Shiro?
We've seen some disgusting flick shots from him so far this event.
There's nothing quite like a floor bang.
And he just snatches Torzi by the neck, slams him to the ground. It'll set up Cloud9's 5v4. AWP trades hands into those of Dexter.
That steals just so much power from you in the round. You lose your upper that quickly. Just feels so thinned out. Cloud9 start to move into their usual positions, readying for a type of B hit coming their way. It's no more pressure on Shiro. After his first casualty comes so early, such a high value target in Torji.
Damage.
Oh, and yeah, they're getting pestered.
Yeah, they just, unfortunately, it's a gut-wrenching feeling for Mouse.
This is one of those positions where you want to be inconspicuous sometimes in CS, but it's not all about going completely unnoticed.
Sure. Yeah.
Sometimes you just want to improve your position, maintain tension, and let them know you know. It doesn't make their life any easier. And look at the benefits. Interrupted the attack, They're saving in the position where they wanted to execute. And, oh, another opper down.
Yeah.
Part-time opper, of course.
Yeah, forgot that wasn't Torzy and thought, goddamn Hobbit. Dexter just not fast enough on the trigger finger. And so, yes, from the position of attack to the consolation of a save.
Oh,
Shiro will catch exertion, so it's only 2 to stand.
And they actually can't even get the op back in that spot. So it's just 2 guns carried forward. 3.5K on exertion. Everyone else with a little less. Mouse fans out in the crowd. They definitely got kind of, I feel like we're unanimously cheered for here in Rio.
That's
where Cloud9, it felt like it was a mix of cheers and boos. That was interesting to see where the fan support leans.
Definitely a blend. Final timeout here from Mouse. So if this comeback continues.
Awkward, they're forced into the buy because they saved those guns. They don't want to leave anybody behind. And they're going to invest. And it still might be a good idea. I mean, they have rounds to work with. I think Mouse's, again, multi-layered lurks have been the clue as to what they feel like is the best way into getting to kill C9. They flanked Hobbit inside a con. That guy has rain terror on them when they haven't known he was about to push.
Shiro, first shot out, finds its mark.
Oh, bad oh, no, it's a good flash. It's actually a great flash. It's an interesting bounce there, yeah.
Ooh, he wants to go digging. Gets away from Connector, but just takes a further angle. So again, he's honing in on JDC. It's a lot of real estate here being held by Axile, and he's worried about fights on either side, but this could really boil down to timing. Like you said, multifaceted, lurks, and
yeah.
Oh, JDC is not alone here inside Connector. Axile, this could be one for him to queue up. They arrange themselves in a line.
Oh,
well, that could have been, but
that's that black bars, baby.
He's playing that game, right? Back and forth, left and right, which way to look. And now all of a sudden, Mouse, they're going to crank that dial to a 10. Dexter goes running through. Stuffed by Inters up close. More flashes, both sides. Frozen prevails. Hobbit slides in, drops bomb, and then gets back around into the corner. Low HP. Shiro shaves off JDC. And Cloud9 look as though they're hanging on again. But how about Frozen? Nope, not this time. It's exertion over the top, and exertion goes down at the nade of Nafany, sailing in from heaven.
The narrowest margins on that play.
6 rounds left for this comeback.
And now we're getting to the territory where you almost might rather be the CT side, and that's a scary prospect here for Mouse Sports. Now, ironically, I think sometimes you get close in rounds like that because you feel like you have the least amount to lose. Contact explodes, you're willing to scale, you're willing to really swing hard instead of just stutter, and sometimes that can be all it takes. You get one player who has a good entry that can topple the site or reveal where the other player is going to be. You've watched the demos, and then that can be too much. And they nearly got themselves into a spot like that, but the fallback protocols are wicked. I mean, Shiro is covering an angle. His teammate in front of him can't watch, but he knows exactly what Shiro is doing and is never exposed to danger. It's Hobbit up front. Oh, there's Zach in the crowd. There we go. Oh, it's the whole roster. Rosters, I should say.
Yeah. Mixed bag.
Yeah. Former teammate of his, of course, in Try. Here
we go. Pistols back in from Mouse. Wonder if Axile will be a little less adventurous. Put himself in maybe less of a 50-50. He got punished inside the short water.
Now, the reason Axile is the guy who rifled outside bathrooms, the reason Electronic did it for so much of his career, who now Bit does it, and the reason all these names are such powerful names when you think about them, is because you have a lot of fights that you can take that are very aggressive, that are all favorable. None of them are just anchor spots, so you're constantly floating. So you need to have just straight up your best rifler playing on bathrooms, and that's why it's been Axile. And as a standout rifler this year, in a map like this, in a stage like this, he will have to show his ability to perform consistently. And it's the scariest, but also most fun part about this map. Lots of opportunities to frag, but lots rest on your shoulder, as you typically have 3 on the B side and only an opera to support you.
We can get real close on long. Axile just pressing into the cement. Nafany's gonna get a little closer. Axile goes down for free. Nafany, this smoke is temporary, but it still works. 2 kills already. Exertion's got the Deagle trade. Shiro scoped towards bathrooms, missed the snapshot. Mouse start to run in. Hobbit's been killed, and this could very well be it. They gave up that real estate. Inters pressing in around the smoke. M4's in the hands of Mouse, and did they give them too much space?
Well,
or did C9 just give them enough rope to hang themselves? Inters, unbeknownst to Mouse, has gotten up into the bathrooms. Exertion's gonna peek, and there it is, folks! Mouse, 15!
It is on a round where they have nothing. Again, they make the space. How they kill Axile, I don't know. And we watched that from Nafany's POV. He has this fantastic spray, almost makes up for the fact that their star rifler in the bathroom dies. But right now, he's having a bad map. It's getting exposed. And look at the shots that come in. Bank shot here. P250 from Torzy. Unreal trade. Lots of chances that C9 could have won. But again, no room to breathe here on this comeback. There are just no rounds to work with. It's Counter-Strike. You are going to lose rounds like that. But if you start 14-4 before you get onto rifles, well, you literally have to play perfect and get lucky.
And that last one, they don't find it, but right back into the winning ways. Don't forget, right, they already offered 5 CT round wins in a row. If you don't think they can do this, then you don't know Cloud9. And you haven't watched their tale here in Rio de Janeiro. It has been this every step of the way. Dexter, he finds that timing, but he exposes himself to the heavens, and that's where Hobbit strikes him down. Next up, Torzy versus Shiro, and with bomb dropped, so is this one. Mouse, sure enough, you did it with those pistols, but I wouldn't be shocked if that's just the wake-up call to Cloud9. See if they start to press further forward on the A site. See if they let Mouse get that close to a bomb site again. It's right back to winning ways for the defense.
It is, yeah. 0 margin for error now. Mouse Sports, ball is in their court. Sigh of relief that they know Cloud9 have to wake up every round and hear that sound of match point. That's one more advantage, just a little bit of added pressure. But one good rifle, that's kind of what we're looking for right now. Mouse sort of struggling to find that. Dexter on this Deagle. 2 kits on him and Frozen. But important utility on Exertion as well. One smoke goes out. Just throwing his kit to clear out bathrooms, push back the oppers, and try to get the rotations out heavier towards A. You can see the bomb outside of B right now. Mouse are clearly interested in hitting the B. Oh my god! What is that?
A stunning shot from Torzy! A man advantage Mouse.
If that's the kill, that's the reason they close out the map. We have to shut our mouths about Torzy. 20 and 14.
And Frozen now, let that be your fire. Let that be your fuel. Inters out. Nafany offers one. And with it, Mouse decide to pump the brakes and double back because they've got Exertion pressing towards A. Who's ahead of it? It's Axile. Meant to be the star rifle of Cloud9. His struggles in Rio have been apparent, but he saw that barrel, and he'll shut down Exertion. Next up is Dexter and Torzy, and he's got a smoke to work with. They're gonna hone in on this side, dodges the flash, Axile delivers yet another, but Torzy nails another 2. Couple kills left for the Hungarian, looking to feast on this A site. Bomb planted, what a round for him. Nafany presses wide, Torzy dodges and doesn't manage another. Nafany keeps this hope alive.
Wow. Wow, we're hitting levels that we just haven't seen from Torzy, but we know exist. Just in this side, this event, I mean, that off-screen flick, that was wasn't in the scope at all inside the B site, right? Just the audible. Dude, that was something insane. I mean, that is
what
also
are these shots?
Completely nuts. Crazy. but they don't pull it off. However, Torji, he gets back onto the op. It's a 3-round game. It's extremely close. It's extremely tense. Mouse don't know they can win. But they clearly have the tools. Oh! Well. Okay, well, one of them gets thrown at Torji.
Yeah, from the highlight reel to the first coffin filled. And Shiro gonna get flashed back. If there was a player pressing into mid, maybe Shiro does get caught, but the escape route very clear. And I think at this point for Cloud9, so is the bigger picture. Dexter again trying to pick up that AWP, trying to fill a role that he probably doesn't even want to touch. But when Torzi's the first man down, exertion. Oh, Nafany. He wins it from the back, and then they don't know about Axile ahead of it all. Frozen will still catch Hobbit. That's at least a saving grace for Mouse's 28th. A hope and a dream, still very well alive. A tournament life on the line. Map 3 not far away.
So close.
What an attempt this would be from Frozen. And I mean, he's piecing this together. He senses the peak, the inevitability of Nafany comes in and will shut down that short play. Dexter again left on his own.
The swing is perfect. Perfect amount of space for his teammate to come through into that. Dexter on the up, figuring out how to save. He has to, I think he feels like he has the onus to make sure he gets a kill first. Sourcing some information and taking down Axile.
Why not?
18 seconds, and he's just trying to play games with them. They don't even care about finding him. It's not really relevant. But right now at Cloud9, yeah, they are a little bit low, and the map is just a little bit too big. So Cloud9, they get to 13. Torji fully countered before he even get an op shot off. Naded down inside a playground. Well, he's the weakest when he can't shoot back. See if they can make that a consistency. Great to see Nafany. I mean, he's dying a lot, as he does, but he's also getting a lot of really big frags. And his overpass, he's making up for Axile in a lot of spots.
Yes, fair point.
It's not a good sign for Cloud9 as a whole, but sometimes you need that from that extra player that you don't normally see those performances from.
Hobbit wants to get his hands busy. JDC relegated again to the back of connector. What's the move, Mouse? What's the move?
And these rounds, again, they can be the scariest. And because the CTs, no matter what round it is, are encouraged to get a little bit of map control, right? That's the unique part of this map. Well, that means that CTs are often in untradeable positions, even if they have significant advantages in those spots. So we'll see. Constantly updating here on the jump spot. There's room for a headshot if JDC is fast enough, although the approach from stairs, of course, you'd be pretty surprised to see that come through. But here it is again.
Yep.
Get space for free, explode, commit to a site quickly.
The one
Let's
round
see what they try to do.
that they picked up outside of those opening 4. Pistols pressing into A.
Yep. They're setting up a lurk.
With Frozen over towards Monster, I mean, Hobbit on an aisle. Picks up the first one and again. Able to just lock in connector, but there's Frozen, a chance to activate exertion. He's gonna keep him busy up at A. Damage into Axile. More, in fact, on Shiro. And an open B site, so it seems. There's another piece here. There's another in the water. Nafany fully healthed. Frozen barely standing, and Dexter strikes him down. Dexter now the only one with full HP. A mistimed unscope. Is he gonna do it again to push Mouse to map 3? Shiro pistol out, and